The world, once a beacon of life, has utterly collapsed. Nothing but desolation remains. Cities that once blazed with light and echoed with voices are now swallowed by darkness, a lone rider traversing the wasteland on a monstrous mount. The very ground is a horrifying mosaic of trampled corpses stretching as far as the eye can see, leaving absolutely nothing left in this ravaged world. Then, a hand, radiating a powerful purple aura, clenches with fierce determination, demanding, "Tell me." Before declaring, "That is why." He glares at the ruined world below, a firestorm of unforgiveness raging inside him. He can't let it go, demanding to know why he annihilated everything. The image of the heavenly demon, his eyes blazing with pure evil, ignites in his mind. He sees the figure towering over the wreckage, surrounded by countless victims. And the fury boils over, a burning promise that he will never, ever forgive this bastard for obliterating their entire world. A powerful purple aura flares around him as he grits his teeth, his determination absolute. Another memory hits him, this time of Vega, her form radiating with divine light, her name echoing like a plea in his head. He remembers the goddess of Lyra, a golden silhouette against a blinding backdrop. Her face twisted in anguish as she cries out, blaming someone for the slaughter of everyone and the ruin of this world. He glares at the devastation, a burning question searing his thoughts: is this what they call salvation? A primal scream rips from his throat, utterly rejecting this twisted idea of salvation. His voice cracks with pure rage. How could this be salvation when everything died because of that monster? His eyes, now blazing with a fierce purple glow, mirror the agony and iron resolve etched onto his blood-splattered face. Over a decade ago, everything changed in an instant. Then, out of nowhere, mysterious gates connecting to another world just appeared. Everywhere. And from those shimmering portals, unknown monsters poured out, instantly transforming the world into a living hell. Colossal, tentacled beasts like this one, brought instant devastation. Just as the world was completely overrun. The world was overrun by monsters, and a helpless infant could only stare up at the encroaching doom. But then, a new era dawned as transcendent beings, the constellations, burst forth, illuminating the world with their incredible power. These cosmic entities just materialized, radiating pure energy. And these incredible beings then gifted humanity the very power of the transcendent constellations. Armed with this incredible power, they were finally given the chance to fight back against the monstrous hordes. This was it, the dawn of the star-obtained people, superhumans, the legendary metahumans. These incredible individuals instantly became humanity's last, best hope. And for a brief, shining moment, the world actually seemed to have a chance at reclaiming its light, until he arrived. The terrifying figure materialized, known only as the demon of the heavens. Quan Ojin, the heavenly demon, a name whispered in fear, stands with his back to us, a chilling presence as the question echoes. He started as just another metahuman, but then he got the black marker's power from the stigmas, a power so insane it could even take down the constellations themselves. And just like that, he exploded in power, transforming into the heavenly demon, a weapon forged to obliterate the monster that plagued humanity. Thousands of metahumans united, even the constellations, who usually hated each other, teamed up. But it was all for nothing. That monster just casually stomped on thousands of them, ripping them to shreds, and then just ate them all. He devoured the constellations, every single one of them, even the supposedly kind and benevolent ones. Not just one, but every last one. The world was absolutely decimated, a chilling monument to one man's power, as everyone had fallen by his hand. Ultimately, Earth itself was annihilated, transforming into a desolate star of the end. Yet, even after all that, the demon of the heavenly end still cast his terrifying shadow. Then, a divine voice boomed through the emptiness, speaking to the hero who had saved everything by taking down the heavenly demon. It was Lee Shinhyuk, the metahuman, who was directly challenged, demanding to know if he was truly the one who pulled it off. The voice pressed on, offering him one incredible wish, to be fulfilled by the legendary Star of Oaths. This incredible artifact, the Star of Oaths, pulsed with raw, ancient power. It was a sacred, wish-granting oath, but only the mighty constellations of the heavens could ever hope to use it. Grasping the sheer power now at his command, Shinhyuk made his ultimate decision: he would save everything. He makes his choice, a single, powerful desire echoing through the ethereal space. His form enveloped in a deep purple glow, the energy of his resolve radiating outward. Vega's golden eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her divine features. Her voice, usually serene, holds a note of disbelief as she questions, "Don't tell me, your wish is to regress." A burst of golden light erupts, reflecting the magnitude of his request. Vega, now fully illuminated by a brilliant aura, continues, her words carrying the weight of cosmic consequence: the future of the world. Shinhyuk's gaze is unwavering, his expression grim but determined, as he responds, "I know that." He is a regressor, one who goes back in time. And his conviction burns with a fierce purple light as he declares, "Because I'll be changing it." His grip on the staff is ironclad, his will unyielding as Vega reveals, the only being capable of rewriting history, even when its end is set in stone. A beat of silence hangs heavy, her gaze piercing, contemplating the impossible. Then, the verdict: fine, I'll send you back. But you must accept the Star of Oaths. But he's not done. And, one more thing, Vega adds, only for Shinhyuk to cut in, this isn't a wish, Vega. This is a demand. His next words drop like a bombshell: I want you to bear the stigma of the heavenly demon upon me. Vega's eyes fly open, a silent scream of shock escaping her. A blinding blue energy explodes from Shinhyuk, his eyes blazing as he roars, no human can withstand my stigma. That's why the heavenly demon's stigma cannot be with mine. She recoils, aghast, not even you, the regressor, could possibly bear that burden. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. If I can't even handle that, then how could I possibly go back in time to begin with? You should know that by now. He's locked in, absorbing every word as the high-stakes discussion unfolds. The unheavenly star drops a bombshell, confirming the heavenly demon's stigma is now part of the deal. And there's more. She's also granting the power of the Vega star and making them her personal subordinate. But a chilling thought hits him: what if going back means losing all his memories from this life? Vega confirms his worst fear: she herself might lose all her memories of this timeline. But then, a game changer. She reveals she has her own stigma, confident she'd still recognize him as a regressor, and believes he can handle her power too. A shocking realization hits him, a memory of Kwon Ojin flashing through his mind, as he finally understands the stigma of the North Star, the legendary Vega star, the one every regressor dreams of, is actually the one who's going to take him under her wing. All preparations are done. Shinhyuk is locked in, swearing to remember the heavenly demon's face. Because there are a million ways to track down where he first registered as a metahuman. He just has to wait and then hunt him down. He's going to personally kill the one who stole everything from him. But then, Kwon Ojin, engulfed in glowing gears, dramatically announces he's executing the oath right now. And a blinding golden light explodes, unleashing a storm of magical gears and particles. Suddenly, an ancient figure with a majestic white beard emerges from the light, issuing a grave warning: watch out, unheavenly star. Shinhyuk is now completely engulfed in that same golden light and those complex gears. His mind racing through all the things he'd lost. And everything he failed to protect. He's drowning in a sea of regrets, memories haunting him on an endless loop. While golden energy swirls around him like a storm. But this time, he's making a promise to himself: he's going to rewrite history, no matter what. Suddenly, a cosmic voice booms, declaring the heavenly demon's body annihilated by this very stigma. But hold up, there's more to this power-up. The Vega star stigma just went live, ready to totally override his old demon stigma, unlocking the heavenly demon's full, insane power. But as this insane power surges, a gut-wrenching memory slams into him: his younger brother, Lee Woo-hyuk, flashes before his eyes. A bloody hand reaches out, a desperate, heart-wrenching scream tearing through his thoughts: WHYUK. He's screaming inside, demanding answers from the universe. Why did it all go down like this? What did his brother even do to deserve that? And the chilling truth is, nobody knows. He's absolutely engulfed by the surging power, purple lightning exploding around him, his eyes blazing with an intense, otherworldly light. Then, a fragmented memory rips through his mind, a familiar face clawing its way out of the swirling darkness, leaving him utterly bewildered. His eyes snap wide open, a shockwave of recognition hitting him as the blue energy around his face goes absolutely wild. A critical warning screams in his head: he's just entered a full-blown energy deviation. The sheer, raw power threatens to rip him to shreds, blue energy exploding from his body in violent, uncontrolled bursts. A guttural scream tears from his throat as the overwhelming force absolutely devastates his body with agonizing pain. His entire form is swallowed whole by the brilliant, destructive blue light. But amidst the absolute chaos, a voice cuts through, demanding to know what's happening to him. He clutches his head, that voice resonating deep within his very core, an overwhelming sense of familiarity hitting him like a truck. Shinhyuk is absolutely slammed by a massive surge of green energy, his face twisting in pure agony and disbelief. Then, a memory hits him like a truck, a monochrome vision of pure shock, as if someone's asking if he's even okay. But then, out of nowhere, the legendary heavenly demon, Kwon Ojin himself, just materializes right in front of him, glowing with an intense blue power. Shinhyuk's brain is short-circuiting, he can't even process how the heavenly demon just popped up like that. Then, a terrifying system alert screams out, confirming his energy deviation just got way worse, all thanks to his out-of-control emotions. The deviation goes absolutely wild, blood bursting from his eyes and mouth as he screams in pure, unadulterated agony. And if that wasn't enough, another system message drops a bombshell: his energy deviation just made the stigma of the Vega star go completely berserk. Total despair crushes him as he desperately wonders how he can even hope to regain control without the stigma, all while Kwon Ojin just stands there, a silent, terrifying figure. The system crunches the numbers, spitting out a horrifying truth: the chance of getting back in control is basically 0, 1 in 100,000. A golden-clad figure flashes into existence, a silent, chilling declaration of the end. Shin Hyeok's eyes blaze with unstable blue energy, his mind racing with a single, burning question: why couldn't he become that one probability? Why had he fallen short? Then, a horrifying system message rips through his thoughts: Metahuman Lee Shin Hyeok has died. The words hit like a hammer, leaving him utterly stunned. He looms over a fallen form, blue energy sparking wildly around him, his face a mask of pure agony and crushing despair. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat, his jaw clenched tight against the crushing, unbearable pain. An enraged, desperate voice screams in his head, cursing him for not dying after he'd wiped out every single one of their foes. In a chilling vision, he stands victorious yet alone atop a mountain of corpses, bathed in an eerie blue glow, his gaze fixed on something unseen above. His hand, once radiating pure blue, now crackles with jagged, sinister dark power, a terrifying transformation seizing control. Engulfed by this encroaching darkness, he stares down, his voice filled with raw doubt, questioning if this twisted path is truly his destiny as a metahuman. He's absolutely fuming, screaming internally about a death he can't process, a death that shouldn't have been possible. With his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, he's begging, practically screaming for someone, anyone, to explain the horrific death he just saw. There's no way the metahuman he was destined to be would go out like that, not unless something truly messed up was going on. Mysterious energy crackles around his hand as he grapples with this stigma, something totally new and unheard of. Then, BAM. A system message blazes across his vision: the Black Heaven's first awakening is beginning. He's completely thrown, stuttering in disbelief. And then, another bombshell. The Black Heavens have absorbed the stigma of the Vega star. He's absolutely floored, gasping in pure shock. His electric blue eyes are bugging out as he stammers the name, totally freaking out about this Black Heavens thing. The world itself shatters around him, a blinding blue energy erupting from his core as he screams, "What the hell is this?" Engulfed in crackling blue lightning, he desperately tries to remember Vega's warning, his body screaming as if it's being torn apart. An agonizing scream rips through the air, the pain absolutely crushing him. A raw, visceral torment that threatens to consume him. The torment rages on, a tearing sensation echoing through his very soul. Finally, the onslaught subsides, leaving him gasping for air, utterly broken by the hellish ordeal. A system window flashes into existence, confirming the Vega star's stigma has been completely absorbed, its power now perfectly tuned for its new host, the Black Heavens. He stares at the message, a single word of utter disbelief escaping his lips. As his hand begins to glow with an eerie light, he feels his sanity slipping, utterly unable to grasp the chaotic events consuming him. Suddenly, he's in a whole new dimension, a vibrant, ethereal landscape, and his eyes are drawn skyward, searching for answers. But then, a radiant, almost divine presence starts to form right above him. And her voice, like pure light, rings out, saying, "Whoa. I totally felt my stigma's power right here." This goddess-like figure, draped in white and shimmering gold. Kept pondering, dropping a bombshell: someone actually has a stigma, and I've never given one out before. It was none other than the legendary unheavenly star herself. And she was totally checking out the guy who's supposed to flip destiny on its head, the one and only savior of a world doomed to bite the dust. Her eyes locked onto him, and she finally dropped the big question: "So you're the regressor, right?" His face totally froze in shock, as her words hit him like a truck. Reeling from the shocking truth, a defiant thought screams through his mind: "I'm not one of them." Yet, the very air around him crackles with raw power, a brilliant golden light pulsing and shimmering with countless dancing particles. A voice drops a bombshell, calling him a regressor. Shin Hyeok Lee's mind is blown. What in the world is this guy talking about? He's absolutely furious, shouting that he never did anything like that. But the green-haired guy just cuts him off, putting him in his place about being a mere orphan. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, he shouts out, "Ojin." Elsewhere, an older, glasses-wearing man drops some serious wisdom, revealing how easy it is to fool people. He tells Shin Hyeok Lee to take control of the story, to show them only what he wants them to see and hear, leaving him totally bewildered. An old man with a knowing grin drops a question, and it's a total curveball. But then, Kwon Ojin hits us with a sly smirk, a quiet flex that speaks volumes. His mind flashes back to his dark childhood, a brutal time when he was just 8, a past that forged the legend he is now. The memories hit him like a truck, a crushing pain making him grab his head, as a relentless voice demands he relive it all again. He's on his knees, surrounded by shimmering energy, letting out a bewildered gasp, demanding to know what they're even doing here. He glances at his hand, calling this a good place, but then a chilling thought cuts through, signaling a major shift in his vibe. The old man, absolutely fuming, squares up to him with a young woman by his side, daring him to die and reminding him exactly who he's messing with. Suddenly, a blinding white force smashes into Kwon Ojin, a brutal hit that leaves him reeling in agony and total shock. He crashes to the ground, and the young woman immediately rushes over, her voice laced with panic as she desperately asks if he's okay. His mind flashes back to a crucial figure, Song Haeun, a mere 10-year-old, who was the only reason he survived the nightmare of that orphanage. He recalls the director, a seemingly benevolent figure, promising them good meals, and painting himself as the epitome of kindness. Back then, he bought into it completely, swallowing the lie. Yet, a burning defiance raged inside him, a primal scream that he wouldn't just die a miserable death in that hellhole, making him wonder if that fire had always been there. But then, everything shattered, a gate ripped open on Earth, and monsters poured out, changing everything. The planet became a war zone, a literal hell on Earth. But then, the game changed again, the constellations arrived, wielding the raw power of the star signs. And from their cosmic power, a new breed of heroes rose, metahumans, awakened by the constellation stigmata, started popping up everywhere. These superpowered individuals were about to rewrite history. He was a master manipulator, effortlessly tricking metahumans and snatching all their hard-earned gains, because why fight when you can just outsmart them? With a smirk that could charm the pants off anyone, he coolly declares, "Good job today." Gino, clearly impressed, asks, "You totally crushed it too, right?" And Shinhyuk just gives a confident, "Of course." He was a total parasite, always latching on to others and sucking them dry. His entire history was just one big scam, always at the expense of everyone else. He played the metahumans like fiddles, snatching their loot, faking weakness, and even forming a whole party just to pull off his cons. After pretending to help just enough to snag a bigger cut, he'd bail, leaving another chump in the dust, just like always. Gino can't believe it, "You're Aquarius's disciple. That means you're one of the 12 zodiacal signets." Lee Shinhyuk, Pixis, just grins, letting the revelation hang in the air. Gino's jaw drops, and he can only stammer, "Seriously, there's no need to act so shocked." He reflects on his past, acknowledging that even if he's not one of the legendary 12 zodiacal signs, he's still a Pixis, remembering the cunning path that forged him into the perfect conman. He continues, downplaying his own power, saying that as Pixis's disciple, he's nothing compared to the 12 signs, but the other man lets out a shocked gasp. Dismissing his modesty, Gino shouts that it's absolute nonsense. He's Pixis's disciple, the master of orientation and direction, making any weapon feel like an extension of his own hands and feet. Shinhyuk lets out a wry chuckle, admitting that's not entirely true, while Gino, beaming, proudly declares he's got him. Gino then asks if he should go get the prey, before formally introducing himself as Kwon Gino and suggesting they form a party, claiming their meeting feels like destiny. In response, Shinhyuk introduces himself, stating his name is Lee Shinhyuk. Gino expresses his understanding, acknowledging he wouldn't be foolish enough to think Shinhyuk would want to share a party with him, as it's a little embarrassing to admit, but he's not great at using his stigma yet, making him still a noob despite being a disciple. Shinhyuk processes the intel, grasping the fundamental truth: star isn't just a title, it's the starting line for a whole new level of power. It's all about the stigma. Metahumans don't just level up, they ascend through the power of their constellation stigma, and the raw strength of that stigma is everything. A slight flush crosses Gino's face, but he pushes past it, extending his hand, ready to unveil the power he wields. Shinhyuk's eyes widen, a knowing smirk spreading across his face as he instantly identifies it, the legendary stigma of the 12 zodiacs. This is next level. Gino's stigma isn't just a symbol, it's a razor-sharp blade, reflecting his steely resolve, a weapon born from the moment he chose to become a killer. This isn't just some random mark, he clarifies, it's a profound symbol he fought tooth and nail to comprehend. Shinhyuk's eyes gleam with challenge, he might be playing catch-up now, but his competitive fire means he'll close the gap in no time. Gino just grins, knowing it. With a surge of crackling blue energy between them, Gino vows to give Shinhyuk a sneak peek at his true power before they even step into battle. Now side by side on a shimmering energy bridge, they gaze towards a mysterious, glowing destination, poised for the next challenge. Shinhyuk grips his staff, ready to unleash the power of Aquarius with a sudden, electrifying crackle. The staff explodes with light, a mini LED activating to banish the gloom. A dazzling, powerful aura erupts around him, Lake's Aurora unleashed. His body ignites, every cell screaming with the raw power of Aquarius, a golden, fiery awakening. He thanks Gino for the insane buff, who, with a shy smile, promises to go all out. Feeling lighter than air, Shinhyuk rockets skyward, enveloped in pure energy. This power surge brings an unexpected enlightenment, a moment of profound realization. Gino observes, impressed by his skill, and mentions the myric crystals. Shinhyuk stares at his hand, realizing this buff blows away any crystals he's ever found. He's absolutely reeling from the sheer power. This lake's aurora, this Aquarius aura, it's blowing every myric crystal out of the water. He thought he'd won the lottery before, but this is next level, and the silence around them. It's deafening, it's terrifying. Suddenly, a cold dread washes over him, a gut feeling screaming that something is seriously messed up. He glances down, and there they are, a horrifying swarm of ant horns. No time to think, he points. Gino, this way, now. They're out of there, leaving the monster horde in the dust. But as they make their escape, a chilling thought hits him. He's been in these low-level gates for years, and never once seen an ant horn. What the heck is going on? He drops into the eerie blue mist, barely touching down. Suddenly, a rapid descent. They both plunge through the air, a frantic blur. He glances up, a cold dread washing over him, muttering in disbelief. But the nightmare isn't over. A shadowy ant horn, eyes blazing purple, roars and charges. Shinhyek bolts, a quick look back confirming the monsters hot on their heels. A chilling thought hits him, his barrier is about to shatter. The monster's raw power is overwhelming, leaving him speechless. Then, a blinding purple blast. It hits with explosive power. Shinhyek screams, a raw cry of agony, the impact rocking him to his very soul. Shinhyek's face twists in pure agony, a desperate, broken apology tearing from his throat again and again. He keeps screaming apologies, even as he violently yanks Gino by the collar, who explodes in a rage, yelling, "You son of a bitch," before Shinhyek's broken apologies start all over again. Shinhyek recoils, utterly stunned by Gino's explosive outburst, a choked sound escaping his lips. He collapses to his knees, the brutal truth hitting him, they're both dead if this keeps up. But Gino, fueled by pure desperation, snatches him back, his voice cracking with rage and grim acceptance, screaming, "Then let's fucking die together, you bastard," as Shinhyek's apologies start again. Then, in a flash, a bizarre, glowing blue energy erupts and swirls around him. He screams as the brilliant blue energy consumes him, the aura flaring with blinding intensity. An utterly inexplicable situation has just unfolded, leaving Shinhyek completely dumbfounded, stammering, what? Gino, witnessing the absolute chaos, is left reeling, wondering why Shinhyek is suddenly apologizing and what the hell he's supposed to do now. He stares down, utterly baffled by the bizarre energy swirling around him, a phenomenon unlike anything he's ever encountered. His hand reaches out, a single word escaping his lips, Lyra, as he grapples with the shocking realization that this isn't a Pixis. Then, a blinding flash. The first enlightenment of black heavens has just begun. Out of nowhere, a new concept explodes into existence, regressor. And there she is, a goddess-like figure, surrounded by an impossible clockwork of golden gears. He processes the implications, a person who can literally rewind time. But no, he shakes it off. Regression can wait, his only mission now is to get himself and Gino out of this insane mess. His gaze locks onto hers, a silent declaration of intent, as she meets his eyes. Because she once boasted of a schema, a power, that was hers alone, unmatched by anyone. Shinhyek's mind races, grappling with the stigma that defines him, the one power he truly claims as his own. But the why of it all still eludes him. He remembers that the Black Heaven's power seizing control, activating the stigma, and making it its own, not Pixis's, not Ivy's, but something far more profound. Confusion hits him hard, what could this possibly mean? Then, a memory flashes, Lee Shinhyek. Was he the regressor all along? The vision deepens, showing a blue cube manifesting the moment that Lee Shinhyek died. And he realizes, that's exactly when he absorbed the stigma. The regressor, Lee Shinhyek, couldn't beat the stigma and died from it, and that's when everything changed for our Shinhyek. And just like that, he finally understands how he got Lee Shinhyek's stigma. Shinhyek's stigma was going wild, a total enigma, and he was completely lost on what was even happening. But then, a sudden realization hit him, and everything changed. Vega, watching his inner turmoil, was like, "Nah, you're no regressor," only picking up on the unheavenly star power, but then she totally admitted he was onto something big. He was still clueless about the unheavenly star's true power, but one thing was crystal clear, he had to become a regressor. With absolute conviction, he screamed it out, he was a regressor. His body practically vibrated with this new resolve, locking in his decision to go full regressor mode. He was going to make it happen, even if he had to pull a fast one on a god. Vega just stared, her face giving nothing away, totally trying to figure out his insane declaration. She totally knew he had the unheavenly star, and when he confirmed it, he was absolutely floored that she bought it. What the hell? He'd done it. He'd declared himself a transcendent, wielding power no mere human could even dream of, and somehow, he'd even scanned a literal god. Watching his sheer audacity, Vega just lets out a soft, almost amused, "Oh my." Even though she's dying to know every single detail of his wild future. He's totally distracted by these snarling, shadowy beasts blocking his path, absolutely fed up with their annoying interference. Vega, though, is still laser-focused, her eyes gleaming as she declares her absolute hype. She's seriously looking forward to what he'll do. She's practically buzzing to see the absolute limits of his unheavenly star power. Meanwhile, Shinhyuk is absolutely glowing with a golden aura, ready to drop on the shadowy horde below, a silent, epic declaration of war. This means it's go time. And with a burst of purple energy, he dives straight into the chaos, a lightning-fast blur tearing through the growling beasts. A smirk plays across his lips, thinking, is she seriously telling me to prove my worth right now? But he also catches the playful vibe, knowing a little pressure is just fine. A voice booms, hyped to see the sheer terror of an unheavenly star. On a glowing platform, bathed in golden magic, Vega lets out a fierce growl, ready for anything. Then, another voice cuts in, declaring they'll take care of it. Shinhyuk Lee lets out a chilling chuckle, a twisted grin on his face as he dares his foe to fight, not fear. But just moments later, his face twists in anguish, a desperate shout ripping from him, I am not a regressor. Meanwhile, a chilling gust whips through the air, revealing a horde of shadowy figures lurking in the distance. Their glowing red eyes burn through the gloom, letting out menacing growls that scream danger. Taking a deep breath, Shinhyuk Lee tightens his grip on his staff, his face now set in grim determination, ready to confront the encroaching threat as a blue and purple aura swirls around him. Blue energy ignites around his legs, and Shinhyuk Lee braces himself for the coming storm. His eyes burning crimson with fierce resolve, even as he grapples with the insane challenge ahead. He's a regressor, sure, but this is his first time facing a real metahuman, and the battle is already sucking his powers dry, making his body feel like a lead weight. But with a raw surge of will, he unleashes a concentrated blast of blue energy from his hand, smashing into two shadowy, wolf-like beasts that leap from the gloom. Before he sweeps his staff in a massive arc, shattering countless shadowy forms into oblivion. He stands amidst the dissipating remnants, staff held firm. While from above, a golden-eyed goddess with flowing white hair and a radiant halo watches his brutal fight. Ho, she breathes, a quiet acknowledgement of his power. Shinhyuk Lee, still crackling with blue energy, holds his determined stance, absolutely ready for the next challenge. Whoa! A massive impact rocks the scene, and Shinhyuk Lee is caught off guard, blue energy exploding around him. Even with all that power, he's thinking, there's no way I can keep this up. His hand is practically bursting with energy. But then, bam! He just rips through his shadowy foe like it's nothing. This easy, he thinks as blood explodes everywhere. He sticks the landing, his hand covered in blood, the sound of the hit still ringing out. Whoa! Out of nowhere, a system message pops up, telling him he just got the Pixis' spear artifact. He's totally shocked. But then, bam! He's hit with a massive wave of dizziness and pain, clutching his head and wondering, what the heck is happening to me? Even through the pain, he's still got a death grip on that staff, like it's the only thing keeping him together. Suddenly, we're in a flashback. A younger him, under a starry sky, is holding that staff, yelling, I can't keep going like this, but his eyes say he's not quitting. That young fire in his eyes is undeniable as he makes a promise, if I stop here, I'll never catch up with Wu Hyun. A memory is flashing, a raw, explosive fragment from someone's past, as a surge of blue energy detonates from the figure at its core. But a burning question ignites, an internal scream demanding, is this even his memory? A brutal, unfamiliar scar slashes across his cheek, screaming that this vision is not from his current timeline. The mind races, spiraling into chaos, asking if these are memories from his first time, or even terrifying flashes of the future. Inside the fractured vision, a younger, powered-up version of him blazes with a purple aura, crushing foes with a glowing spear. He clashes with a shadowy, web-like monstrosity, his skills impossibly insane, but the mind screams, can this even be real? The vision jolts, revealing a much younger Shinhyuk Lee in a dark, menacing forest, facing down unseen threats with glowing eyes, and the voice screams, a one-star regressor can't be this powerful. The vision explodes, his eyes burning with a fierce yellow light, his hand crackling with raw purple energy, as a commanding voice thunders, stop. He stands, back to the viewer, spear clutched tight, a silent, mind-bending question hanging in the air as the vision abruptly cuts out. Amidst the swirling cosmic gears, Vega's voice pierced the silence, demanding to know if this was all just a show for her entertainment. Shinhyuk Lee's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he echoed her words, a show. Vega's intense, glowing gaze locked onto him, pushing the question even harder, aren't you using your stigma? His mind reeled, what? Clutching a spear now blazing with power, he declared his absolute claim, I am the one who received that power. I am the one using the stigma. Then, a sudden understanding washed over him as he stared at Vega, the puzzle pieces finally snapping together, ah, I see. Vega, seeing the light bulb go off, explained the brutal truth, even for a regressor like you, it's gotta be tough to use your new stigma. She likened it to a baby trying to walk for the very first time, a knowing hum escaping her lips. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes widened, a mix of shock and clarity washing over him, as he realized Vega was perfectly articulating the jumbled mess in his head. A confident, almost mischievous grin spread across his face, his resolve hardening as he announced, I want to try it out right now. Vega's own smile mirrored his, her eyes sparkling with approval, as she readily accepted her role, then it must be my job to help the baby with his first steps. The blessing was underway. A soft, ethereal glow pulsed from Vega's hand, illuminating the intricate golden belt she wore. Then, with a subtle, almost unheard grrk, the system flashed, confirming the ultimate power-up. Lyra had just blessed him with a stigma. Shin-hyuk Lee's gaze sharpened, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as the system dropped another bombshell. The stigma's proficiency was getting a temporary boost. He'd heard that name before, and now it was his. Suddenly, the power exploded within him, a raw, untamed force, bursting forth in a massive, jagged blue aura that shattered the earth around him with a deafening quan and kchacckkk. He let out a pained, desperate keu. Ugh. As he fought the sheer, overwhelming energy, the chaotic blue light threatening to tear him apart with a sharp jjapaak. But even as the power raged, his hand clenched, a defiant at least, escaping him, fueled by an unyielding will to dominate this new force. He dropped to one knee, completely enveloped in the maelstrom of blue energy, and with a primal roar, he demanded, give me more, pushing past every boundary. His hands blazed with the raw, untamed energy, a clear sign of his relentless fight for dominance. And then, the chaos solidified into a perfectly controlled, powerful blue aura around him, a triumphant, almost maniacal grin splitting his face as the system confirmed his stigma proficiency had increased. A proper warrior should be doing sh*t like this, he declared, utterly in command. He screams, the sheer force of the power ripping through his very being. But then, a system alert flashes, Blue Thunder LV.1 has been activated. Electric blue energy explodes around him, tearing through the air in a blinding, chaotic storm. Before abruptly dissipating. Shin-hyuk Lee stands, staff gripped tight, his face a mask of intense focus. A guttural fuck rips from his throat. He glares at the system window, disbelief etched on his features, all of that for just one fell swoop. But then, a crucial realization hits him. He's got to copy that metahuman, the unheavenly star, the S-star. But seriously, what in the world is Lyra's stigma even for? Suddenly, a stunning figure with flowing white hair and golden accessories just appears. His eyes widen in realization, and he mutters, wait, that notification just said Vega, didn't it? The goddess-like figure grins, impressed by his quick thinking, noting how fast this regressor's perception is growing. Then, she tilts her head, asking, Weaving Woman Star. Smiling sweetly, she asks if he summoned her, as a system alert flashes, confirming she's the Weaving Woman Star. His jaw drops in utter disbelief, shouting, no way, as he grasps the sheer number of constellations out there, tens, even hundreds. Even though they're all transcendent, constellations aren't equal, they're ranked by power and authority, with their influence directly tied to their rank. But get this, among them, there are supreme beings so powerful, even the 12 zodiacs wouldn't dare disrespect them. Still processing the mind-blowing truth, he stares up at the cosmic entities, instantly recognizing the legendary names Polaris and Deneb. And there she is, the stunning blonde, Vega, radiating an undeniable, powerful aura. This isn't just any constellation, she's one of the absolute highest ranking, a cosmic titan so powerful that even other constellations have to bow down before her, a truth underscored by the incredible, glowing machinery surrounding her. And this ultimate cosmic powerhouse is literally standing right next to him. Unbelievable. His mind screams, demanding to know what's wrong, as the terrifying truth hits him, he's been scamming a top-tier constellation this whole time. He considers spilling the beans, but instantly shuts it down, realizing it's a catastrophic move and way past the point of no return. The sheer gravity of his blunder hits him hard, a puny mortal mocking such an epic being would undoubtedly face instant, brutal payback. Completely oblivious to his inner meltdown, Vega's golden eyes shine with an utterly mysterious gaze. He's still processing the sheer, overwhelming might of the constellation, but then a new, bizarre thought hits him, does she even remember him? What in the world is going on? He reaches out, a bold declaration escaping his lips, I missed you, Vega. But her reaction is pure shock, what did you say? Vega, radiating with a soft, otherworldly glow, takes a step forward, her divine aura shimmering around her. But then, out of nowhere, a hand gently takes his, and a new voice cuts through the tension, declaring, it's me, Kwon Ojin. His hand is still held, a faint purple energy crackling around his arm, as the voice continues, I thought I'd never see you again. He's on his knees before the glowing constellation, and she's speaking, this is such a relief to see you again. But then, the bombshell, who are you? His mind races, a silent, incredulous thought echoing, did she just say that to me? His eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow as a monumental realization hits him like a lightning bolt, that's it. I got through. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he looks up at Vega, a mischievous glint in his glowing eyes. Right now, you don't have any memories of me, do you? He's trying to play it cool, telling himself it's all good, but deep down, he knows this is far from over. He's about to drop the truth bomb about their relationship. But she cuts him off, promising to spill the beans later. He flashes a knowing grin, thinking about all the wild stories he's had to put up with. She gets it, then starts talking about becoming a real angel, which he immediately shuts down in his head. She totally gets it, then drops a bombshell, all constellations, even her, are probably going to get swallowed by the black heavens and vanish. Still grinning, he brushes off her worries, convinced that as long as she's into him, all the constellations are totally fine. His face goes from confused to full-on shocked as her words finally hit him. He practically screams, "Did you just say black heavens?" as a massive, thumping sound fills the space. Vega's chilling words reverberate, solidifying the terrifying reality of the black heavens and the absolute destruction they promise if left unchecked. A tidal wave of realization crashes down, leaving Shin-hyuk Lee utterly breathless. The black heavens are blooming, and the only way to stop this cosmic catastrophe is to obliterate the constellation at its very heart. His eyes burning with resolve, he declares his return, vowing to shatter the cycle of destruction. He makes a desperate, silent vow, a promise etched in his soul, she will not be consumed by the black heavens. Oblivious to his inner storm, Vega drifts away, a picture of calm against the swirling cosmic gears and starlight. He's going to protect her, no matter what it takes, even if he has to go all out. Meanwhile, the star goddess continues her path, her eyes locked on a distant, unknown future. As a faint purple energy crackles from his hand, the ultimate, gut-wrenching truth hits him, the very core of the black heavens is none other than Vega. A decisive click echoes in his mind, Shin-hyuk Lee knows this is on him, and he's ready to finish what he started, even if it means playing the ultimate deception. Suddenly, a system alert blares, confirming Vega, the weaving woman star, has made him an apostle. But the black heavens are still draining mana, pushing him towards his second awakening. Elsewhere, Kwon Ojin just shrugs off the whole apostle thing, like it's totally pointless anyway. Then, his eyes lock onto a small, unconscious kid on the ground, and he can't help but ask, who is that child? Shin-hyuk, flashing back to his past life, recalls this kid dying young, but not before becoming a future powerhouse, set to loot everything. Kwon Ojin, still staring at the kid, muses about their connection, realizing they're both cut from the same dark cloth. Shin-hyuk, eyes fixed on Vega's radiant form, knows he has to wipe out future threats before chaos erupts again, only he, the regressor, can pull it off. Vega, absolutely radiating power, is clearly wrestling with one last, critical thought, letting out a soft ugh, of distress. Watching her, Shin-hyuk desperately wants to take it all back, but it's too late, the black heavens constraints have already kicked in. Blue energy explodes around his hands, and Shin-hyuk Lee is already calculating the weight of these new commandments. Vega, with her eyes blazing, confesses she's not used to these rules, because as a goddess, her word is law, but this feels off. Then, with a flash of golden gears, she lays down the law, get out now, and be back in a week at her sanctuary. The goddess, absolutely radiating power with her majestic wings, observes his exit. Shin-hyuk makes his escape from the divine realm, his footsteps the only sound in the vast silence. Later, absolutely reeling from the non-stop madness, he's ready to scream, wondering what the hell is even happening anymore. He collapses to the ground, a massive groan escaping him, the frustration just boiling over. But then, a game-changing thought hits him, a shocking revelation, he's actually gained the stigma of a 7-star constellation. A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes, you know what? This isn't so bad after all. He reflects on the insane U-turn his life has taken, knowing it's all thanks to the wild ride he's been on. And now, with the epic title of Regressor officially his, Shin-hyuk Lee stares ahead, his eyes burning with an unshakable resolve. As night falls, the city lights ignite, painting a breathtaking urban landscape. But even in this vibrant city, a simple meal hits hard, with 2 burger sets from W.C. Donald setting you back a whopping 15,001, as a chipper voice wishes everyone a good day. Strolling through a dimly lit alley, Shin-hyuk grumbles to himself about how ridiculously expensive those burgers are. His steps rhythmic as he climbs the outdoor stairs, making his way back home. With a satisfying click, he swings the door open. The door groans open, and he calls out, "I'm back." He steps inside, eyes widening as he spots someone, a sudden shock hitting him. His casual greeting now a stunned exclamation, he repeats, "Hey, I'm back," utterly bewildered. He walks into his apartment, only to be met by a voice that cuts right through the silence, calling him out for being late. It's none other than Song Habin, the woman who somehow became his manager. She's not holding back, immediately asking why he didn't rush back if he knew she was there, and what exactly he was up to. He leans in, a playful smirk on his face, calling her out for spewing nonsense the second he walked through the door. But Haben isn't having it, firing back that she's been waiting since morning, and he should have at least picked up his phone. Suddenly, he pulls out a bag, declaring he brought burgers. Haben grabs a burger, thinking to herself that even though she's not on Instagram, she's seeing red and blue in her eyes right now, and how the tables have turned, she's the one looking after him, just like he used to do for her. As they finally settle down to eat, Haben can't help but think he's still the same old him, even after all these years, the one person she can always count on. Even though things are a total mess, Song Haben's thoughts are out there, making Shin Hyuk Lee hit her with a confused, what? She keeps going, saying she'll just eat up, because seriously, convenience store food costs a fortune. Totally shocked, she freaks out, asking if he's injured or if some monster just brained him, her worry through the roof. He coolly tells her he's got cash, making it clear that these burgers aren't breaking his bank, like, ever. He takes a beat, ready to drop the real reason, just saying, because. He then drops the bomb, he wants to stack up even more cash, because there's something he absolutely has to buy, no matter what. Giving him a totally confused look, Song Haben just stares, like, huh. She's like, you actually have money, and he just laughs, making her ask again, totally shocked. Then, totally changing gears, she playfully demands, hey, where's the sauce, while he just keeps laughing. Song Haben, ever the supportive one, tells Shin Hyuk Lee he's even more handsome when he flashes a smile. And vows to cook him 3 fresh meals instead of those sad frozen ones. But Shin Hyuk Lee is clearly distracted, muttering about a burger's price and some other incident from his return trip. Later, in a more private setting, Song Haben fixes him with an intense stare, instantly picking up on the change and declaring that something big went down. Her face is etched with worry. And Shin Hyuk Lee, avoiding her gaze, just gives a soft, yeah. He knows there's no keeping secrets from her. Taking a deep breath, he drops the bombshell, he's now a metahuman. Song Haben's jaw drops, her eyes practically popping out, as she gasps, what? The bombshell hangs in the air, emphasized by a stark image of shattered, glowing fragments, a visual echo of the raw power now within him. He's soaring on a swing, a moment of pure bliss, thinking, finally, some fun. But the heavy truth crashes back in, and he's thinking, explaining things to her is already a nightmare, so why not just embrace being the regressor too? How's he gonna drop the bombshell that he's a scamming regressor, especially after she just found out, he's a metahuman? A silent aha moment hits him, as the full weight of his new reality sinks in. He hits the ground, deciding to take things one step at a time, with a solid thud. His Black Heaven's abilities are revealed, first, Star Enlightenment, then Soul Absorption, to gobble up enemy souls, making his Black Heaven's power skyrocket with every single one. More intel drops, Black Heavens came from the final battle, a power you get by taking down another Black Heavens user. He's Pixis, Vega, the ultimate Sigma, and this insane power is all part of his Lyra's Sigma. Lost in thought, he's left with a burning question, who put his Black Heavens into him, and what was their game? He knew he started this, and now, he had to finish it. The pressure was immense, but he knew he had to fool her, no matter what. Suddenly, a new innate ability, Black Heavens, had awakened inside him, a power beyond his wildest dreams. This incredible power was already at its first stage, the one-star enlightenment. He ascended, surrounded by raw, crackling energy, his power surging to new heights. He looked up, wondering where this incredible power truly came from. Pushing everything else away, he demanded to know how he could truly become the regressor he needed to be. Then, a stunning vision of Pixis, the legendary Vega, materialized, confirming his deepest suspicions. To reach his ultimate goal, he realized he had to power up Lyra's Sigma, hitting at least 2-star by next week. Shin Hyuk Lee's hand pulses with raw power, the stigma already surging through his veins. What more could he possibly gain? What new ability could he even handle? He stares out at the sprawling city, the night lights reflecting his deep thoughts, a fleeting notion of sleep for tomorrow barely registering. With a decisive turn, he leaves the silent playground behind, his mind already made up, it's time for sleep. But even as he walks, his hand instinctively reaches for his smartphone, pulling it out with a swift motion. He's already deep into the news, scanning an article about a ban on A-rank abnormalities and the rising casualties. The association's warning about mutants emerging from gates hits him like a lightning bolt, igniting a fierce determination. His eyes narrow, the single word mutants burning into his thoughts, a chilling familiarity in the term. These aren't just monsters, they're the ones that constantly mutate, evolving and growing stronger at an insane rate. Sure, some might get weaker depending on the environment, but usually, these mutated forms are way stronger than the originals. Shin Hyuk Lee sits, glued to his phone, a deep frown etched on his face. He never saw anything like these terrifying mutants in his previous life. Shin Hyuk Lee is deep in thought, replaying his past, wondering if he missed critical clues because he was too focused on survival. But a grin spreads across his face as he declares, his path is set. A ping on his phone confirms it, they're back. Elsewhere, a new player steps onto the scene, introducing herself as Joyeon, a 3-star metahuman on the hunt for a party. Her voice rings out with fierce ambition, announcing her goal to become a metahuman and take down mutants, a declaration that clearly surprises Shin Hyuk Lee. Deep in the forest, he scans his surroundings, noting that even with official warnings, this place is swarming with more people than ever. He muses on their motives, suspecting the Metahuman Association's crystals are fueling this dangerous gold rush. He knows he can handle mutants solo, but the tactical mind in him acknowledges that a party, even an annoying one, might be the smarter play. Decision made, he moves out, a solitary silhouette against the sprawling, mysterious horizon. Deep in the forest, his grip tightens on his sword, a subtle rustle hinting at the coming storm. Every step is a calculated move, the silence of the woods broken only by his determined advance. His sword flashes out, ready, as tiny, ominous shadows flicker in the undergrowth. Then, the forest explodes with savage growls. Red-eyed wolf mutants erupt from the darkness, charging with terrifying speed. One snarls, a monstrous vision of pure aggression. He lets out a fierce grunt, his resolve hardening, ready to face the onslaught. With a lightning-fast strike, his sword arcs through the air, a deadly dance of power. Crack! The blade slams home, obliterating the mutant's skull in a single, devastating blow. He continues his relentless assault, his spear absolutely crunching through the first mutant's leg. The creature snarls in pure agony, a guttural, enraged growl ripping from its throat. But Shin Hyuk Lee remains laser-focused, his eyes burning with fierce determination. As the first beast collapses, he moves with absolute blinding speed. Without missing a single beat, his spear arcs through the air like a deadly blur. Another wolf-like mutant is absolutely decimated, sent reeling from the sheer force of the impact. From the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure watches, absolutely stunned by the sheer speed of his movements. Before they can even think to react, he closes the distance in an instant, seizing their arm in an iron grip. Standing over the figure, his voice sharp, Shin Hyuk Lee demands to know their purpose. What was that like? Then, in a flash. The sheer, raw power of his launch. With eyes blazing. Arm outstretched, a furious command rips from him. One of the shadowy wolf beasts. The very air warps. A small pack of the shadowy beasts. And then, with a blinding, deafening roar. The sheer power he just unleashed is still ripping through the air. A shimmering, explosive afterglow of his devastating attack. He's totally aware his physical abilities are on a whole other level compared to other metahumans. But seriously, he's thinking about the weight of these defeated ant horns, each one a massive 80 kilograms. It's definitely not easy to just grab and toss them with one hand, he realizes, staring down at the defeated wolf creatures. He crouches down, Shin Hyuk Lee's mind already calculating the worth of his loot. His eyes locking onto the anthorn's myrrh crystals, glowing with a faint, ethereal light in his hand. A soft, otherworldly glow just radiates from that crystal. This has to be some super rare, special item, he realizes, totally getting why everyone's desperate to become a metahuman. He takes a breath, steeling himself for the next challenge, a blue energy faintly shimmering around him as he declares, okay, then. A confident smirk crosses his face, challenging anyone who thought he was scared to face the danger head-on, asking, what? Did you think I was handling the scene because I was scared? Suddenly, a deep, ominous thud signals the arrival of a terrifying, red-eyed beast, radiating a sinister aura. And he locks eyes with the beast, its shadowy forms writhing ominously behind it. Those glowing red eyes confirm it, this isn't just any monster, it's a full-blown mutant, letting out a low growl. A ferocious snarl tears from its jaws. Its red aura exploding as it unleashes a primal roar. But he just smirks, completely unfazed, practically mocking its straightforward attack. And he outright taunts the massive, wolf-like mutant, asking if it lost its mind along with its form. He started this, and now he's gotta end it. No matter what, he's gonna outplay this thing. Then, a system prompt flashed, skill activation initiated. His eyes blazed electric blue as the system screamed, Thunderbolt Level 1 activated. A cocky grin spread across his face as he taunted, guess you're just gonna have to get hit. Then, with a thunderous crack, a blinding torrent of blue lightning exploded from him, ripping through the air. The raw power pulsed, lighting up everything in an insane blue glow. It just kept getting stronger, a concentrated blast of pure electrical fury. Then, with a final, earth-shattering boom, the lightning hit, exploding on impact. As the dust cleared, Shin Hyuk Lee just walked away from the chaos, leaving behind a trail of pure destruction. The aftermath is shocking. Did it really just die in one hit? Shin Hyuk Lee can't believe it, did that actually work? He's free-falling through a dark abyss, the impact of his descent echoing around him. Hitting the ground, he glances around, a nonchalant "Hola" on his lips. But out of the shadows, a horde of dark figures appears, and he's already got his staff ready for a fight. Suddenly, a voice booms from above, telling him to take out all of Nyx's minions before she even gets there. His jaw drops in shock, as something unexpected hits him. Then, a system notification explodes into view, declaring that Lyra's stigma just hit 2-star. And just like that, a surge of power erupts, a dazzling blue, triangular energy pattern igniting around him. He's absolutely blown away by Lyra's stigma leveling up so fast, feeling this insane surge of power ripping through him. It's like a jolt of pure energy electrifying his entire body. After totally wrecking a mutant, he chills out for a second, a faint energy hum fading around him. Then, out of nowhere, someone's like, "WHOA, you actually caught a mutant," and his eyes are practically burning blue as he stares them down. He keeps his poker face on, sizing up the new arrivals. 2 dudes pop up, one's like, "You caught a mutant all by yourself," and the other's just impressed, "Dude, you're seriously skilled." They just stand there for a beat, the tension in the air is palpable. Then one of them drops the bomb, "We're 3-star disciples of the Cain's Venaticide," and gives him a super chill, "Nice to meet cha." Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes are practically burning with suspicion. He's thinking, no way these guys would just casually show up here. He's totally wondering if they're hunting him down, especially with their weird vibe. His focus isn't on the defeated mutant, but on the 2 figures lurking behind him, the real threat. The blonde-bearded man mutters about the oddity of it all, questioning if these are the same guys they spotted earlier. While his dark-haired accomplice echoes the sentiment, before the blonde-bearded man quickly catches on, deeming the situation no good. With a soft thud of footsteps, the 2 disciples close in. He confirms his gut feeling, these guys are nothing but thieves. The blonde-bearded disciple's eyes narrow. And his dark-haired partner flashes a knowing smirk. But their smugness shatters as Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow. He realizes there's only one option left. And in a blur of motion, the dark-haired disciple is instantly slammed to the ground, begging for mercy, claiming ignorance. He gasps, a sudden shockwave of understanding hitting him hard. His eyes blow wide open, the truth hitting him like a truck. The blonde-bearded disciple just smirks, taunting him, "Looks like you're quick. You grasp the situation." But before the words even land, Shin Hyuk Lee is already moving, forced to recoil, a lightning-fast dodge from an attack you barely even saw. But in a flash, the counterattack is already there, a brutal hit that sends blood exploding from the blonde-bearded disciple's chest. The world blurs from the sheer speed, the blonde-bearded disciple's taunt silenced by the crushing force, as he screams, "Why ask, go tell your mother in hell I said hi." A terrifying, almost insane grin rips across Shin Hyuk Lee's face, his eyes burning with an intense, purple glow. He looms over the now broken blonde-bearded disciple, who can only choke out a gasp, as the other disciple is also down for the count. The other disciple, seeing the sheer brutality, screams in pure terror, as Shin Hyuk Lee pivots, delivering one final, crushing blow. Blazing with incredible speed, Shin Hyuk Lee is a total blur, leaving a sick purple energy trail in his wake. His form is just a blur as he closes in, leaving a shimmering energy path like a boss. But wait, the dark-haired disciple is totally losing it, screaming in fury, while the blonde-bearded dude is just groaning, looking super messed up. Then, bam. Shin Hyuk Lee is suddenly in his room, looking absolutely furious, yelling about what the heck is going on in his space. He's not having any of it. Responding to the invasion, he just unleashes a concentrated, insane burst of purple lightning. His body is literally sparking with insane electrical power, as he channels pure energy, glowing with a brilliant blue-white aura. The devastating electrical attack hits, and you can hear a scream of pure pain from off-screen. After that epic power blast, he's just standing there, looking super serious and checking out the damage. After the storm, a rare moment of peace descends, and he finally gets a breather. But that calm won't last. He's already plotting his next move, ready to get back to where the real action is. But hold up. A new mystery unfolds, linked to the enigmatic black heavens in the black curtain, and he can't shake the feeling something big is about to drop. Deep in the woods, he's weighing his options, a dangerous gamble on his mind. Suddenly, Vega's ethereal form materializes, dropping a bombshell warning, if anyone finds out, it's game over. Her warning hammers home the forbidden nature of the black heavens in the black curtain, a power he's about to unleash. But he's not backing down. His hand shoots out, grabbing hold of a pulsating blue energy line. Zapping and crackling, raw electrical power erupts around his hand, as he siphons the energy. And just like that, a system alert flashes, confirming Black Heavens is devouring Cain's Venaticide stigma. The system blazes to life, declaring the conditions met. Black Heavens is leveling up, kicking off its second enlightenment. And just like that, a guttural cry rips from his throat. His entire body seizes, raw power exploding outwards, electric blue lightning crackling around him as his eyes burn with an unholy glow. His face contorts in agony, a silent, primal scream tearing through him as the power threatens to consume him whole. He lets out a deafening roar, as the system flashes a critical update. Lyra's Stigma records are being devoured by Black Heavens. But even after all that, the system drops a bombshell. Black Heaven's enlightenment is still too low, locking away most of the records, even from the legendary awakened Lee Shinhyuk. Then, his eyes snap open, a chilling voice asking, "Are you up?" He rises, a new resolve in his eyes, ready to dominate whatever challenge awaits. Waking up in a daze, he struggles to piece together where he is, the stark reality of a hospital room hitting him hard. A doctor looms over him, dropping the bombshell that he's been out for 2 whole weeks, and he can't help but demand to know how long he's been gone. 2 weeks. The sheer length of time leaves him absolutely floored. The doctor confirms it, and Shin-hyuk Lee's brain goes into overdrive, questioning if these wild, fragmented images are even his own memories, or something far more sinister. Woo-myuk, the doctor, can't hide his frustration, scolding Shin-hyuk Lee for constantly getting into trouble, and reminding him of all the times he told him to be careful. Shin-hyuk Lee just shrugs, telling Woo-myuk he figured hitting 1 star would keep him out of this mess, a clear nod to his insane new power. Woo-myuk just stares, a giant question mark hanging over his head, totally baffled by what his patient just said. Elsewhere, the guildmaster sits deep in thought, her subordinate asking what's up, clearly picking up on her intense focus. She then brings up some new guy who just showed up from another room, calling him the type, and apparently, Changyun SSI is already having a nightmare dealing with him. Fragmented memories flash, dropping Shin-hyuk Lee into a hospital scene, watching his past self on a bed, as Vega demands answers about Changhyun, getting a blunt yes in return. The setting warps, now they're all standing on a shimmering, watery plain, and the dark-haired disciple mutters about the weirdness of the conversation. Ripples spread across the water, blurring their forms, as the vision dissolves. Snapping back to reality, Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes ignite with purple energy, a jagged aura erupting as he rages against the relentless memories of a different Lee Shin-hyuk. A jolt of raw power surges through him, the memories slamming into place. The system blazes, confirming the full inheritance of Lee Shin-hyuk's raw memories, and the immediate mastery of Pix's spear arts. Pix's spear arts blasts from level 4 to 5, and he inexplicably picks up a new skill, lame excuses, level 2. Staring up at the heavens, a wave of confusion hits him, as the chilling truth sinks in, the stronger he gets, the more of this other Lee Shin-hyuk's memories he'll inherit. Lost in thought, a new system alert pops up, dropping a bombshell, a new gate ripped open in Mokdong on the 15th. And just like that, the system drops a bombshell, a holy relic. Artifacts that literally channel the concentrated power of the stars themselves. Some are so powerful they can transcend time itself, and get this, there's one in the Mokdong gate, opening in just 8 days. As the data floods his mind, Shin-hyuk Lee's gears are turning. A subtle red mark flickers on his face as he realizes, this is huge. He's already plotting how to exploit this for maximum gain, not just for kicks. New mission acquired, he's already on the move, phone in hand. Heading straight for a massive skyscraper. He strides up to the counter, and the attendant starts mumbling something. She drops the bomb, a 20% gate expense, totaling 200,000 won. He can't believe his ears, demanding a repeat. But she just brushes it off, like it's no big deal. 20% tax. He's absolutely furious, screaming internally about these fucking robbers. His mind explodes in a cartoonish fit of rage and disbelief, a total meltdown. But he quickly snaps back to reality, forcing a smile and accepting his fate, because what else can he do? He's now chilling in the waiting room, just biding his time. Suddenly, his number, 57, gets called, and he's ready to go. He steps up to the counter, and the attendant hits him with the big question, which constellation are you affiliated with? A flicker of annoyance crosses his face, but he keeps his cool. She clearly didn't catch it the first time, leaning in and asking, I'm sorry, could you please repeat that one more time? Which constellation? Her jaw drops, a shockwave of realization hitting her like a truck. With a cool, collected demeanor, he drops the bomb, Lyra. She practically jumps out of her skin, her face a perfect picture of utter shock. He's like, can you hurry, and she snaps back to reality, scrambling to lead him away, Why yes. Come this way, please. Her freak out. Totally expected. He thinks to himself, man, it'd be sweet to just keep playing dumb for my own convenience from now on. He started this, and now he's gotta finish it. But that's way too slow, he thought, realizing fame was the ultimate power-up. His eyes glowed with fierce determination, ready for anything. Heading for the VIP section, he muttered, just wait for me a bit, please. He stepped into the room, spotting a blonde guy chilling by the books, and instantly, the vibe shifted, a silent challenge hanging between them. Suddenly, the blonde dude's foot shot out, and he was on the ground. From the floor, he looked up, totally shocked. What? The blonde guy glared down, his voice dripping with pure arrogance. What are you staring at? Look. Down. His dark hair hid his face as he stayed on the ground, the tension absolutely thick. He glares ahead, a surge of pure disbelief and rage boiling within him. Who in the world just dared to do that? Shin-hyuk is locked in, eyes glued to his screen, a silent storm brewing within him. He's talking to himself, forget it. We have to see this data. A grim smile crosses his face as the truth hits him, hold on. This is exactly what I've been preparing for. The smirk vanishes, replaced by raw pain, a single tear or drop of blood streaking his face as he whispers, is everything free? I was so terrified of the unheavenly star, I couldn't even look back when I was a regressor. His gaze hardens with fierce resolve, I can't hold back. No, I absolutely won't hold back on this. Grabbing a cup of instant noodles, he wonders about the true price of his decision, what's the real cost of all this? After all that heavy thinking, Shin-hyuk absolutely demolishes his food, like there's no tomorrow. He knows he should probably chill out, but then he remembers someone else would be totally hyped about this feast. But then his face twists, a harsh thought cutting through his mind about his own relentless hunger. A brief, awkward silence hangs in the air, broken only by the sounds of his relentless munching. Meanwhile, his blonde companion across the table can only stare, a mix of awe and pure annoyance building up inside him. Utterly baffled by the sheer amount of food disappearing before his eyes. He just can't take it anymore. The blonde guy finally snaps, demanding to know why Shin-hyuk's smacking is so loud it's killing his own hunger. But all he gets in return is the relentless, rhythmic sound of Shin-hyuk's eating, filling the entire room. Watching Shin-hyuk absolutely demolish his meal, the blonde guy can't help but comment on his wild eating style. But Shin-hyuk just grins, totally unbothered, firing back that it's awesome to feel his cells buzzing with power, like it's the most natural thing ever. The blonde dude, though, isn't letting up, still throwing shade about eating like there's no tomorrow, totally ignoring the aftermath. Then he goes full-on etiquette police, demanding if Shin-hyuk even knows what proper eating means. Shin-hyuk, mid-bite, just casually looks up and asks, who are you? The blonde guy's mind races, totally bugged that he can't figure out who Shin-hyuk is, and even more annoyed by his total lack of table manners. Shin-hyuk, with a knowing look, fires back that if this guy's in charge of the VIP room, he should definitely know exactly who he's talking to. A tiny, almost imperceptible sound of annoyance escapes the blonde man as his hand, still clutching that fork, twitches. He actually flinches, completely blindsided by Shin-hyuk's words, a vein popping as he tries to process what just happened. Shin-hyuk just kept chowing down, completely unfazed, and the blonde guy was seriously racking his brain, like, who is this dude? That chill attitude, though. It screamed, I'm a big deal, everyone knows me. But the blonde guy was drawing a total blank. Shin-hyuk, meanwhile, just brushed off the blonde's earlier jab, telling him he sounded like some ancient geezer. Then, it hit him like a truck, a lightbulb moment flashing in his gaze. He chewed on Shin-hyuk's cryptic words, desperately trying to connect the dots and remember anything useful. Then it clicked, the getting younger comment, and the fact he was the only one escorted to the VIP room. A new suspicion ignited in him, and he leaned in, straight up asking Shin-hyuk, what guild are you even from, kid? Shin-hyuk just gave him the shortest, most unbothered answer ever, just, your words. That vague answer totally stumped the blonde guy, leaving him completely lost and confused. Shin-hyuk's face twists, a silent thought screaming in his head, this guy's been talking to me like we're old buddies since day one. But then, out loud, Shin-hyuk drops the bomb, calling out the blonde man for his casual tone since they first met. The blonde man practically jumps out of his skin, sputtering, WW8, Park Jung-woo of the Tanning's Guild. Shin-hyuk, however, just sinks deeper into his seat, mentally screaming, damn it, I'm F***CKED. He rubs his head, trying to play it cool, muttering, oh, that's just Changpuk style, you know. Still totally lost, the blonde man pushes for answers, do you even know my guild master? Shin-hyuk shouts a firm nope, I don't, even as his mind screams, of course. You know him. He keeps going, launching into a full-blown flashback, talking about how, back in his day, they ate, hit the saunas, and even got wasted together. The blonde man just stares, a bead of sweat rolling down his face, his mind blown by the idea that this youngster Park is now a guild master. He just sits there, letting the blonde dude ramble about how he should have checked him out earlier, then asks to bounce to the guild master's office, and Shin-hyuk's like, yeah, sure, but holy crap, this guy's intense. The blonde dude finally drops his name, Kwon Jino. The tension is palpable. Before Shin-hyuk, suddenly all apologetic, practically bows, saying sorry for being a total jerk and a nuisance. But then, a wicked smirk spreads across his face, and he thinks, this is it. The moment I've been waiting for. He brushes off Gino's apology like it's nothing, saying, kids make mistakes, no biggie. But Gino is not having it, practically screaming that he messed up big time. Shinhyuk, seizing the moment, asks, so, can you do me a solid? Gino, totally cornered, shouts, anything. Just tell me what you want. Shinhyuk's mind races, confirming his commitment to the plan he set in motion, knowing he has to pull off this deception, no matter what it takes. A coin drops with a sharp clink, solidifying his decision, and he knows, with absolute certainty, that this is going to be great. Later, he's glued to his phone, hitting refresh over and over, but there's still no good news to be found. Meanwhile, Gino, looking totally defeated, mumbles that he should probably just leave, his eyes glued to the floor. Shinhyuk, putting on a fake smile, asks if he's still going for that re-exam, and Gino just groans, admitting he feels terrible. Gino bows out, making his exit, while Shinhyuk gives him a deceptively sweet send-off. The moment Gino is out of sight, a chilling smirk spreads across Shinhyuk's face, his eyes burning with a sinister glow. His eyes practically blaze as he revels in his victory, the pest finally dealt with. Then, with a quick flick, he pulls out his wallet, already plotting his next big play. He smirks, thinking about the cash he just pocketed, knowing he's about to become the future of Korea's metahumans. He flashes a card, confirming the massive amount of cash he just scored. But then, his mind snaps to the mutants' myrrh crystals. He zooms in on the card, a burning question in his mind. Mutants are super rare, and they're crystals. Even rarer. They're practically impossible to get your hands on. But then, the big question hits him, why is something so priceless just chilling in his wallet? Suddenly, a talk sound snaps him out of it, and he glances down at his phone. He's at a door, his reflection staring back, when a voice from outside cuts through, excuse me. A sharp-dressed man, Jin Young, introduces himself as the team leader of the Awakened Management Bureau, apologizing for the delay and dropping a bombshell about the Cataclysm's disaster management headquarters. Why are you lying to me, Shinhyuk? Jin Young's intense gaze pierces through the silence, demanding the truth. He then dramatically presents a card, making Shinhyuk reel back, wondering how his deepest secret was exposed. Suddenly, a powerful purple aura flares around Shinhyuk. As the narrator declares his strength to be on a whole other level, far surpassing even Park Jin-woo. Jin Young pushes for more, what's your constellation? Shinhyuk's epic reply, I'm a Taurus star metahuman. The revelation hits, Jin Young himself is a G-rank hunter, one of the legendary 12 astrological signs, and absolutely incredible. A beat of stunned silence falls over Jin Young, processing the magnitude of this information. Before Shinhyuk, with a sharp edge, challenges him, anyway, is it really true that you don't have a stigma? Shinhyuk could feel it, the team leader's disbelief, a wall of doubt he had to overcome. Jin Young just stared down, his face a mask of unreadability. Was he really the first to ever reject a stigma? Shinhyuk didn't care, he was going to show him. A low HM was all Jin Young offered, deep in thought. Then, Shinhyuk dropped the bombshell, he'd take the stigma exam himself. A resounding done sealed his commitment. Jin Young's eyes widened, you, team leader, he exclaimed, shocked by the offer. Shinhyuk's expression remained unyielding, his resolve clear. Now, standing side by side in the office, their discussion had taken a dramatic turn. He's a whirlwind of motion, the stick a mere extension of his will. While Gino observes, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind about being there during the search, but he quickly brushes it off. A 6-star metahuman, he ponders, the sheer power of it resonating in his thoughts. The idea hanging heavy as Shinhyuk's stick lands with a sharp thwack. Honestly, he's burning with curiosity. Questioning if even Lyra's legendary stigma can truly overcome a 4-star power difference. Especially when that stigma is said to be among the strongest, linked to astronomical bodies themselves. Well, that's certainly something. He's absolutely engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy, just plummeting through the air. And down below, a voice just echoes with this fierce determination, proclaiming that some things you just gotta see to truly get it. Gino, the observer, just clenches his jaw, a low grunt escaping him as he watches this insane spectacle unfold. Still falling, Shinhyuk's descent just accelerates, a silent exclamation marking the sheer intensity of his power. His form is now absolutely wreathed in crackling blue lightning, he's become a living conduit of pure, raw energy. The air around him just shimmers and tears, absolutely filled with the violent discharge of his power. As the lightning peaks, Gino's eyes just glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the sheer, mind-blowing power he's witnessing. Out of nowhere, Shinhyuk Lee is absolutely blasted by a torrent of crackling blue lightning, pure energy just exploding around him. And the sheer electrical discharge just lights up everything with its insane glow. Gino, witnessing this insane power-up, recoils hard, his eyes practically popping out in disbelief. He can barely process what he's seeing, blurting out, no way. A 2-star metahuman is this powerful. And as if to answer, Shin-hyuk Lee's whole body just explodes with an even more intense blue aura, making Gino flinch back even harder. Before the protagonist just vanishes in a blinding blur of motion, leaving nothing but a vibrant blue energy trail behind. He just explodes with a blinding burst of blue lightning, pure, untamed energy crackling around him. The sheer power makes Gino reel back, a choked KUGH, escaping him as he's hit by the raw energy. He can only gape in disbelief, muttering, now shit, that power is insane. This is beyond anything he's seen. But then, in a blink, Shin-hyuk Lee is right there, casually asking, are you okay? Gino, still reeling, manages, yes, I'm alright. With a confident smirk, he simply says, let's continue. The lightning crackles, ready for more. Gino, despite the mind-blowing power, pulls himself together, declaring, I'm still able to fight. He's not backing down. Shin-hyuk Lee just stands there, radiating power, a blue aura swirling, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. But Gino, ever the skeptic, can't help but retort, bring on. I'm not so sure. He's calling his bluff. Responding to the challenge, Shin-hyuk Lee lets out a primal HAAA, and unleashes a catastrophic wave of blue lightning. With that resolve, Shin-hyuk Lee unleashes a devastating burst of blue lightning, engulfing Gino in its raw power. The force of the impact sends Gino reeling, his face contorted in shock and pain as the crackling energy surrounds him. A sharp streak of blue energy moves with blinding speed. As he manifests a glowing lightning sword, Shin-hyuk Lee declares, I'll show you the strength of a regressor. He brings the crackling blade down with immense force, shouting, right now. Gino can only manage a pained grunt, struggling against the relentless assault. The sheer power of the lightning explosion cracks the very ground, engulfing the area in a blinding blue light. Shin-hyuk Lee stands triumphant amidst the crackling energy, looking down at a defeated Gino, who kneels before him. Despite his defeat, Gino's eyes begin to glow with an eerie blue light, as he feels an unknown power surging within him. The mysterious power surged, and Gino pushed past his limits, his lightning skill exploding to the next level. He screamed, a primal roar, as the raw energy threatened to tear him apart. Blue lightning erupted around him, his body a conduit for pure, untamed power. His eyes blazed electric blue, a testament to the incredible power he was unleashing. The aura around him exploded, growing stronger with every beat of his heart. His entire body became a beacon of radiant blue energy, as he transcended his previous self. With a final, earth-shattering surge of will, he bent the overwhelming energy to his command. A thunderous roar tore from his lungs, as the blue energy exploded outwards, a force of nature unleashed. Gino goes all out, unleashing the full, raw power of his enhanced lightning skill. A torrent of blue energy and crackling electricity explodes from him. His eyes burning with an intense purple light as he channels the immense force, sending out a destructive wave that absolutely shreds the very air. The sheer exertion twists his face. A massive ring of blue energy expands outwards, its impact absolutely devastating the landscape. The destructive force continues its relentless spread, obliterating everything in its path. Then, it hits him, shit, I used too much strength without realizing. Now, utterly drained, Gino stands amidst the newly formed debris, a faint aura still clinging to his exhausted form. The aftermath reveals a landscape utterly devastated, with massive fragments of rock floating eerily in the air. After unleashing his devastating power, Gino is sent crashing down, a frantic shout piercing the air for him. His descent accelerating, the demand for a medic is screamed out, no time to lose. And not just any help, but powerful potions too. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk Lee wastes no time, chugging down a potent potion. A burly figure lets out a sigh of relief that Shin-hyuk Lee is okay, but the young man can only offer a humble, I'm sorry. He can't help but think about the insane cost of that potion, a staggering 10 million won, minimum. The glowing bottle, now drained, sits in his grasp. With a deep bow to the imposing figure, Shin-hyuk Lee doubles down on his apology, owning up to everything. Finally, a genuine, relieved smile breaks out on his face, his eyes crinkling in pure satisfaction. He knows he started this mess, and now he's gotta finish it. No matter what, he has to pull off this deception. Gino cuts in, asking if they're finally done, and Shin-hyuk Lee just gives a simple, yes. Then, Gino drops the bomb, Vega Star's spell is off. Shin-hyuk Lee is blown away, realizing Gino is way more incredible than he ever thought possible. He just stares at Gino, a silent question hanging in the air. And Gino just keeps going, look, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I messed up big time, I know, but. Then, he hits Shin-hyuk Lee with it, can I talk to you for a sec? Shin-hyuk Lee, totally caught off guard, stammers, sure. The tension builds as the offer is laid out, a direct invitation to join the association. Shin-hyuk Lee pauses, a low hum of contemplation, while Gino confidently declares, he'd be an invaluable asset. A realization dawns on Shin-hyuk Lee, this is a recruitment pitch. He knows being awakened isn't enough, true power comes from organizations, and he needs to climb the ranks. With no other options, no guild, no other path, this offer is his best bet. A decisive tack as he takes his cup, his mind made up. Weighing his options among the organizations, he prepares to make his exit. But Gino isn't done, quickly cutting in, their association is open to everyone, no questions asked. And the kicker. Gino sweetens the deal, a salary for doing absolutely nothing. Gino keeps pushing, laying out the deal, the benefits would be way less than what Shin-hyuk's true power could command. Making Shin-hyuk demand clarification, his mind racing, how can I get paid without lifting a finger? Gino spells it out, it's exactly what it sounds like. Shin-hyuk would be a member in name only, totally free to do whatever he pleases. And if that wasn't enough, they could even hook him up with jobs if he ever felt like it. A sly smirk creeps onto Shin-hyuk's face as he thinks, wait, isn't this just a massive scam? But then, a harsh memory flashes, him, buried under papers, utterly failing to land a single gig, a complete and utter loser. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignites in his eyes. With the association backing him, he wouldn't have to split his earnings from jobs, a truly insane advantage. So, he asks Gino, do I need to join this association? Gino just smirks, I knew you'd see the light. With shadowy figures seemingly closing in, Shin-hyuk thinks back on his miserable life, and decides, he'll use them all. He's leveling up, becoming a master now. A sly grin spreads across his face. Because get this, he's even getting out of paying taxes. Next to Gino, his massive, black, dog-like beast goes wild with excited barks, its red eyes practically burning. Gino seals the deal, confirming Shin-hyuk Lee's new status in the association, and Shin-hyuk Lee coolly responds, I heal. Looking forward to it. Deal done, Shin-hyuk Lee just turns and walks off. The city's just buzzing, a whole new world opening up for him. He just keeps on walking, leaving that whole scene in the dust. A cryptic message rings out, a week from now, find me in my sanctum. In a flash of memory or premonition, a majestic blonde figure stares down, radiating power. The moment of truth arrives, and even after all his meticulous planning, a wave of intense nervousness washes over him. But then, a sudden disorientation. What just happened? The vision intensifies. A desperate multitude kneels, crying out, hear our prayers, great Ezekiel Nim. Begging, bestow the power of the metahuman upon us, lowly insects. Snapping back to reality, he finds himself amidst a chattering crowd, the air thick with whispers. He reflects on the whispers, so many people are becoming metahumans through these sanctums. And in these harsh times, he realizes, becoming a metahuman is their only shot at survival. A soft, ethereal blue light begins to pulse, growing in intensity. As the shimmering energy expands to reveal a distant figure within its depths. Shin-hyuk Lee looks up, a slight gasp escaping him as he realizes the sheer height of his ascent. He muses that there must be hundreds of these places scattered across the world, deciding to simply proceed for now. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he floats effortlessly amidst a field of distant stars. His gaze drifting downward into the cosmic expanse. A sudden realization dawns on him, the truth of his location echoing in his mind, this is a sanctum. As he looks up, a magnificent golden energy begins to bloom around him, forming a radiant, tree-like structure. Its brilliance captivating his attention. He gazes upon the glowing form, struck by its beauty and the profound thought that it feels as if a free man has made a contract with heaven. He's still soaring through the cosmic void, that epic golden energy tree calling to him, but one thought dominates his mind, he has to find Vega. A soft, rhythmic sound accompanies his steps, like he's walking on air. He closes in on a figure absolutely glowing with golden light, her presence just radiating pure power. With flowing white hair and eyes like pure gold, Vega finally turns to him, a calm, powerful look on her face as glowing gears spin behind her. Her voice, clear and powerful, hits him with a familiar title, instantly recognizing his presence. A soft thud echoes, like a massive burden just dropped away. His eyes, wide with shock and pure relief, show just how much her presence means to him. A genuine smile breaks across his face as he admits, just how much he's missed her. With a soft rustle of her flowing gown, Vega just turns and walks away, leaving him to process their epic reunion. The tension hangs heavy in the air as she processes his plea. Vega lets out a soft hum, her golden eyes reflecting deep thought. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk, his gaze averted, mumbles a quick apology, admitting he spoke without thinking. He's got to keep up the act, a desperate bluff to shield her, even if it means saying things he doesn't mean, things that could break her heart. A faint, otherworldly light pulses around him as he presses on, insisting this isn't about breaking faith, but about making sure she never forgets him, about holding on to their bond. But her answer is instant and absolute, a single, powerful "no" that shatters his hopes. His face twists in anguish, a wave of pain washing over him as he grasps the crushing burden of their past, and the futility of his current charade. Vega, however, stays perfectly calm, her voice tinged with a knowing confidence as she declares she's always been seen as beautiful, but even that can't change things now. With glowing gears whirring behind her, she continues, making it clear that no amount of sweet talk will change the fact she can't help him. Shinhyuk, his determination stealing, takes in her words, knowing he's got a secret, a powerful reason for all this, even if she can't see it yet. Locked in his resolve, Shinhyuk Lee knew he had to finish what he started, no matter the cost, and fool her at all costs. A subtle, almost ethereal chime rang out as Vega's elegant hand reached for him, her touch landing softly on his chest. A soft, blue energy pulsed where her hand met his chest, and her voice, calm yet powerful, cut through the silence, uttering her astonishment that he'd ascended to a star in mere days, a testament to his true nature as the unheavenly star. The ethereal blue light flared, a silent confirmation of her profound insight. He tried to play it cool, his voice steady, questioning if their business was concluded, only for her to drop a chilling, so. Her golden eyes piercing, surrounded by the mesmerizing, glowing gears of her cosmic realm, before demanding to know the full story of his journey. Her voice remained eerily calm, yet her words carried immense weight, laying out the stark truth. To aid him, she needed to peer into the future, to understand what was yet to come. A jolt of pure frustration hit Shinhyuk Lee, his facade cracking as he cursed internally, realizing her relentless probing had finally cornered him. Fuck, here it comes. A heavy gulp, a moment of grim resolve, and he started, his voice barely a whisper, firstly. His figure stark against the infinite cosmic canvas, he dropped the bombshell, the existence known as dragon will appear. A loaded question hangs in the air, the heavenly demon. Shinhyuk Lee is internally freaking out, realizing he just pulled the whole demon that possesses the black heavens out of thin air. Vega, completely oblivious to his mental meltdown, casually mentions she had no idea about this heavenly demon possessing the black heavens. He quickly covers, explaining that the heavenly demon was just that good at hiding its power, making it impossible for anyone to know. His mind is still scrambling, trying to figure out if this made-up entity even had a race or was human. Vega then hits him with the ultimate probe, even you, the future knower, didn't know. He can only manage a simple no, admitting he tried to research it but came up empty. Her expression shifts to a puzzled frown, finding his ignorance strange. The gears in her mind are turning. If he knew the Star of Destiny was this heavenly demon, then he must have been the one to take down the black heaven's power, meaning he should have known its face, even without a direct encounter. Vega's relentless questioning hits hard, and he can only stammer, pardon. Inside, his mind is racing, a desperate thought screaming, what the fuck is the Star of? Even after the kill, the face of his target remained a mystery, leaving him with a nagging question. The sheer power he now wields, he realizes, confirms Lee Shinhyuk absolutely took him out. But then, the real question hits him, why did this guy even show up at all? He shakes his head, cutting off the thought, because that's not the critical issue right now. One wrong move, one moment of doubt, and Vega will be all over him. He's gotta play this perfectly smooth. He flashes back to the kill, the guy just disintegrated into black dust, spreading everywhere. He was so lost in the action, he was already too far gone to even notice. Vega, with a knowing smirk, just casually drops the bombshell, so that's how it all went down, huh? But Shinhyuk Lee, eyes locked on the swirling cosmos, cut straight to the chase, is there any way to pinpoint that unheavenly demon, the one literally right here? He then adds, with a hint of frustration, that right now, they're stuck, literally just waiting for the unheavenly demon to make its first move. Vega, cool as ever, just casually asks, so, when exactly is this unheavenly demon planning to kick things off? Shinhyuk Lee drops the timeline. From what I've pieced together, we've got 3 years. And he's already calculating, that's plenty of time to prep and round up a serious crew. He then makes a silent vow, I'll get as strong as humanly possible, all while keeping a relentless lookout for that unheavenly demon. His hand tightens into a fist, a silent, powerful declaration of his resolve. His eyes narrow, a strategic glint in them as he ponders, should I start collecting these resources? Vega then drops another bombshell, new gates are opening in 3 years, and I'm heading there first. The future's secrets, ripped straight from Shinhyuk Lee's memories, are now downloading directly into Vega's cosmic brain. And if this intel actually plays out, she's finally off the hook, free from all the cosmic drama. Because let's be real, only a true regressor could drop this kind of bombshell info, solidifying Shinhyuk Lee's legendary status. A knowing smirk plays on her face, as the cosmic puzzle pieces click perfectly into place. Her eyes snap open, a silent "I see" hanging in the air, as she boldly stakes her claim on all the exclusive perks only a regressor could ever dream of. Then, with a shimmering, otherworldly glow, Vega starts her epic ascent, literally phasing out of reality. She drops another truth bomb, only the ones who've seen tomorrow can truly understand the universe's deepest secrets. Gazing down at Shinhyuk Lee, she dramatically announces that they will be her new wings. Her form dissolving into the starry void, she leaves him with a heavy reminder, the world's ultimate destiny is all on him, but seriously, don't burn out trying to save it. Even his very soul was tingling with warmth from her touch. A feeling Vega totally called out, her golden eyes locked onto his. He absolutely knew he needed to keep his distance for safety, but it was getting harder than ever to pull away. Yet, that warmth just wouldn't quit, a powerful, unspoken bond between them. Deep down, he was all in on his strategy, his mind solely on her. Vega, on her side, was totally committed, ready to go all out. But then, he dropped a bombshell that totally blindsided her, leaving her utterly flustered and wondering how he could be so chill about it. Watching her priceless reaction, he silently celebrated his win. He's locked in, realizing he started this whole mess, and now there's no turning back. He's gotta play her, no matter what it takes. A sly grin spreads across his face, thinking, alright, this isn't half bad. But then, Vega drops a bombshell, her voice ringing out, I'm coming back with you. His jaw drops, completely blindsided, demanding, wait, what? What are you talking about? Vega practically explodes with power, her eyes blazing as she declares, I meant what I said. I'm manifesting in this world and coming with you. The bombshell drops, leaving a deafening silence. Shin-hyuk Lee's brain short-circuits, his face a mask of pure shock, yelling, what in the actual hell are you saying? Manifest and travel. What does that even mean? Vega, unfazed, calmly explains the cosmic red tape, well, because of those other goddesses and constellations, there are some restraints. But Shin-hyuk Lee isn't having it. He pulls her into a tight embrace, a smug, knowing grin spreading across his face as he retorts, ah. Who do you think you're dealing with? Vega's ethereal form ignites with blinding light, confirming her intent. But there's a catch. Her power and time will be severely limited in this new state. Yet, with this unique method, she can still appear. Shin-hyuk Lee is left utterly speechless. He stares, utterly baffled, as the goddess rapidly shrinks right before his eyes. Her form condenses into a tiny, chibi-like figure, engulfed in a brilliant flash. Shin-hyuk Lee can't believe his eyes, shouting at her drastic size reduction. As she then presents him with a glowing pendant. Revealing that if he wears it, she can manifest in this form for a few precious hours. He ponders her words, a smirk playing on his lips as he remembers his bold promise. He can't just stand there, his mind absolutely reeling from everything that's just happened. Vega's voice cuts through his thoughts, a stark reminder of the dark and lonely path alongside you. For a split second, he feels a surge of excitement, but then the cold, hard truth hits him like a truck, he's totally screwed. His expression twists into pure, unadulterated panic. He lets out a furious, guttural shout. Out of nowhere, a furious voice rips through the silence, screaming, what? His jaw drops, completely stunned, as he recognizes the name but can't believe his eyes, thinking, V Vega and I am. I thought constellations only appeared because of rumors or whatever. Before he can even finish his thought, the furious red-haired woman snatches him by the collar, her eyes blazing as she snarls, your words are a mess. He's absolutely floored, a surge of annoyance mixing with his surprise as the fiery-haired woman confronts him, demanding answers. His brow furrows, a low grumble escaping him, that her attitude is way out of line. Fast forward to nightfall, and they're somehow chilling in a surprisingly cozy spot. An explosion of pure bliss hits the red-haired Vega as she devours the human food, declaring it absolutely mind-blowing. He stares, utterly baffled, a scoff escaping him as he blurts out, can constellations even eat? The red-haired Vega just shrugs, saying, why not, but then the tiny, glowing golden blonde Vega chimes in, reminding everyone that human food is usually off-limits, right before the red-haired one lets out a happy MMPH after her last bite. She ponders that human food is a total novelty, and maybe even accepting it is a groundbreaking moment. She glares at him, demanding to know why he picked chow for her, clearly irritated and thinking, what does this guy even know? The golden blonde Vega drops a bombshell, claiming there's no one in this entire world more special than him, kid. Shin-hyuk's totally confused, like, huh? What does that even mean? While the golden blonde Vega just keeps dropping these cryptic lines, her foot casually touching some ancient-looking symbols. She's like, one day, you'll be a great being. But Shin-hyuk's inner monologue is already calling her out, great? More like a great scammer. Later, the red-haired Vega, chilling across the table, drops another bombshell, and you? You're special too. Her eyes are practically burning holes through him, just waiting for his response. Shin-hyuk's face is a whole mood, and it hits him, she knows, Vega can totally tell that Heian Nuna is a metahuman. The red-haired Vega, ever the enigma, probes deeper, asking if he's truly not aware of the bigger picture. Then, a mind-bending offer, she could unlock his understanding, if he'd just open his eyes. But the golden blonde Vega, clearly agitated, shuts it down instantly, calling it meaningless. The red-haired Vega, realizing her mistake, admits she spoke carelessly. She then declares it's time to sleep now, revealing that staying manifested too long only tightens her mysterious restraints. The golden blonde Vega lets out a guttural cry, visibly fighting against an invisible struggle. And with a chilling finality, the red-haired Vega drops the bombshell, "Then my curse will find you tomorrow." Suddenly, back in his own world, Shin-hyuk Lee is engulfed in a brilliant, crackling blue aura, pure power radiating from him. Kneeling on his bed, the intense blue energy pulses, a raw, undeniable surge of his awakened power. A mysterious, crystalline chime rings out, and Shin-hyuk Lee's mind is a whirlwind of determination. He knows he started this, and he's gonna finish it. He has to fool her, no matter what. With that iron resolve burning, he stares down Vega, who just smirks, pointing out that he's still totally clueless. But his mind is already racing, a silent shout directed right at the star goddess. Then, cutting to the chase, he just tells her to sit down. Vega, ever the opportunist, plops onto the bed, and instantly demands to use his knees as her personal pillow. A quick, subtle movement. And Shin-hyuk Lee finally sits down, letting the red-haired goddess make herself perfectly at home on his lap. She lets out a satisfied sigh, proclaiming that he's the ultimate pillow and cheekily asking if he's enjoying it as much as she is. A sweet, knowing smile spreads across her face, her eyes blissfully shut in pure comfort. His mind races, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he declares internally, "You're not fooling me." He scrutinizes the object in his grasp, bewildered by its impossible lightness, like there's absolutely nothing in my hand. But Vega, despite her comfortable position, is suddenly hit with a wave of irritation, questioning, "What the? Why do I feel more annoyed?" Shin-hyuk Lee softly orders her, "Sleep," but a quick, self-deprecating thought flashes through his mind, "Then what about me?" A gentle, rhythmic breathing sound confirms Vega has completely succumbed to sleep on his lap. Shin-hyuk Lee gazes down at her, a subtle, almost mischievous smile gracing his features. As he silently, perhaps ironically, wishes her sweet dreams. Shin-hyuk Lee, deep in thought, takes a moment to himself, the silence of the room a stark contrast to his inner machinations. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a soft, ethereal glow filling the space, as if the world itself is reacting to his presence, shimmering with unseen energy. Just 2 days later, guided by Lee Shin-hyuk's memories and the unheavenly star's recollection, the gate ripped open, and he plunged right in. Inside, a glowing crack pulsed with raw energy, and Vega's voice just had to chime in, "Whoa, this is the first time you've seen a crack like this, right?" Shin-hyuk strode deeper into the shadowy, cavernous abyss, his blade already humming, barely registering her comment. He whipped around, a flicker of surprise on his face, as she pressed him, "Seriously? You said you'd be shocked if the gate actually opened." A frustrated sigh escaped him as he mentally grumbled, "She's totally clueless, isn't she?" Then he casually replied, "Nah, I figured I'd be some kind of regressor, but this is pretty tame." A sly, almost wicked grin stretched across his face as he confessed, "I was actually trying to figure out how to avoid any surprises she might throw at me." Ha! This works out perfectly. He mentally sealed the deal, "This is totally working in my favor." With his glowing sword, Shin-hyuk stood poised, ready to absolutely dominate whatever lurked in the mysterious depths of this new gate. Even if the potions were pricey, the profit margins would be absolutely massive. He had to get his hands on Aquarius, that's where the real money was. While he was still dreaming of potion profits, a shadowy, snake-like horror slithered out of the gate's murky depths. His eyes blew wide open, a sudden, sharp gasp escaping him. A faint purple aura briefly flared around him, as he locked onto the unexpected threat below. The shadowy form solidified into a colossal appendage, forcing an incredulous tentacle from his lips. He pondered the sheer weirdness of the creature, mentally cataloging the unexpected horrors this gate was throwing at him. With a surge of pure resolve, his eyes blazed electric blue and a powerful aura erupted around him, locked and loaded for battle, even with Vega's spectral presence at his side. He unleashes a devastating surge of vibrant green energy, absolutely obliterating the monstrous tentacle. But as the attack connects, a chilling realization hits him like a truck, this isn't just any monster. Instead of being destroyed, the creature goes full self-destruct, detonating in a blinding flash of green light, its very essence exploding outwards. He recoils from the absolutely noxious burst, a wave of pure, unadulterated disgust washing over him. The lingering, absolutely vile aura of the explosion hangs heavy in the air, a grim testament to the bizarre nature of his foe. From a distance, the goddess watches the absolute chaos unfold, her expression surprisingly thoughtful. She finds the entire situation utterly fascinating. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk scans the environment, his gaze razor-sharp and assessing every detail. The goddess wonders aloud, just why are so many of these absolutely disgusting creatures gathering here? That nasty green energy from the monster. Yeah, it's finally fading out. But it left behind this super creepy, lingering residue. Shin-hyuk's face twisted in a grimace, because seriously, these guys were just way too tough to deal with. Then, bam. A massive surge of brilliant blue energy started swirling around him. And he knew it was time to get serious, he had to unleash something big. He remembered that insane long-range skill he pulled out way back when. Suddenly, with a wild crackle, a glowing blue staff just popped into existence, pulsing with insane power. But that skill took everything out of him, and he crashed to the ground, the staff now just chilling next to him, totally drained. As the immense power surged, Vega, watching from her cosmic perch, could only gasp at the sheer force about to be unleashed. A system message confirmed the activation, and then, boom. Spear Lightning LV.1 went off with a thunderous roar, unleashing pure electrical devastation. The air crackled with raw power, and then, a blinding flash. Brilliant blue lightning consumed everything, exploding with insane intensity. Arcs of electricity danced and pulsed, sending shimmering particles flying as the skill hit its absolute maximum power. The sheer velocity of the attack left nothing but a blinding blur. Through the settling dust and echoes of the blast, a figure was already moving, their hurried steps barely a whisper in the dark, cavernous space. His face streaked with exhaustion and a fresh cut, Shinhyek could only manage a single, triumphant, "I did it." He reflected on the technique, a powerful ability he could only pull off when he was blessed. Meanwhile, Vega continued her silent vigil, her expression a total mix of concern and surprise at that insane power display. A faint glow pulses from his hand, the raw energy of his last move still lingering. He stares, a chill running down his spine as he realizes, he can't remember a single thing about the skill he just unleashed. He knows it's how it works, but it's still a tough pill to swallow. Meanwhile, the goddess watches him, her mind already on the intermediate technique of the weaving stars enigma, a secret she holds close. She calmly explains that while there are parts he can totally level up, that a spear lightning he just dropped was already epic enough. She can't help but chuckle. Then, with a sly grin, she drops the bombshell, he already knows all of them. And she'll teach him even more insane techniques later. He turns away, a storm brewing in his eyes, flat out denying it. He confesses that some parts of the technique are crystal clear, but his memories are all tangled up with the weaving stars enigma. He stares at the glowing power again, wondering why he can't just remember them clearly. A heavy cloud of doubt hangs over him, it's like parts of a movie reel got chopped out, leaving him with huge memory gaps. He's grappling with a wild theory, what if his own powers are actively erasing his memories, especially of that insane, Spear Lightning LV.1 move. It's a skill he knows he has, but can't access. Because let's be real, a regression from the Star of Oaths should not be messing with his memories. Vega's eyes narrow, absorbing every fragmented thought, a silent confirmation of his suspicions. He's connecting the dots, if his own powers are the culprit behind his memory gaps, then the intermediate technique of the weaving stars enigma isn't just a skill, it's the solution. A spark ignites in his gaze. The commandments are ridiculously overpowered, so he'll just have to bend them to his will and bluff his way through. Vega's jaw drops, then a sly grin spreads across her face, she knows exactly what he's planning, and she's here for it. She chuckles, oh, that's totally doable, but I haven't even dropped the real bombshell yet, so why the worry? He shoots her a puzzled glance as she drops another cryptic hint, what's that, you ask? It's like my memories are literally severed from yours. He strides off, her words echoing in his mind, leaving him to untangle the mind-bending truth of their shared, yet severed, memories. Vega lets out a tiny gasp, her golden eyes flashing with surprise. Then, with a cheeky grin, she totally calls him out, demanding to know how he could say something so wild. But then, a mischievous giggle, because he knew she'd freak out like that. But Shinhyek's not playing around, his face hardens as he feels it, a massive, super creepy energy wave, a truly ominous vibe washing over him. Vega's glowing form pops up, her voice laced with the same bad feeling, even she can't believe it, but the vibes are off. Shinhyek just stares, utterly confused. His hand starts to glow as he faces down the energy source, a totally messed up, mutated insect monster that's just wrong. He's absolutely floored, another mutation just popped up. He clenches his fist, fuming inside that these things are popping up everywhere, biting back the furious words he can't scream at the culprits, because seriously, something is totally messed up here. His eyes blaze with a purple glow as he scrutinizes the monster, its super high-grade black color is just weird, and it totally flashes him back to that fight with the regressor before. With the mutated monsters on his mind, Shinhyek declares to Vega that he's diving deeper, he's going to uncover the truth behind all of this. He's baffled by the mention of a stigma of crystal, a term so cryptic even Vega, a literal constellation, can't explain it, while these bizarre events just keep piling up. A chill shoots down his spine as the ominous aura intensifies, a feeling that's been gnawing at him, like they've already taken a hit before the real battle even starts. If his gut feeling is right, he might have to unleash the stigma of crystal he absorbed, even if it means using it on himself. His face sets with grim determination, but then a wave of pure revulsion washes over him as an absolutely vile stench hits him. The smell is absolutely putrid, forcing him to physically recoil from the sheer nastiness of it. The stench of the unknown pulled him forward, and he declared, "Vega, it's this way," his determined strides echoing in the eerie silence. A chilling rustle slithered through the air. A soft thud grounded him as he thought, this silence was too perfect, too dangerous, he had to stay sharp. Staff in hand, he pressed on through the shadowy depths, the spectral goddess a silent, watchful presence at his back. A flicker of unease crossed Vega's face, the sheer weight of this ominous place pressing down on her. Her gaze dropped, a worried frown on her lips as she voiced her concern. The malevolent aura here was unlike anything she'd encountered. They pushed deeper, the cavern swallowing them whole, the silence screaming louder than any monster. Then, a blinding flash ignited in Vega's eyes, her face contorting in shock as she gasped, could that be? A soft, creeping sound heralded the reveal of a glowing purple relic, a chalice pulsing with raw, ancient power. Staring down at the newly unearthed, pulsating purple relic, Shinhyek's jaw drops, a wild, almost unhinged excitement bubbling over as he screams about how absolutely bonkers this discovery is. But his mind isn't on ancient power, it's on cold, hard cash, as he practically salivates, calculating the insane payout, 1,000,000,001, easy, maybe even more. With visions of mountains of gold dancing in his head, he can barely contain himself, speculating if this could be an S-star relic, a prize beyond all measure. His gaze locked onto the shimmering artifact, he practically shouts, "Is that a relic?" while his eyes literally turn into dollar signs, completely oblivious to Vega's growing concern. Vega, clearly weirded out by his money-hungry stare, points out his bizarre eyes, but he's already in full grab-the-loot mode, muttering about needing to snatch it up fast. A determined smirk spreads across his face, as he gets ready to pounce, completely missing the ominous rumble now echoing from the relic, a sound that sends shivers down Vega's translucent form. That ominous rumble isn't stopping, it's getting louder, as dark, shadowy tendrils of pure energy start to writhe and coil around the glowing purple relic. And now, those shadowy tendrils aren't just swirling, they're reaching out, creeping towards Shinhyek, who's still laser-focused on his shiny new toy, completely oblivious to Vega's terrified expression. The shadowy tendrils just keep coming, spreading like a dark, creeping plague through the cavern with a sickening, squelching sound. He takes in the scene, a smirk playing on his lips as he mentally notes, outrageous things are happening again. But a confident smirk flashes across his face, his thoughts racing, I knew this was coming. No sweat, even if the monster count is off the charts. As ominous, shadowy tendrils erupt from the relic, twisting and reaching, he scoffs at the escalating danger, declaring that the sheer number of foes means absolutely nothing. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, as he makes a silent vow, I'll crush every last one of them and seize that relic. The shadowy entity surges, its form twisting into something truly monstrous and undefined. Eliciting a curious from him as he watches its explosive growth. The shadowy tendrils coil and lash out with furious dark energy. Their menacing presence now dominating the entire space, radiating pure dread. Until he stands poised, weapon drawn, confronting the now fully unleashed entity, a question escaping his lips, what the heck? It just blew up in size. Unveiling a grotesque, green-skinned face with glowing eyes and teeth like daggers. But Shinhyek stands his ground, weapon now blazing red in his hand. Even as the very earth beneath them shatters and splinters from the monster's raw power. He sizes up the beast, a cocky grin spreading across his face, recognizing its insane power, muttering, it looks freaking strong. He glances back, a playful jab in his voice, saying, looks like you already knew it would turn out like this, then quickly adding, I don't know. The monster lets out a deafening roar, but he just chills, opting to watch the show for now. He doubles down on his commitment, treating this whole dangerous game like his life depends on it, then shouts, Vega, just count on me. A huge, confident grin lights up his face, totally hyped for the fight. A wave of dread washes over him, leaving him to wonder what he should possibly do in this impossible situation. As a thin, glowing purple line descends from above, threatening to ensnare him, he feels utterly trapped. The air around him crackles with faint, shimmering particles. And the grim realization hits him with full force, he is truly and irrevocably screwed. More glowing motes drift around his form, emphasizing the ethereal nature of his predicament. Suddenly, a colossal, green-skinned monster, all muscle and menacing spikes, bursts onto the scene, crackling with raw power as its yellow eyes blaze with an eerie glow. And there, facing this monstrous threat, stands Li Shinhyek, a lone warrior in the cavern's oppressive darkness, his eyes locked onto the behemoth. A cold dread washes over him, he's never seen anything this massive, this terrifying, in his life. As his staff glows with faint power, he grapples with the insane truth, he's a regressor because of some ancient relic, and this world is absolutely wild. But even against impossible odds, his resolve hardens, and with a burst of speed, he moves, knowing victory is still within reach. Then, his eyes blaze with a terrifying purple light and a dark, shadowy aura explodes around him, the black dragon's full power unleashed. The monster actually recoils, its invincible, glowing barriers flickering under an invisible assault, a shocked roar tearing from its throat. Shinhyek's gaze sharpens, a chilling recognition dawning in his eyes. He knows this monster, he's defeated it before. He's back, and he's loving it. With a surge of power, he screams a challenge. And his fist connects with an earth-shattering impact. The monster screams, a guttural cry of agony. Its colossal body reeling from the sheer power. Sent flying by the devastating strike. A deafening, agonizing shriek erupts as the monster takes the full brunt of the assault. Shinhyek touches down, his aura still burning bright. And with a decisive declaration, he unveils his hidden strength. Summoning a radiant spear, ready to unleash absolute devastation. He grips the newly manifested spear, its blue energy crackling, as a firm resolve settles within him. He started this, and now he's gonna finish it, even if it means pulling off the ultimate deception. With a primal scream, he unleashes his ultimate attack, a torrent of brilliant blue lightning exploding from his form. The air itself is ripped apart as the raw power of the blue lightning surges forward. Enveloped in the crackling energy, he charges, a living conduit of pure destructive force. The attack closes the distance in an instant. And the monster lets out a deafening, pained shriek as the lightning connects. A blinding explosion of blue energy engulfs the creature, its form momentarily lost within the brilliant discharge. As the light begins to fade, he stares at the aftermath, a look of pure exhaustion, or maybe even shock, etched onto his face. Shinhyek unleashes his blue lightning, but it's not enough. The monster shrugs it off, forcing him to admit his direct assault is failing. The beast's colossal jaws rip open, its fangs ready to devour the very lightning itself. Then, a deafening, monstrous roar rips through the air, shaking the very foundations. But before he can even think, the monster strikes back with a brutal blow, sending him flying with a choked cry. He's not out yet. Mid-flight, he spins, unleashing a devastating kick, slamming his heel into the beast with explosive force. A bone-jarring crunch echoes as his attack lands. But the sheer power of the clash sends him spiraling down, a streak of blue light against the dark abyss. Down, down he goes, into the unknown. Just when it seems all hope is lost, with a desperate cry, he snatches a vine, stopping his plunge mere inches from the monster's grotesque form. Plummeting through the air, the chaotic aftermath of his struggle, vines and roots, whizzes by. He's internally raging at the monster's insane durability, thinking, damn it. I thought it was a low-rank something. I would have died if I hadn't prepared for something like this. But the fall just keeps going, launching him straight into the creature's waiting jaws. A massive, toothy abyss ready to swallow him whole. But even mid-descent, he's already locked and loaded for his next move, eyes blazing with resolve. The monster, sensing his intent, unleashes a primal roar, a million bolts, you bastard. But before it can even blink, Shinhyek's entire body explodes with a brilliant blue aura, his eyes practically burning with raw power. A torrent of lightning absolutely erupts from him, a blinding, deafening flash of pure energy. He slams downwards, completely engulfed in the massive electrical discharge, a direct hit aimed right at the monster below. The very atmosphere ignites with a furious blue crackle. As he unleashes an absolute torrent of lightning straight into the monster's throat, forcing a guttural roar. But the beast retaliates with a violent burst of purple energy, slamming him backward in a blinding explosion of dust. He hits the ground, but his eyes blaze with an unyielding, electric blue. A confident smirk already forming. A sharp, pained gasp escapes him as he clutches his arm. Yet his mind screams victory, he'd just taken down a monster he thought was unbeatable. Meanwhile, Vega's voice rips through the air, screaming a desperate warning that the fight isn't over. He's blindsided. A lightning-fast, vine-like tendril snaps around him, no warning. That monstrous tendril just keeps squeezing tighter. Then, a massive, blue-tinged impact explodes. The sheer force of that hit sends him absolutely flying. He's gasping, coughing, fighting for every breath as faint blue energy flickers around him. But the monster? It's not defeated. It lets out a terrifying roar, its form grotesquely transformed, eyes blazing crimson. Shinhyek is absolutely floored, staring in disbelief. The enemy he thought was toast just survived and evolved into something way more terrifying. Vega's luminous eyes are filled with serious concern, she knows this is bad, and she's got no choice but to step up. With fierce resolve, Shinhyek's eyes blaze blue as he demands a blessing. The blessing ignited, a soft glow pulsing from the pendant in his grasp, as Vega's golden gaze locked onto him. Enveloped in a vibrant green aura, she declared the power transfer complete. Vega's blessing of the stars unleashed, Shinhyek was hit by an instant power surge, blue lightning exploding around him. He gasped, Lyra's stigma proficiency skyrocketing, as the raw electrical power went into overdrive. The raw power contorted his face, a desperate battle to control the surge playing out in his expression. This wasn't just a power-up, it was an explosion, far more intense than before, energy visibly ripping through his hand. Blue energy swirled around his legs, a storm of glowing particles in its wake. He screamed, barely containing the raw power, the very ground beneath him shattering from the impact. Then, a colossal column of purple and white energy exploded skyward, the blessing's full power unleashed. He's fighting it, pushing back against the raw, untamed power, his eyes blazing with an electric blue as the energy tries to tear him apart. The sheer force of it rips through the air, morphing from electric blue to a deep, pulsating purple. Swallowed by the chaotic maelstrom, he's just a tiny figure, getting absolutely thrashed by the power tempest. But then, with a burst of pure will, he takes control, lightning erupting from his hands as he's propelled upwards. His eyes lock on, completely dialed into the insane power now coursing through him, his hand practically exploding with concentrated blue energy. With a primal roar, a colossal pillar of blue energy absolutely explodes from beneath him. The sheer power of the blast engulfs him, the blue light cranking up to an insane, blinding level. And then, the overwhelming power climaxes in a blinding, explosive supernova of blue and purple energy. He's unleashing it. A concentrated blue lightning punch forms in his hand, crackling with raw power. Floating mid-air, engulfed in a swirling blue aura, he can feel his mana draining fast. But who cares about mana drain? His focus is absolute, because right now, his mana is endless. A primal scream rips from his throat as the power surges, twisting his face. His hands are crackling with raw, untamed blue lightning, the energy building to an insane critical mass. Engulfed in blinding blue light, he strikes a dynamic pose, a silhouette of pure, unadulterated power. The expanding energy forms a massive ring, a testament to the overwhelming, destructive force he's commanding. With glowing eyes and unwavering resolve, he pushes for just a bit more power. Still pushing it, just a little more, he can feel the power surging. His eyes practically burning with blue energy, locked onto his target, pushing past his limits. But then, a voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the chaos, yelling for him to stop. Shinhyek's focus shatters, a jolt of surprise running through him. The voice confirms it, it's done, the whole thing is already over. The raw blue energy around him crackles, fading, vanishing into thin air. He stares at his hands, bewildered, wondering if that was really all the power he'd managed to pump out. But then, a crushing wave of pain hits him, forcing a choked gasp as his body convulses. Another voice, laced with pure dread, wonders what's happening, fearing the absolute worst. He locks in his resolve, knowing he's gotta play this perfectly to fool her. Then, a wild sensation hits him, his stigma going absolutely bonkers. Boom! A system alert flashes, confirming the insane power-up. Lyra's stigma just hit 3 stars, and his lightning skill is leveling up. And just like that, his blue lightning skill also levels up, leaving him totally floored by the sheer speed of it all. But Vega, watching the whole thing unfold, can't help but notice the North Star's stigma is also going wild. She's absolutely baffled, thinking, it's been less than a month since she even hit 3 stars. This kind of insane growth should be literally impossible. Her eyes narrow, a sudden thought hitting her like a bolt. Then, it clicks, a mind-blowing realization hits her, and she whispers one stunned word. Suddenly, a frantic plea echoes, demanding an immediate awakening. A white-haired woman jolts, her crimson eyes flaring with pure panic, a sharp, choked sound tearing from her throat. With brilliant light particles erupting around him, the name Ojin is screamed, revealing a figure plummeting or lying helpless. A mysterious voice whispers, Jean, pulling him from the depths. A beautiful, sleeping figure, eyes closed in serene slumber. As soft fabric rustles, a subtle sound hinting at awakening. Suddenly, a jolt of consciousness hits, sparking a bewildered thought, what is this? A dream? He lets out a pained groan, then the white-haired figure asks softly, are you awake? Her golden eyes snap open, a knowing, almost mischievous smile spreading across her face. As she pulls him into a close embrace, her words hitting him with a wave of confusion, what did you just call me? Still totally out of it, Shin-hyuk Lee can barely string a sentence together, his brain fried from everything that just went down, and then it hits him, he's chilling on a lap pillow. Vega, cradling him softly, tells him to just chill for a bit, catching him trying to move. With his eyes flaring yellow, he points out that she looks totally wiped too, remembering she just straight up passed out after the fight. Vega just stares down at him. Then drops a bombshell about him being way more aggressive than he looks. She then gives him a soft but firm warning to chill out and take care, calling him Jean and dropping the truth bomb that even if he's a regressor, he's still just a human. He glances up at her, nodding along, but you can tell his brain is still buzzing with unspoken thoughts. Vega, arms crossed, straight up asks if there's a problem. His eyes still blazing, Shin-hyuk Lee's inner monologue drops, she keeps calling him Jean, but she's totally giving off mom vibes, not lover vibes, even with her awesome blessing. He's got to finish what he started, right here, right now. There's no turning back, he has to fool her, no matter the cost. But then, a soft chime cuts through his thoughts, her voice playfully asking if he hadn't just used her name. His brain short-circuits, a storm of confusion swirling around him as he desperately tries to remember. She closes the distance, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, telling him she's not mad, but if he wants to keep using her name, he totally can. Her eyes gleam with pure mischief, a light blush dusting her cheeks as she drops the bombshell, "We're intimate, aren't we?" He's internally screaming, a tiny chibi version of him absolutely losing it as her words land like a bomb. Completely flustered, he spins away, mumbling that this is just too much for him to process. She keeps up the playful assault, her voice dripping with teasing as she asks if he means they were casual before, but now, not so much. He's yanked upwards, a sudden, inexplicable force seizing him. Vega, with a knowing smirk, tells him to take it easy from here on out. Her voice, dripping with amusement, confirms she's totally fine with this, finding his flustered state hilarious. Shin Hyuk Lee, still reeling from their exchange, senses something familiar starting to awaken inside him. Blue energy crackles around Vega, her form shimmering with power, and he realizes the reflections are starting up again. He shouts her name, a desperate plea, as she apologizes, hinting this might take a while. He thinks about the insane power he's just gotten, a strength that's way beyond even a god's level. Vega, now absolutely glowing with a fierce blue aura, tells him there's no need to apologize. He admits the monsters were different, then thanks her for her words, but immediately demands to know how she healed him. A profound lightness washes over him, a sensation he can barely comprehend. As he notices the empty potion bottles scattered around him, a sudden realization dawning on him, all of them are completely drained. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent thud echoing his shock. He can't fathom why they're all empty, each one costing millions of won. Vega, observing his distress, holds up a single potion bottle, questioning his decision to use them all at once. The thought of the immense financial loss weighs heavily on Shin Hyuk Lee, as he calculates the staggering amount of money he just wasted. He tries to dismiss the idea as a joke, a desperate attempt to deny the truth, silently commanding himself to stop thinking about it. Falling to his knees, he looks up at her, a gasp escaping him as he demands to know how she managed to heal him. Vega remains silent, her form crackling with faint electrical energy, offering no immediate answer to his urgent question. Vega, still sparking with raw power, tries to brush something off, but Shin Hyuk Lee is just completely lost, staring at her cryptic message. Fed up with the mystery, he just shouts he's out. And as he spins to bounce, a subtle blue aura flares around him. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing blue orb just pops into existence. He's absolutely flabbergasted, just staring at it. He just shakes his head, shrugging off the weirdness, deciding it's not a big deal right now. Nope, new plan. He's all about getting his loot sorted from his last epic fights. And check it out, a small, glowing blue gem is now chilling on his belt. All the while, Vega's just standing there, still buzzing with electric power. He's on the move, a subtle purple aura radiating from him as he navigates the shadows. The aura trails him as he pushes deeper into the unknown. He mentally tallies the cost, realizing the sheer grind for this one item, and can't help but wonder if it's even worth it. He clenches his hand around the enigmatic item, feeling its strange, cool texture. Time to bounce, he thinks, praying this thing isn't another dud like his last gear. Spinning around, the wicked hilt of his blade flashes into view. Out of nowhere, a chaotic, smoky vortex rips open right in front of him. His jaw drops, a stunned, barely making it out. Pure shock contorts his face as he yells, "What is this?" Engulfed in a maelstrom of dark energy, he's locked in, determined to finish what he began, even if it means pulling off the ultimate deception. Then, with a resounding clang, the system drops a bombshell. Black Heaven is straight up devouring the Dark Star's power from the holy relic. The power surges, thumping and crackling with raw force, swallowing him whole in its shadowy grip. Then, bam. Another message flashes, Dark Star power absorbed. And get this, Black Heaven's trade is evolving. He lets out a shocked KUK, as the system drops the ultimate upgrade. Black Heaven won't just hide its aura anymore, it'll make its entire presence vanish, and he can toggle it whenever he wants. He glances down at the now lifeless blue orb in his palm. His face is a mask of pure shock as he mutters, "Wait, Black Heaven can absorb power from holy relics? I'm feeling an insane amount of." His eyes flick to the blue pendant on his chest, and a single, bewildered sound escapes him. He's glued to his phone, a shocking truth hitting him like a truck. Black Heaven's presence, his ultimate power, has just vanished. A deep, unsettling thrumming sensation rattles his very core, forcing him to clench his jaw in sheer agony. His gaze shoots up, a terrifying realization slamming into him. For a regressor like him, there are no rules, no boundaries, just pure, unadulterated chaos. He slumps, defeated, as a far more immediate, soul-crushing problem hits him. His money is gone. He stares down, a grim realization washing over him. This isn't just bad, it's catastrophically worse than anything he's ever faced. Then, a sharp, ripping sound tears through the air. And suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure with flowing, light hair steps out of the darkness. Their hand crackling with a soft, ethereal glow. As they coldly question the identity of the bastards who dared to cause this chaos. Suddenly confronted by the enigmatic cloaked figure, Shin-hyuk Lee hears him dramatically announce, "This is rather difficult." With a small, glowing object clutched in his hand, the cloaked figure demands it, asking why he's not just giving it up. Shin-hyuk Lee, ever the provocateur, challenges him, "You wanna just rip it off me?" Then, a quick pivot, "Or maybe I can just pay you off." Inside his head, Shin-hyuk Lee is already celebrating, thinking, he totally fell for it. He's not really the rip-it-off type, after all. But then, the cloaked figure drops a bombshell, coolly stating, "Life is more valuable than money, don't you think?" A chilling question hangs in the air. Shin-hyuk Lee flashes a confident smirk, declaring, "Business is all about attitude." He's clearly feeling himself. But then, the cloaked figure lets out a shocked cry, "What just happened?" Shin-hyuk Lee remains unyielding, the glowing object still in his grasp, the air thick with unspoken challenge. Then, a chilling, wide grin stretches across the cloaked figure's face, erupting into a booming, victorious laugh. Kwon Ojin's chilling laughter just kept coming, but Shin-hyuk Lee brushed it off, convinced his foe had no clue about the real power he held, a relic tied to his guild master, Liba. Inside, he locked down his resolve, he had to pull off this deception, no matter the cost. A sly smirk crept onto his face, thinking the whole scene was just way over the top. But the cloaked figure wasn't having it, practically sneering at his thoughts, calling his entire understanding a total joke. Shin-hyuk Lee's expression snapped to deadly serious, a cold certainty washing over him, he definitely felt it. That raw, murderous intent blasting from the cloaked figure, the same one he'd felt the instant the holy relic appeared, now screamed confirmation. Then, a sinister, swirling mist erupted around the cloaked figure, an aura of pure dread swelling. Shin-hyuk Lee watched, a dawning horror as he grasped that this power of the star was infinitely more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. Finally, the hood dropped, revealing the chilling crimson gaze and dark purple hair of Kwon Ojin, who, with a predatory grin, declared he already had the holy relic. The mysterious figures seal the deal. With Shin-hyuk Lee presenting his payment, hoping the myrrh crystals will be enough. He calculates the crystal's worth, and this single piece is already hitting 500 million. A close-up on the shimmering blue gem shows its massive scale, easily worth 400 million on its own. Deal done, a hooded figure waves him off, and he thanks them for the incredible deal. Alone now, Shin-hyuk Lee can't hide his grin, blown away by how much these simple myrrh crystals are worth, he's totally hit the jackpot. He thinks about a broken leg versus this, but then remembers he can't just leave his people behind. Shin-hyuk Lee, shrouded in mystery, takes on the ultimate responsibility, declaring that what he started, he must finish. He's ready to pull off the ultimate deception, no matter what it takes. Now, deep in a mysterious cavern, weapon ready, he's found the relic, but warns that the game is riddled with too many wild cards. A chilling, dark secret haunts his thoughts, a truth that defines him as the regressor. His eyes burn with fierce determination. The epic saga of his existence is proclaimed, "I am the regressor." He can't shake the feeling about this relic, the variables are too wild, and it's making him pause, holding back his next move. Staring at the glowing relic, his own memories scream at him that this thing shouldn't even be found for another 90 days. A chilling question pierces his thoughts, why now? It's like they knew his exact arrival time. The terrifying truth hits him, the future is already in motion, and it's completely different. He started this, and now he's gotta finish it. The hunt is on, and he's locked in on his target. But far away, in a grim, rocky wasteland, a mysterious cloaked figure faces a strange light, as an unseen voice furiously demands to know why the target is still alive. The voice pushes harder, dropping the name, Ojin. With another shadowy figure lurking close, the unseen voice doubles down, "I told you to take him out." The blonde-haired figure, Vega herself, snaps back with icy resolve, "I told you I don't owe you an explanation." And just like that, her challenger folds, "No, why you're right." Her eyes blaze with an intense, golden glow, a silent, terrifying declaration of her absolute power. Because the age of the stars is ending, and the dark stars are about to take over everything. Vega, arms wide, erupts in a blinding purple aura, vowing that every single unworthy god will pay for their sins. Her followers bow down, completely subservient, as she grants her blessing to the dark stars, her power absolute. A chilling smile spreads across Vega's face, her hair now a striking silver white, as she delves deeper into the dark purpose of her Dark Stars faction. She makes it crystal clear, unworthy gods are to be wiped out immediately, then coolly asks if the bale was brought as planned. A cloaked subordinate quickly responds, of course. With a sharp crackle of energy, Vega effortlessly conjures a burst of purple power in her raised hand. Her subordinates instantly drop to their knees, their voices echoing with a unified, yes, sir, in awe of her power. A blinding blue aura explodes from the ground, making one of the cloaked figures gasp, ah, right. Fixing her gaze on a subordinate, Vega sharply reminds them of the man she explicitly told them to avoid. Her voice drops to an icy command, go after him and kill him. Her eyes blaze with an intense, menacing blue, her smile twisting into a truly sinister grin as she seals Kwon Ojin's fate. The chilling command reverberates, and the cloaked figures instantly snap to attention. Their voices booming in unison, obey your orders. A sinister laugh follows, we'll go and report to the bailiff then. Meanwhile, a faint, ethereal blue energy swirls. Shin-hyuk Lee steps into the scene, a soft rustle accompanying his movement, muttering to himself, so this is how it turned out, huh? He stops, a quiet sound of fabric against fabric. His mind flashes back to a past conversation, a voice declaring, the future didn't change. He remembers the specifics, especially about the relic. The relic that Lee Shin-hyuk had was already snatched by those guys. But something still feels off, but somehow, it was strange. The memory plays on, another voice chiming in, that's why they said something was weird. Shin-hyuk Lee stares at the swirling blue energy, a question burning in his mind. Then, guys, what did you say right? He wonders, and they said. He's still deep in thought about the bailiffs, absolutely convinced they're shady operators working in the dark. His thoughts shift to a mysterious stone statue, a silent, ancient figure that hints at forgotten power. Is this statue the relic they abandoned? He's desperate to know how Black Heaven will react. Black Heaven isn't doing anything, and he's realizing the terrifying truth. What if the real bailiff is secretly stealing power from the shadows, all while he grips a pulsating blue crystal? Then, a triumphant flashback. A chibi version of him is absolutely ecstatic, shouting about scoring a Pixis crystal and a relic. His face snaps back to serious, the memory igniting his determination as he declares this massive win brings him one step closer to his ultimate goal. A beat of silence, his mind racing, putting the pieces together. But elsewhere, in a shadowy, cavernous realm, a mysterious voice barks orders, demanding they hunt down the human who's making moves. Still on the hunt, Shin-hyuk Lee is absolutely fuming, demanding to know where his target vanished. He'd torn the place apart, but not a single trace, not even a speck of dust, could be found. But he's not giving up. He has to find them, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Then, a.m. His staff ignites with crackling energy as he senses an unseen threat, his frustration exploding into a furious challenge. His eyes snap wide, blazing with blue power, as an overwhelming force slams into him. He clenches his jaw, fighting back against the invisible attack. Where else could he be? He screams, his voice a mix of shock and pure defiance, I'm right here. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the darkness, a sinister taunt, peekaboo, brat. Shin-hyuk Lee is absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air, gasping in pain and utter disbelief. How could he be so easily taken down? Shin-hyuk Lee, blood on his lip, is absolutely fuming. He knows he started this mess, and now he's gotta finish it, no matter what it takes, even if he has to trick her. A brutal clang rings out, and he's ready to go all in. But as he tries to get up, a chilling voice cuts through the air, taunting him about his obvious worry. But Shin-hyuk Lee is not backing down. His eyes blaze with electric blue power as a massive aura explodes around him, shouting that he's the one in charge here. But his power is instantly snuffed out. An unseen force absolutely decimates his aura, sending a shockwave of pure agony through him, ripping a tortured scream from his throat. Then, from the inky blackness, Kwon Ojin steps out, a shadowy figure with eyes burning like hellfire, casually offering to spill all the tea on Shin-hyuk Lee's life. The villain's voice drips with pure venom, telling him to get on his knees and beg. Those burning red eyes lock onto the defeated hero, demanding he spill every single secret. He knows. High above, the moon peeks through the clouds, bathing everything in an eerie, silent light. High above a dark, forested mountain range, the night sky stretches endlessly. A lone eagle perches on a branch, silhouetted against the vast, star-dusted expanse, as if awaiting a signal. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "Did you bring the goods, Wu Jin?" The question is directed at the Dark Star Society's bailiff, the 11th in rank, an ancient figure with a long white beard and flowing robes, an owl perched calmly on his shoulder. He is known as the Owl King, the legendary Cheon Doiden. With a gentle smile, Cheon Doiden receives the confirmation, "Yes, bailiff." The Owl King's expression remains serene, his eyes holding a deep, knowing calm. Suddenly, a crackling sound fills the air as a figure begins to manifest a powerful, vibrant purple energy, surrounding themselves in its ethereal glow. The energy swirls violently, causing their robes to billow and dance, a clear display of immense power. The Owl King gazes downward, a subtle sound escaping his lips. As he stands surrounded by an assembly of shadowy, cloaked figures in a mystical, moonlit clearing. One of the silent, ominous observers steps onto a glowing, intricate magic circle etched into the very earth itself. While Cheon Doiden himself holds aloft a cup radiating a soft, ethereal blue light. As Kwon Ojin draws near, the Owl King dramatically proclaims that the brilliant light will now be utterly consumed by darkness, a powerful crackling sound echoing his declaration. He then issues a forceful command, now. Look! With arms dramatically outstretched towards the full moon, he passionately invokes the darkness to shower down its blessings upon them. A deep, guttural cry of raw power escapes him as the ritual reaches its fever pitch. Culminating with him surrounded by the shadowy cloaked figures under the watchful, ominous eye of the full moon, a profound, eerie calm settling over the entire scene. The ritual's done, and the goblet's just lying there, but something's definitely not right. Then, out of nowhere, a cloaked figure freaks out, their face contorted in pure, unadulterated fear. It hits them like a truck, a terrifying reality they just can't accept. They're practically screaming, barely getting out their boss's name. And there he is, Cheon Doiden, the Owl King, totally transformed into this terrifying, skull-faced monster with glowing red eyes, radiating pure, dark energy. A deep, echoing sound rips through the dark, narrow passage. As Kwon Ojin hovers above Shin Hyuk Lee, dropping the bombshell that the Dark Stars Society is literally hunting constellations. Lee, staring up, feels another presence, instantly on edge, asking if someone else just showed up. Ojin just keeps going, dropping lore bombs about a time when darkness devoured all the stars. And those constellations born from that epic darkness are the Dark Star's own. Shin Hyuk Lee absolutely loses it, roaring at Ojin, demanding to know how he knows all this, and threatening to end him if he doesn't spill the beans. But Ojin, cool as ice, just asks what Lee actually wants from him. Lee, still absolutely fuming, reminds Ojin that his crew is about to wipe them out, then cuts straight to the chase, where's your base? Shin Hyuk Lee's mind is a whirlwind, accepting his fate to finish what he began, determined to outsmart her no matter what. A sharp metallic clang punctuates his resolve, alright, then. His gaze sharpens, knowing full well that no one would spill their guts to a perceived loser like him. Grabbing the cloaked figure by the collar, he can't wrap his head around what's happening. The terrified cloaked figure demands to know why he's being watched in this hidden spot, scoffing at others as worthless, just like the man before him. A sly smirk creeps onto his face as he stares down at the captive. His eyes snap open in shock, a single, stunned word escaping, he's. Then, the cloaked figure drops a bombshell, revealing with utter despair that Ojin Nim has unleashed absolute chaos upon them. Tied up and powerless, the cloaked figure is left at his mercy. His face twists in pure shock, the bombshell still echoing in his mind. He knew he had to finish what he started, even if it meant pulling off the ultimate deception. This was going to be tough, but he was locked in, ready to fool her at all costs. Later, he was interrogating a bound, cloaked figure, demanding answers. He knew this world was now packed with awakened individuals, even in families, and shadowy organizations were everywhere. He grilled the captive, wanting to know why their systems were still so messed up. He promised to go easy on them, if they just spilled the beans. The captive, tied up and shaking, begged for mercy. Their eyes glowing faintly, the figure desperately pleaded for their life, revealing they had a daughter. Then, they dropped a bombshell, they were from the Dark Star Society, and Ojin Nim had caused them nothing but chaos. Shin Hyuk Lee was absolutely floored by the confession. The revelation hits him hard, a daughter. The chilling thought of his own disappearance and her fate flashes through his mind. The thought reverberates, a chilling echo of a harsh reality. In this brutal world, an orphan stands no chance, he realizes. A truth he understands all too intimately. His voice sharpens, cutting through the silence, name. He demands her name, confirming it, Choi Yerin. 7 years old, he calculates, far too young to face this world alone. Rapid fire, he extracts more details, December 19th, a love for chicken. Height, weight, he drills down, until the captive finally breaks, questioning his relentless interrogation. He leans in, his blue aura pulsing, the question a sharp blade, why? His power flares. A crimson thread of pure pain lashing out from his hand to the kneeling figure. A cold, hard glint in his eyes, he snarls, answer my questions backwards again now. The victim's eyes blow wide, a silent scream tearing through him, his body convulsing. No mercy. He rattles off the demands, weight, height, favorite food, birthday, age and name. Go on. But the man still fights it, his body racked with silent pain. Then, a guttural scream rips through the air, "Tha that's. Wa wait." As Shin Hyuk Lee's hand ignites with searing red energy, the man shatters, begging, I will. I will tell you everything. Please. Just. Stop. Kwon Ojin screams echo, purple energy ripping through him as he desperately begs for help. His face twists in pure terror, a desperate plea not to die escaping his lips. While Shin Hyuk Lee's hand pulses with raw, ominous power, he coolly interrogates, one last thing, where was your branch again? Finally, utterly broken, Kwon Ojin chokes out, Cheonwon, Bangwon Mountain Peak. A brutal burst of energy explodes, spraying blood. Shin Hyuk Lee, unfazed, declares, alright, so at least that part was true. His arm is splattered with crimson. Yet he merely exhales a soft, phew. He then turns his back and walks away, leaving Kwon Ojin a bloody, broken mess against a tree. Shin Hyuk Lee is in deep thought, realizing he started this whole mess and now he's gotta finish it. He's locked in, ready to outsmart his enemy, no matter what it takes. With that decision made, he pivots, ready to tackle the next challenge head-on. Suddenly, his hand starts to glow with an otherworldly light, and a stigma cracks into existence. Violent purple energy explodes around his arm, powering up. A system alert flashes, Black Heavens is absorbing Owl's stigma. But it's not enough to fully activate it yet. Then, with a blinding flash, the power-up is complete. Moving forward, he figures this new power-up will keep the Dark Star Society running for a bit. His face is serious, eyes locked on what's coming next. Then, a chilling realization hits him, 50 people are already dead, and his enemies aren't just going to let that slide. He needs to get ready, fast. Deep within a shadowy, desolate chamber, Cheon Doiden strides away from the camera. Leaving only the serene, full moon hanging in the night sky. Later, under the same full moon, he confronts Shin Hyuk Lee in a forest clearing, the air crackling with unspoken tension. With a face full of worry, Cheon Doiden demands, Yoon, what are you doing? But Shin Hyuk Lee's gaze is icy as he fires back, if the other regressors had known, they would have killed you long ago. Before the elder can even blink, a furious crackle of purple energy explodes around Shin Hyuk Lee, and he strikes with impossible speed. The very air warps from the sheer power of his assault, leaving nothing but blazing white trails. A sickening crunch rips through the clearing, as the devastating impact lands. With a guttural grunt, Shin Hyuk Lee looms over the bleeding, defeated Cheon Doiden, do not provoke me yet again. The humbled elder can only manage, yes, sir. Kwon Ojin, flanked by his shadowy crew, drops a bombshell, he's over it, and he's out. A chilling laugh echoes, signaling his imminent exit. Then, with a sudden flutter, a vibrant blue energy erupts around him. The energy explodes into a dazzling vortex, and he's gone in a flash. A deep growl rumbles as the blue aura fades, confirming his instant warp. His crew looks up, one of them nervously blurting out, Eugene Nim. Kwon Ojin snaps back, his voice laced with pure fury, demanding to know where the other guy who went with him disappeared to. His crew exchanges panicked looks, admitting they lost contact, leaving him utterly stunned. Without missing a beat, he barks a direct order to his squad, find that missing person now. Shin Hyuk Lee's face twists into a mask of pure rage, his voice exploding with a primal scream, find that son of a bitch, you useless pieces of shits. His hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist, a guttural grunt of pure frustration tearing from his throat. A whole week has flown by since he got back from that crazy new gate on Jeju Island. And Shin Hyuk Lee's been chilling at home, not even touching another gate. And the big reason for all this homebody action is totally obvious. He explodes into a powerful, mid-air kick. His face locked in pure determination as he keeps up the insane training. Soaring effortlessly through the city like a total boss. He finally touches down on a rooftop, totally wiped, pushing his mana and body to their absolute breaking point to master his new powers. After pushing his limits, the device he used didn't just boost his strength, it exploded it, leaving a regular beam in the dust, and now he's left to grapple with the sheer power he's unlocked. Later, he's in the shower, letting the water wash away the sweat and grime, a moment of calm before the next storm. But even while unwinding, his mind's still buzzing, fixated on Lyra's stigma, because that thing is straight up terrifyingly overpowered. Stepping out of the shower, he towels off his hair, but his brain is still running 1,000 miles an hour, dissecting every detail of those insane powers. A thoughtful slips out as he's deep in thought, trying to crack the code on how to truly master the stigma and its insane abilities, a challenge he's absolutely obsessed with. Then, a soft talk signals Lyra's arrival as she heads for the bed, breaking the silence with her presence. They're both in bed, facing away from each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. Lyra finally breaks the quiet, asking why he's so quiet, and he just grunts back, I'm just tired. But his hand, clenching so tight it creaks, screams a different story as he snaps, shut up. Shin Hyuk Lee, still recovering in bed, relishes a rare moment of peace, internally acknowledging how incredibly good it feels. As Lyra playfully leans in, asking if he's enjoying the moment, he dramatically retorts with a pained, I'm gonna die. A subtle purple energy crackles around his form as he shuts his eyes, the sheer fatigue radiating from him. A soft clang echoes from outside, as Lyra's voice cuts through the air, chiding him, "Stop being so dramatic." Later, as they sit together, Lyra lets out an exasperated, "Ugh. Have you forgotten who you are? Your power is literally the strongest in the world," while he stares off, lost in his own mind. His eyes remain fixed on nothing in particular, his thoughts clearly miles away. No words escape him, as he remains trapped in a silent, internal struggle. He's sitting there, lost in thought, when suddenly, Vega lets out a quiet, almost inaudible sound. His eyes are distant, his mind racing, consumed by the terrifying thought of his inherited stigma, the power that could turn him into a monster. But here's the twist, this very power, this stigma, now has her as its unexpected ally, a helping hand in his darkest struggle. Then, a sudden thought hits him, did his intense silence, his deep contemplation, actually hurt her feelings? He finally snaps out of it, breaking the tension with a quiet, hesitant call. And Vega, without even flinching, drops the bomb, "Yeah, he hurt her feelings, a ton." A subtle, knowing smile plays on her lips, her eyes closed, soaking in the moment of pure understanding. Her eyes snap open, locking onto him, a hint of disbelief in her voice as she challenges him, "Really?" And Shin-hyuk Lee, completely out of options, just shrugs it off, deciding to roll with the punches and let fate take its course. He's got his back to her, but the air is thick with unspoken words as she lays into him, a hint of accusation in her voice. His eyes drop, a silent confession of the war raging inside him, he knows he has to play her to keep them safe. Vega's head bows, hands clasped, a quiet sorrow radiating from her, she totally sees right through him, doesn't she? He spins around, a question already on his tongue, how does she always know? Her mind goes a mile a minute, flipping from furious to totally mischievous, then she hits him with a playful jab, a pang-pang of pure sass. Just as things get interesting, a phone blares to life, it's Team Leader Han Quan calling, and it sounds urgent. He eyes the screen, a flash of recognition in his gaze, then picks up, calling out, "Team Leader." Across town, Kwon Ojin is on the line, cool as a cucumber, greeting Chun SSI and getting straight to the point, he needs to talk. Back in his room, Shin-hyuk Lee is all ears, the weight of the world landing on him with news of an urgent quest. The urgent quest hit like a shockwave, and Shin-hyuk Lee's brain immediately went into overdrive, processing the sheer weight of it all. No time to second guess, not with the Dark Star Society breathing down their necks, and definitely no chilling out until Vega was back in fighting shape. A silent "sorry" echoed in his head, because rewards? Nah, not for him, the quest itself was the ultimate prize. Then, Kwon Ojin's voice exploded through the phone, practically yelling, screaming that things were going sideways and they needed to move, like, now. No time to waste, he made the call, he'd be there ASAP and they'd hash out the specifics on site. He locked it in, his tone leaving no room for argument. Beat. The scene cuts. Pulling up to a massive skyscraper, a voice cut through the air, a casual, long time no see, hanging in the air. The voice pressed on, hinting at some serious business ahead. The guy across from Shin-hyuk Lee cuts straight to the chase, laying down the ground rules, questions first, then the quest. Then, with a smooth move, he whips out a tablet, its screen already blazing. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes practically pop out as the man drops a bombshell, "Forgotten stigma, ever heard of it?" But then, a jolt of realization hits the man himself, making him pause mid-sentence. He springs up from the couch, shoving the tablet closer for a better look. The tablet's screen lights up with cryptic text and a mysterious owl, screaming ancient secrets. Staring at Shin-hyuk Lee, he presses for answers, then drops the official name, "Forgotten Stigmas." Shin-hyuk Lee echoes the name, a deep, contemplative look taking over as his mind races. The tablet's display morphs, showcasing three ethereal, glowing powerhouses, their forms practically bursting with energy, as the man reveals their shocking presence on Earth. He's still locked onto the screen, soaking in the intel about these forgotten stigmas, beings that just disappeared from all records. He whips his head to his companion, demanding to know if there's any intel on why they just vanished. The other guy just shakes his head, explaining that those chaotic days were no time for history books. He's deep in thought, realizing these forgotten stigmas have been around forever, and it's blowing his mind how everyone just forgot. The data on the screen flashes, confirming this wasn't some new group popping up out of nowhere. A chilling, hooded silhouette materializes, hinting at the enigmatic nature of this faction. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes narrow, this is vital info he should have known, and he's determined to dig deep and uncover the truth. His partner then presses him on where he got this intel, and Shin-hyuk Lee casually mentions a recent brawl with some guys back at the base. Then comes the bombshell, the man drops the name, Dark Star Society, and Shin-hyuk Lee's jaw practically hits the floor. He's all in, ready to dive deep into the current mess and unravel the mysteries of the Dark Star Society. But first things first, he needs the lowdown on this quest, his eyes briefly scanning the desk. Turns out the client is from the Valhalla Guild, a name that's completely new to him. Apparently, the Valhalla Guild is blowing up the scene, and word on the street is every single member is a certified powerhouse. He takes it all in, mentally noting their serious power level. Then his focus snaps to a screen, showing a powerful hunter, definitely not for rookies, and the legendary 7 stars flash across the display. The screen then blasts a visual of this elite crew, just the 7 stars, pure legend. These aren't just powerful, they've shattered human limits and their influence. It's global, baby. He remembers hearing whispers that one of them is a regressor, then snaps back to reality, refocusing on the actual quest details. He's locked in, absorbing every word as the other guy lays out the mission: find someone for a date, because apparently, that's why they're even awake. He lets out a frustrated scoff, clearly over it, while the informant drops the bombshell: a 2 billion reward for someone last seen on November 11th, location unknown. Elsewhere, a sharp-suited presenter, tablet in hand, pinpoints the missing person's probable location: the Z-Star Gates in Incheon. Incheon. That hits different. It's his hometown, the very place he's been relentlessly searching for people for years. No hesitation, pure confidence, he vows to get this done in just 3 days. The presenter keeps going, dropping the full profile: male, 20s, 182 centimeters, brown hair, and fit. The description hangs in the air, and a heavy silence falls between the two men. And then, the informant drops the ultimate bombshell: the name of the missing person, Lee Shin-hyuk. Silence. Then, the informant breaks it, asking, "What do you think?" All he can manage is a shocked, A sudden, stark realization washes over him, leaving Shin-hyuk Lee with wide, disbelieving eyes and a cold sweat beading on his brow. The weight of the truth settles heavily upon him. Lee Shin-hyuk, the guy they found barely clinging to life at a low-level gate, was in serious trouble. He was the real deal, the regressor, the only one the speaker had been desperately hunting for, the one who'd vanished without a trace. And he was probably the guild master of the guild the speaker was supposed to be joining. But now, Lee Woo-hyuk, his younger brother, was stuck in a hospital bed. It all made sense now: what he'd initially dismissed as a total fabrication was actually the grim reality. But with Shin-hyuk gone, the entire future had been rewritten. So, the big question now was, what's his next move, and is he taking the job? He's feeling fuzzy, disoriented, as the Dark Star Society makes its move, and the whole Lee Shin-hyuk situation just keeps getting crazier. His mind flashes back to Lee Shin-hyuk and Lee Woo-hyuk, their destinies now completely rewritten. And don't forget the ominous shadow of the Dark Star Society, always watching. Suddenly, his eyes snap open with a brilliant idea: he can totally use this mess to his advantage. A sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes, this is his chance. He lets out a subtle smirk, ready to make his move. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, asking if he's seriously going to turn down the deal. The suit-clad man can't believe it, exclaiming that Ojin would never pass up a $2 billion offer. A tablet flashes, revealing the man's true identity: Kwon Ojin. He's playing hard to get, unsure about the offer, even when the other guy tries to sweeten the deal by mentioning the association. Forget the association, he drops a bombshell, asking to join the Valhalla Guild's hunter group instead, and they just say, "Okay, then." The game just changed. A new chapter kicks off with a chilling command: let the hunt begin. At the brand new Moxidong gate, a hunter's getting impatient, demanding to know why nothing's bursting out of that wild blue energy. Just a casual yawn, and he's stretching his hand, totally unfazed by the wait. But the question still burns in his mind, and then he just flat out declares he told them to show up. With a quiet step, he just turns his back and walks away from that dead silent gate. Strolling away from the ominous gate, his mind was already racing. This was his game, and he was playing to win. He had to pull off the ultimate deception, before Vega even had a chance to open her eyes. He kept moving, a casual stroll through the urban jungle, the girl beside him oblivious to the storm brewing within him. Then, a terrifying crimson light flared in his gaze, an undeniable surge of pure killing intent exploding from him. His power surged, a dark purple aura crackling around him, a silent, deadly promise of what was to come. Suddenly, he was encircled by a squad of suited figures, and one of them, clearly shaken, could only gasp at the sheer, suffocating killing intent now radiating from him. A fedora-clad figure barked into his phone, his face a mask of grim urgency as he reported the sudden, terrifying turn of events. A dangerous smirk spread across his face, his voice a chilling whisper of triumph as he finally greeted his unsuspecting targets. But before they could even flinch, he was gone, a mere phantom of motion, plowing through their ranks and slamming into one of the men with devastating impact. The onslaught was relentless, a storm of precise, bone-shattering strikes, leaving the remaining suited figures reeling, desperately trying to counter his unstoppable assault. Under the full moon's eerie glow, a hidden forest path sets the stage for what's to come. Light pierces the thick canopy, and a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know his whereabouts. The suited man, gasping for air, swears he saw his prey bolt this way, his irritation boiling over. Then, from the depths of the shadows, a voice cuts through the tension, confessing a fleeting worry they'd bail, but giving props for their surprising tenacity. A wicked smirk spreads across his face, a silent, knowing laugh as his trap springs shut. He emerges, bathed in a faint blue glow, staff ready, announcing his successful lure. The suited man's face contorts in shock and dawning horror, the trap now undeniable. A sharp tch escapes him as he looms over the downed figure, a mocking, "You caught me," hanging in the air. Shin-hyuk is suddenly caught, purple energy wrapping around him, threatening to crush him. But he clenches his jaw, a burning determination igniting his eyes. As the crushing aura makes him wonder, could this be the legendary devil's stigma? But with a sudden flash of insight, understanding his foe's power, he declares this fight is over. Then, with an explosive burst of energy, he unleashes his devastating spear lightning, blue electricity erupting with furious intensity. As he rockets forward, engulfing his shadowy foe in an explosive, blinding flash of raw power. The sheer force of the impact reverberates through the very air itself, leaving nothing but lingering streaks of raw, unleashed power. He sits, reflecting on the recent battle, knowing he started this whole mess and now he's gotta finish it. He walks through the forest, a quiet determination settling over him, feeling roughly prepared for what's coming next. That last guy. Just a henchman, but his mana was insane. The real bailiff is gonna be an absolute monster. But none of that matters, as he pulls out a device from his pocket. His gaze locked on the path ahead. On the screen, a spectral blade shimmers with an ethereal glow, its form solidifying with a soft, metallic chime. The device pulses with vibrant energy, reflecting in his eyes, which now burn with an intense, otherworldly light, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Because that person will handle them for me." The air around him crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of impending action. The city lights blaze, a towering skyscraper piercing the night, and a digital chime cuts through the silence. Deep within, a sharp-eyed woman, her dark hair tied back, takes a call, acknowledging a message from the Valhalla Guild Master. She tries to patch through to the top, but the Guild Master is locked down, unreachable. But elsewhere, a shadowy figure on the line drops a bombshell, "I found Lee Shin-hyuk." Then, a jarring bang rips through the quiet. The Guild Master, a formidable presence in his tailored suit, spins around in his opulent office, his gaze locking onto the woman, demanding answers. His piercing dark eyes burn with an unreadable intensity, as she stands nervously close, her face etched with worry. The phone clatters from his suddenly nerveless fingers, hitting the floor with a sharp crack. Snatching up another device, his voice a raw whisper of disbelief and urgency, he presses for confirmation, "You found my brother?" The voice on the other end drops a bombshell, confirming they've got him locked down. Woo-hyuk takes it all in, his face a mask of intense focus. Back in the forest, Vega scoffs at the disbelief, calling it nonsense, then confidently offers up the undeniable proof. With a quick tap, a blurry image flashes onto the screen. And Woo-hyuk's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, a silent gasp escaping him as the truth hits hard. The phone screen clears up, revealing a crystal-clear shot of Shin-hyuk. A triumphant laugh rings out, sealing the deal and confirming his sudden, shocking realization. Vega, her face now serious, cuts to the chase, demanding to know just who the hell she's talking to. A sly smirk spreads across Woo-hyuk's face as he listens, his silent grin practically screaming through the phone. He's in too deep now. He started this, and he's gonna finish it, no matter what it takes to fool her. His mind races to a brutal solution, a savage hound ready to tear out the enemy's throat for him. With a chilling grin, he declares it's time to unleash the beast. Then, he finally reveals his name. Is Eugene. Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the forest, as blinding blue energy explodes into the sky. But the truth is undeniable, his real name is Lee Woo-hyuk. Back in the day, his older brother was just better at everything. Woo-hyuk would just stare, totally blown away, as Shin-hyuk casually nailed a soccer ball into the net, only for him to brush it off like it was no big deal. It's nothing much. Seriously, whether it was baseball or anything else, stuff that was impossible for Woo-hyuk, his brother just crushed it, looking like a total superhuman. He just had that easy smile, a total natural. But then, suddenly, a terrifying, fiery monster just ripped through, and people were screaming, "Save me." Then, a blinding blue energy just exploded, pushing back against the encroaching chaos. Blue energy explodes around Shin-hyuk as he moves with absolute determination. His mind is locked on one thing, he started this, and he's gonna finish it. He's gotta trick her, no matter what it takes, and you can see the fierce resolve in his eyes. A sharp, almost painful gasp rips from him, like he's reliving some seriously tough memory. He's thinking back to when real superhumans first showed up and completely changed everything, flipping the whole power dynamic on its head. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he remembers the whole disciple thing, and especially, the name Leon's. He's seeing himself, either human or a constellation like Leo, chilling with Quan Ojin in a cosmic void, while his older self, the Hyung, got totally passed over by all the constellations. That memory hits hard, bringing a deep sense of shame, the sheer indignity of being protected when he should have been the protector. That crushing weight from the past literally made his older self sick, taking a massive toll on his spirit. But now, with that blue energy swirling around him again, he's embracing his totally changed self. He only realized their bond had shattered, a truth that hit him way too late. A desperate hand reached out, but the connection was already gone, leaving only a void. He totally got his brother's vibe, because he battled that inferiority complex too, right before his own power-up. That's exactly how their bond got super weird and distant, a crushing memory screaming out his brother's name, Woohyuk. He remembered getting Pix's stigma, and that's when his older brother totally awakened. He genuinely thought they could go back to the good old days, and for a moment, he was actually happy. Woohyuk's voice, totally shocked, asked, "What is this?" as he showed off the sword, explaining it was a gift he'd busted his butt to get made. It was just an ear-rank crystal sword, but for him, it was the absolute best sword he'd ever had. His brother, Lee Woohyuk, took it with a heartfelt, "Thanks, Hyung," vowing to use it like a boss. The voice on the phone is dripping with challenge, asking if he's seen the picture, then hitting him with the ultimate taunt, "Do you believe me now?" The caller, a sharp-eyed man with an unsettling smirk, just holds the line, letting the silence do the talking. And what he's talking about? A legendary weapon, the silver spear blade, glowing with a wicked green WIRM crystal. This isn't just any weapon, it's a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, a spear forged specifically for Hyung. He just stares, those electric blue eyes burning, waiting for the other side to crack. Back in the office, Woohyuk is glued to his screen, but his attention is on the call, demanding to know what the hell this guy wants. Woohyuk's patience snaps, exploding in a furious curse at the caller. With a predatory grin, the caller finally drops the bomb, revealing his name, Eugene. Deep in a mystical forest, Shinhyuk clutches his phone, his face a mask as he hears the chilling question, "What do you want?" The chilling voice on the phone laid down its terms, demanding 3 billion won in cold hard cash, to be brought alone to the treacherous peak of Baedun Mountain. A grim resolve settled over him as he coolly responded, "Then, see you then." Across town, in a sleek office, Woohyuk's face was a mask of intense worry, the gravity of the situation hitting him hard. But then, a brutal, unseen impact rocked Shinhyuk, a raw scream tearing from his throat as electric blue energy erupted around him. He was launched backward with incredible force, a blur of motion leaving brilliant blue energy trails in its wake. Another devastating blow sent him spiraling, a desperate shriek echoing as the electric blue aura flared violently. With one final, desperate push, he cried out, "G Guildmaster." The raw, blue energy of the attack pulsed outward, even visible through the blinds of a nearby window. A mysterious emblem pulses with a soft glow, hinting at something significant unfolding. Inside, Vanilla, a sharp-dressed executive is deep in thought, his eyes locked on something unseen, the tension palpable. But elsewhere, Lee Woohyuk is already on the move, his face etched with concern, barking orders to contact the association ASAP. With a determined glint in his eye, he doesn't hesitate, calling for every hunter available to mobilize and fight now. Back in the office, Woohyuk gets the intel from a subordinate, confirming they've got nothing more on Yoon. The subordinate gives a quick thanks, then declares he'll take the intel straight to the guildmaster himself. Left alone, Lee Woohyuk can't help but think, his reaction time was seriously on point, even faster than he expected. He knew the association would hit him up eventually, but getting the call within a single day. That's next level. Woohyuk's mind races, calculating the risks, a regressor name exposed, backed by a powerhouse like Shinhyuk. He was stuck, the spear a damning piece of evidence, yet inaction wasn't an option. And let's not forget. Requests for backup were already flooding in, and he'd even called for it himself. Shinhyuk laid it out, he needed help coordinating the forces at Baegun Mountain's entry, but Woohyuk didn't have to get his hands dirty. But Woohyuk, ever the leader, makes his decision, "I'll participate." He muses that he had to go to Baegun Mountain to sort things out anyway, so it all just fell into place. Decision made, Shinhyuk asks, "Then, shall we depart?" A sly smirk plays on Shinhyuk's lips as he brings up the Woohyuk SSI meeting. A chilling memory flashes, dark and desolate, a cloaked figure looming over a fresh, crimson pool. The air thick with dread. Dark, feather-like objects fluttering through the gloom, a soft, unsettling sound echoing. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the silence, the cloaked figure remaining a chilling silhouette. The memory fades, replaced by a mysterious, white-haired figure, hooded and intense, declaring, "I'm the one who told you to go to a meeting." A hidden voice fires back, "A guild member? Which one?" He elaborates, revealing how he vouched for the regressor as a metahuman, providing undeniable proof that forced the association's hand, but now the regressor is a target. The mysterious figure strides down a shadowy, ornate hall, and the unseen voice muses, "So, he was an association member then?" The hooded man stops, a thoughtful frown on his face, confessing, "I'm not sure if he's just a member of the association." The voice demands, "What are you implying?" Footsteps descend a grand staircase, the unseen voice dropping a bombshell, "What if he's part of an association branch? He knows he started this, and now he's gotta finish it. No matter what, he's got to pull off this deception." But then, a voice from below breaks his focus, asking, "That's super suspicious. Who even is this guy?" The cloaked figure just stands there, a chill running down his spine as he thinks, "This feels bad." Someone else shouts up to him, "Nim." He spots a figure in the distance, a regressor, and the question pops into his head, a regressor is coming. Should I handle this myself? And just like that, he makes up his mind, "Nah, I'm already in a bad mood, so I'll take care of him personally." A strange, shimmering energy pulses through the air. And the cloaked figure starts moving down the stairs, a small sound of surprise escaping him. "Ha!" And right there, a wicked, dark sword with a glowing green core leans against a pillar, ready for action. Still descending, the cloaked figure's staff pulses with a subtle, arcane light, his mind already racing, pushing aside minor concerns for the bigger picture. The full moon hangs high, a silent witness over the sprawling, ancient woods, setting a chilling stage. He glides through the undergrowth, a shadow among shadows, his presence almost imperceptible, leaving his previous perch behind. A brief, heavy pause, his gaze fixed downward, weighing the coming confrontation, a silent breath escaping his lips. The hood falls back just enough to reveal a determined, almost fierce expression as he declares, "I'm going in solo. I'll handle this myself." The air crackles with anticipation, the calm before the storm. Then, a jolt. Shinhyek's eyes blaze with a fierce, purple energy, instantly locking onto the presence, a chilling recognition escaping his lips, "So, it's you." Deep in a super dense, ancient forest, the gnarled bark of a massive tree is just chilling, but the air is thick with tension. Way up high, totally cloaked and half hidden by the leaves, a mysterious figure is just watching everything unfold. Then, out of nowhere, Shin Hyuk-lee gasps, his eyes popping open as he feels something totally unseen. A super chilling vibe just hits him, making him instantly aware of the danger lurking right there. Then, an unseen voice drops a bombshell, saying, "Guildmaster, we're right there with Shin Hyuk-lee's spear." No hesitation, his hand just grips that spear super tight, totally ready for whatever's about to go down. Then, with a massive power surge, his eyes blaze with a fierce purple glow, and a crazy powerful aura explodes around him as he gets ready to throw down. The tip of his spear, now absolutely juiced with his insane energy, just gleams ominously in the forest's dim light. Shin Hyuk-lee unleashes an explosive, swirling blue-green aura, his power surging like a hurricane. But across town, under the glow of the moon, a white-haired figure gasps, his eyes practically popping out. He can't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "That face. Black Lion Lee Woo-hyuk. The Valhalla Guildmaster, one of the legendary 7 stars, just got a major shock." Back to the action, our heroes face titans, ready for whatever comes next. Woo-hyuk, bathed in moonlight, can't help but wonder, what in the world is he doing here? From the depths of the shadows, Shin Hyuk-lee's voice cuts through, "So you're saying you want?" Woo-hyuk, with a knowing smirk, declares, "I've got it all ready, in cold hard cash." A fat stack of cash, gripped tight, is all that matters in this high-stakes game. Woo-hyuk, face twisted in a snarl, blue power sparking from his grip, throws down the gauntlet, daring anyone to try and snatch his prize. Then, bam! A cloaked enigma explodes into motion, a hurricane of blue power, blasting off into the unknown. This shadowy figure just keeps on soaring, a streak of pure speed. Powering up to max, the figure hits the afterburners, leaving a blinding blue streak behind. Meanwhile, some white-haired dude with killer red eyes gets hit with a shockwave, letting out a choked cry, totally freaking out over what just went down. Just like that, the cloaked figure warps into a deep forest, still crackling with blue power, and even he's like, "What the heck just happened?" Our white-haired friend, still totally shaken, starts connecting the dots, wondering if there are more superpowered players out there. His face contorts into a silent, primal scream, the pure, unadulterated fear of the unknown taking over. The forest explodes with motion as Shinhyuk, blazing with a purple aura, launches an all-out charge, matching the insane speed of the mysterious cloaked figure. The cloaked figure is just a blur, absolutely tearing through the trees, a phantom in the forest. Witnessing the insane spectacle, the white-haired man's crimson eyes are blown wide, his face a mask of pure rage and disbelief. Then, out of nowhere, a devastating, purple-charged kick explodes against an enemy, sending shockwaves everywhere. The red-haired fighter gets absolutely rocked, sent flying as Shinhyuk's purple aura goes supernova with every hit. He's sent spiraling, a fiery orange blur before he slams into the ground. But this guy's tough. With insane resilience, the red-haired fighter bounces back instantly, launching himself right back into the fight. Then, bam. The white-haired man is right in Shinhyek's face, his voice cutting through the air, demanding answers now. His crimson eyes burn into Shinhyek, the burning question of his brother's location hanging like a thundercloud. His crimson eyes snap wide, a furious challenge in his voice as he demands answers. Shinhyek's jaw clenches, absorbing the man's intense reaction. Then, a sudden cut to a moonlit forest, where a colossal, ethereal white structure pulses with blinding light. And Shinhyek watches, transfixed, as a purple energy ring explodes outward from its heart. His face hardens with resolve, ready for the next challenge. As blue energy blurs past, a flash of incredible speed. With Shinhyek and the cloaked figure tearing through the air, leaving glowing blue trails in their wake. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin roars in frustration, purple energy erupting from his hands. And then, Shinhyek is back in action, unleashing a devastating punch, his fist blazing with green power. He explodes with raw power, slamming into his foe in an absolute supernova of green, purple, and electric blue energy. The sheer impact sends his white-haired rival flying, who can barely hold his ground, admitting the insane power but refusing to back down. But wait, a strange realization hits the white-haired man, a sudden, unsettling anomaly in the heart of the storm. From the deep shadows, the enigmatic cloaked figure observes, a silent, chilling question hanging in the cosmic void: why is he even here? Shinhyek, however, is locked in, his mana surging, his resolve ironclad as he channels everything into finding his brother. Boom! Another devastating blast of energy absolutely obliterates the white-haired man, sending him screaming through the air. Shinhyek is relentless, a blur of pure power, pushing the attack with an unstoppable, blazing aura. The cloaked figure watches the brutal beatdown, his voice dripping with utter disdain, mocking the white-haired man's pathetic weakness and his foolish attempt at deception. And just like that, it's over. The cloaked figure stands victorious, sword drawn, gazing down at the utterly crushed white-haired man in the eerie silence of the woods. He's spouting nonsense, but the white-haired man knows the score. He started this, and he's gotta finish it, no matter what. He's gotta fool her, no matter what, because he's absolutely certain he's being set up. Then, a terrifying thought hits him: someone's actually using the Black Lion. But before he can even think, the mysterious cloaked figure is on him, blade blazing with electric blue energy, delivering a brutal strike. A massive wave of blue energy slams into the white-haired man. His hands snapping back from the sheer force. Trapped in a swirling maelstrom of the cloaked figure's raw power. He hacks up blood, reeling from the agony, barely able to gasp: this is insane. I didn't do anything. Another crushing blue energy blast hits him, leaving him with only one desperate cry: bullshit. The white-haired man screams in pure agony, his arms snapping unnaturally from the brutal impact, blood erupting. He coughs up even more blood, the searing pain overwhelming him, as the horrifying truth dawns: the Black Lion is setting me up. A low, menacing grunt escapes the cloaked figure, perhaps sensing the white-haired man's desperate thoughts. As he winds up for another devastating strike. I'll be wiped out at this rate, the white-haired man thinks, but the cloaked figure is already unleashing a black shower of blossoms. A swirling vortex of dark purple energy, his eyes blazing with sinister power. As if that would work on me, the cloaked figure sneers. But the white-haired man, fueled by sheer, desperate will, ignites a brilliant, crackling blue aura, surging forward. A blinding, earth-shattering explosion of blue energy erupts, the sheer force ripping through the very air. The aftermath leaves nothing but a violent, chaotic distortion in reality itself. Shrugging off the counterattack, the cloaked figure unleashes a lightning-fast projectile, blasting the white-haired man directly in the chest. The impact sends a brutal shockwave through his entire being. He crashes to the ground, purple energy erupting around him as the cloaked figure stands victorious. Meanwhile, a mysterious young man with glowing green eyes lets out a pained gasp, his face contorted in agony. The forest path lies eerily silent, a grim testament to the brutal assault. With a final, chilling glance, the cloaked figure simply turns and walks away, abandoning the bleeding white-haired man amidst the fading purple energy. Fresh blood splatters and drips onto the forest floor, a stark crimson against the green. Clutching his chest, the white-haired man's crimson eyes are wide with a mixture of agony and utter disbelief. A pained groan rips from the white-haired man, his body absolutely trashed after deploying the sacred relic, and he just knows his crew is in the same boat. Meanwhile, the enigmatic cloaked figure chills under a tree, surveying the chaos he unleashed. The white-haired man freaks out, screaming curses as he realizes their secret base is blown, and his people are getting wiped out. His face twists into a furious snarl, roaring: who did this? He knows he's dead if he goes back. The cloaked figure, a spectral presence, weighs his options, a name burning in his thoughts: Ashid Khan. The white-haired man, totally desperate, considers the unthinkable, begging for help from a certain powerful individual. With a final, decisive stride, the cloaked figure bails, leaving the whole mess in his wake. High above, a figure is free-falling, dropping like a rock towards the earth. It's Shinhyuk, eyes bugging out in pure shock as he plunges. Dropping in, Shinhyuk immediately confronts the white-haired man, demanding answers. Why are you here? The white-haired man flinches, a shockwave of realization hitting him. He stutters, a chilling realization dawning. Is all this happening because of him? Shinhyuk's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with challenge. Did you just believe? But before another word can be exchanged, an invisible power snatches Shinhyuk, dragging him into a chaotic maelstrom of green and blue energy, a chilling voice commanding, "It would be best if you don't resist." Blue lightning explodes around him, the voice promising a swift, silent end. I'll end it quietly for you. But Shinhyuk isn't going down without a fight. His body ignites with a fierce blue aura, a glowing staff snapping into existence as he braces for battle. Meanwhile, the white-haired man can only stare up, a silent witness to the sudden, brutal ambush. Shin-hyuk Lee is sent flying, plummeting through the air as a voice from above screams for him to settle down. He's still falling, a faint blue energy streaking behind him. But before he can even think about recovering, a purple-haired attacker with blazing red eyes unleashes a devastating torrent of dark purple energy, hitting him with raw power. The impact sends Shin-hyuk Lee flying, purple energy erupting around him, a pained shout escaping him as he realizes just how much energy this guy has. The purple-haired menace keeps up the pressure, his red eyes burning with pure malice, mocking his opponent to just try and hold on. But Shin-hyuk Lee's face hardens, a vibrant green and blue aura exploding around him as he gears up for his comeback, a confident, almost cocky, challenge leaving his lips. With an explosive surge of power, he unleashes a blinding, crackling torrent of blue lightning. The electrical discharge absolutely saturates the air, cracking and arcing with devastating, raw power. He stands victorious over the fallen foe, making sure there are no loose ends left to tie up. A flashback hits him, recalling Ahmad Khan's question about his target's marks, and his own answer. When I killed him, he didn't have any marks. But the Dark Star Society, he was chasing. Connecting the dots from the symbol he just witnessed, he declares, so, what I saw was the Dark Star Society's symbol. And he served under the duality dot. He pulls out a glowing card, and it's none other than Ahmad Khan's contact info. Gazing at the fallen foe, he wonders aloud, that's an administrative organization, right? He makes a strategic call, opting not to use the contact info just yet, thinking, well, I won't be using this right now, since I don't need to get involved with the Dark Star Society if they're not chasing me this time. A moment of deep thought washes over him. He eyes the card once more, a plan forming in his mind. I think I'll be able to use this. Shin-hyuk Lee grips the document, a surge of realization hitting him. He knows this is huge, even if he can't quite grasp it all yet. He flashes back to a brutal, no-holds-barred fight against an organization just like this one, the chilling truth echoing in his mind. These are the monsters who murdered his parents. A wild laugh bursts from him. The heavenly demon is way stronger than he thought, and he's ready to let them call the shots. His eyes narrow, a stark realization hitting him. This is just too much, too soon. He's down, reflecting on past battles, remembering how even with backup, he couldn't take down a certain foe by himself. He stares up, a chilling thought dawning on him. If a low-level admin is that strong, just how monstrously powerful is the bailiff? His hand reaches out, almost touching the sheer power he's imagining, a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Great Dipper. Suddenly, a powerful, white-haired figure, absolutely glowing with a vibrant purple aura, explodes into his thoughts, a silent, terrifying reminder of the insane power out there. He gets up, walking away with a fierce new resolve. He knows letting the truth die here would just make it impossible to find, so he's ready for anything. Shin-hyuk Lee just hit the jackpot. A surge of energy sparks around him as he shouts. He's found something huge, and the blue energy crackling around him confirms it. He knows there's even more power waiting. But then, a chilling vision cuts through. The white-haired man, looking utterly defeated, declares that there's nothing left to take. He's holding someone, a victim, and the despair in his eyes is palpable before the vision vanishes, leaving a heavy silence. Suddenly, Shin-hyuk Lee is engulfed in a blinding purple aura, the very air screaming as the enlightenment conditions are fulfilled. A massive wave of pure power explodes outward. A system alert flashes. Black Heavens is devouring Stigma and has just unlocked its third enlightenment. The system confirms, Black Heavens has officially initiated its third enlightenment. A searing, throbbing pain rips through him as the purple power surges, his face twisting in a raw, guttural grimace. The Black Heavens is going all out, tapping into the very essence of Stigma to pull out ancient records. But hold up. Because the Black Heavens is still in its early stages, it can only access a fraction of the full power, a subtle energy ripple echoing through the space. Suddenly, a fiery, chaotic vision erupts, and Shin-hyuk Lee is there, dropping a bombshell on his brother, telling Woo-hyuk he'll spill the beans later. And there it is, the colossal, shadowy Black Heaven's dragon, dominating the fiery landscape. Amidst the fiery chaos, Shin Hyuk Lee cuts straight to the chase, ordering Woo Hyuk to go find Seonyoung, his gaze intense. Woo Hyuk is totally blindsided, demanding to know what's going on, but Shin Hyuk Lee just drops the bomb, "You like her?" Woo Hyuk's jaw drops, a stunned "what?" escaping him, as Shin Hyuk Lee doubles down, Seonyoung SSI. A sudden jolt, a flash of insight, he's processing something massive. Amidst a blazing inferno, he grabs his brother, commanding him to hurry and go. But Woo Hyuk, fueled by pure adrenaline, snaps back, "I'm going to run in if I can't think. I can fight him." Screaming, "Hyung," with raw courage, Woo Hyuk plunges into the flames, weapon drawn and ready for anything. Then, from the heart of the blaze, a terrifying, green-skinned behemoth with burning red eyes bursts forth, a true nightmare made flesh. Woo Hyuk, a tiny speck against the colossal beast, bravely engages, but the monster's devastating attack sends him flying. A monstrous, glowing red claw slams down with bone-shattering impact. He's launched skyward, a fiery projectile, his eyes screaming in disbelief and agony. A desperate grimace twists his features as he fights against the crushing power. Down he goes, swallowed by the fiery vortex, his fight against the inevitable fading. He stands his ground, a single warrior against the multi-headed monstrosity, its infernal forms twisting across the ruined, burning world. The beast lets out a deafening, primal roar, its massive jaws tearing open. And then, a terrifying surge of raw power explodes from its colossal frame, blazing with destructive force. Shin Hyuk Lee's face twists in pure agony, a silent, desperate cry as he watches the nightmare unfold. A guttural, "Damn it," rips from him, his hand instinctively reaching out. His eyes blaze with furious determination, the burning question echoing in his mind, what if this abomination had been dealt with at the police station? But it's too late. The monstrous fist connects with brutal force, sending Woo Hyuk hurtling through the fiery abyss. The crushing weight of regret hits Shin Hyuk Lee, the bitter truth undeniable, he absolutely could have stopped this. Woo Hyuk's face contorts in a horrifying scream of pure pain, the impact shattering him. He lets out a frustrated groan, the haunting memories of Lee Shin-hyuk still tearing at his soul. These flashbacks are brutal, leaving him feeling absolutely terrible. Then, a flurry of system notifications explodes, announcing he's inherited a piece of metahuman Lee Shin-hyuk's stigma and snagged Pixis, the spear artifacts, already at level 1. And the alerts keep coming, declaring Black Heavens has hit 3-star enlightenment and unlocked a brand new power, eternal convergence. He locks onto the glowing text, a single question burning in his mind, eternal convergence. The system quickly clarifies, revealing that eternal convergence lets his main stigma boost all his other stigmas. A smirk spreads across his face as he processes the info, realizing he can just keep grinding. Suddenly, a vibrant purple energy erupts around him, forming an insane, powerful aura. He's blown away by the sheer power, this is Shin-hyuk's stigma, and it's unbelievably strong. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, he's going to master this power and use it to shield everyone he cares about. His expression tightens, the weight of his thoughts pressing down as he grapples with the next move. Then, a jarring, explosive sound rips through the air, a flash of blue energy igniting the space, snapping him into a brutal flashback. Shadowy forms are consumed by a maelstrom of vibrant purple energy, a devastating vision of power and destruction burning into his consciousness. Luminous purple feathers cascade through the spectral void, each one a chilling reminder of the raw magic unleashed. A frantic voice pierces the illusion, shouting a name with desperate intensity. A tormented Kwon Ojin, his features contorted in agony, unleashes a guttural cry, pleading for consciousness to return. The flashback surges, and Shin Hyuk Lee's eye ignites with an intense purple luminescence, a raw manifestation of the power now coursing through his veins. He's there, holding a broken Kwon Ojin in a ravaged field, a choked sound of horror tearing from his throat at the devastating scene. All around them, more bodies lie broken, the air heavy with desperate questions about the fallen and the fate of liberty, a stark, brutal image of a disaster he couldn't prevent. He stares down at the disoriented figure, who groggily struggles to remember where he is, desperately calling out for his team leader. Shifting to a stark, sterile room, the purple-haired man reveals the brutal truth of their last confrontation. Shin Hyuk Lee, his eyes sharp, flatly rejects any offer of medical treatment. Kwon Ojin, now settled, presses him to rest, his concern palpable. But he defiantly reaffirms his condition, addressing the other as team leader. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he confesses his wounds were calculated deception, a mere act to feign suffering. Moments later, Shin Hyuk Lee strides away into the oppressive darkness of a dense forest, his footsteps barely audible as Kwon Ojin silently observes his departure. A sudden rustle in the undergrowth snags his attention, and he halts, a quiet "ah" escaping his lips. With a subtle turn of his head, he challenges the unseen, his voice sharp with suspicion. Amidst the eerie glow of the forest, Kwon Ojin gives a chilling "yes," and Shin Hyuk Lee, with a fierce resolve, confirms they're about to drop the curtain on their grand act. Hidden deep in a dense forest, a lone figure is barely visible, a tiny speck against the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a man looms over an unconscious figure on the forest floor, their presence a stark contrast to the quiet woods. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk, ever the strategist, turns to his ally, demanding answers. Did he spill anything? A brief, tense silence hangs in the air before he finally states. Nothing useful, anyway. Ojin's intense crimson gaze pierces the air as he reveals, I saw him trying to escape. He was definitely hiding something big. With the unconscious man now slung over the guard's shoulder, Ojin drops a bombshell on Shin-hyuk. You'll find Shin-hyuk at HQ, I'm sure of it. The guard, meanwhile, declares, time to get him to the stage. A beat of heavy silence follows, the weight of the revelation palpable. The guard presses on, hauling the unconscious man deeper into the woods, a single word escaping him, this. A figure is sent absolutely plummeting through the void, a desperate, guttural cry tearing through the silence. His eyes are wide with pure terror, and all he can manage is a choked, "nnu-o-o-o," as the impact approaches. The impact leaves him absolutely motionless, a crumpled, broken form on the unforgiving ground. Meanwhile, Lee Shin-hyuk is just standing there in a lush forest, a faint sound escaping him as he stares at a holographic display, his mind completely consumed by the vision. He knows for a fact that the corpse isn't him, but the Dark Star Society is already on his tail. He just can't let go of his own death, remembering the other Lee Shin-hyuk, the one who died trying to escape. They both died, and both regressed completely on their own. A pained grunt escapes him as he realizes, he's exactly the same as the other guy. He knows the truth, a harsh reality he can't outrun. But a burning question still haunts him, why the heck does he feel so guilty? Fast forward a week, and someone's greeting Ojin, saying Team Leader Han sent them. The scene shifts to the massive Valhalla Guild building. Inside, Kwon Ojin is apologizing to Shin-hyuk, regretting he couldn't meet him earlier. Shin-hyuk notes those old feelings are still there, and Ojin's like, you're not fully recovered, so let's just chill for another week. He kicks things off, revealing the first reason for their meeting, pure gratitude. Their hands are poised on the table, the tension palpable. He presses on, admitting he couldn't have caught his brother's killer without the other's help, and Kwon Ojin drops a bombshell about the kidnapper's demands. Shin-hyuk's face gives nothing away, absorbing every word. Click, Kwon Ojin dramatically snaps open a briefcase, overflowing with cold, hard cash. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on his face, his eyes sharp. This is it, the ultimate reward for taking down Eugene, everything in the case, just for him. But Shin-hyuk, now on his feet, flat out refuses, declaring he won't take a dime. He then calls out Kwon Ojin, demanding to know the real reason for this whole setup. He presses on, his voice a low hum, demanding to know if Shin-hyuk truly is a disciple of Polaris. Then, with a predatory glint, he drops the bombshell, he knows about Shin-hyuk's brutal attack by the Dark Star Society. A chilling revelation that makes Shin-hyuk's mind race. Suddenly, the true, terrifying scope of the Valhalla Guild's mission becomes clear. They're not just fighting the Dark Star Society, they're going to rip out its very roots and annihilate it. And with that, Kwon Ojin lays it all out, demanding the disciple of Polaris join their crusade. A sly, dangerous smirk crosses Shin-hyuk's face as he realizes just how perfectly this plays into his hands. Kwon Ojin seals the deal, revealing he's already got the dirt on the Dark Star Society's illegal operations, promising Shin-hyuk sweet revenge if he just says yes. With a chillingly calm nod and a knowing smile, Shin-hyuk simply utters, okay. Kwon Ojin cuts straight to the chase, leaning in and demanding to know if he's got intel on the Dark Star Society. A beat of silence, then he just pushes for the goods. Then, Ojin whips out a sleek, rectangular device, handing it right over. He's on his feet, mic in hand, ready to drop some serious truth bombs. The device flashes, revealing a name that sends shivers down your spine, Ashid Khan. Shin-hyuk's eyes blaze with a purple glow as he downloads the intel. This is the top secret data on the Dark Star Society's deepest mysteries. Later, outside a massive skyscraper, Shin-hyuk presses, are they going full Valhalla Guild on the Dark Star Society now? Ojin confirms it, Valhalla's taking the lead on intel. But Ojin's not done yet, adding he's got one more thing to ask, and Shin-hyuk's all ears, demanding to know what it is. He presents a document to Shin-hyuk, revealing a unique request. The papers describe a spear crafted from strengthened silver alloy, equipped with a wireless function. It appears to be a sleek, compact device. A slight smirk plays on Shin-hyuk's lips as he considers the implications. Ojin then remarks that a certain little kid will undoubtedly appreciate this item. Shin-hyuk's brow furrows slightly, questioning the mention of a child. Ojin confirms he will submit the request to the Association for Manufacturing, and as for the price, he will handle it. There is no need to worry about the cost, he muses, as he intends to cover everything himself, acknowledging that such a rare item naturally commands a high price. Shin-hyuk's eyes widen slightly, processing the fact that the association will manage the entire process. He hits him with a question, demanding to know if he really pulled his weight in the Metahuman Guild's big operation. Shinhyek's face flushes crimson, his frustration boiling over. Ojin tries to cool him off, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him to chill out. But Ojin isn't backing down, declaring that true worth always shines through, even if this guild is a joke, and Shinhyek could totally find a better crew. Ojin finally throws in the towel, agreeing to whatever Shinhyek wants, and even dropping the bombshell that the innovator will foot the bill. But Shinhyek's eyes blaze with resolve, shutting down the offer with a hard no. He slams his hand over his chest, making a powerful declaration: he's buying this thing with his own cash. Finally, he's back at his sanctuary, the night sky a silent witness. Bursting through the door, he announces his presence with a shout. But a red-haired girl in bed is absolutely stunned, demanding to know why he's already there, as he just lets out an annoyed puff. She scrambles for an excuse, insisting she was just jamming out to some tunes. Shinhyek isn't buying it, his gaze sharp as he questions her over-the-top reaction to mere music. She fires back, already knowing exactly what he's thinking. Then, with a sly grin, she flips the script, hinting that he's the one into audio entertainment at his age. The bedroom door hangs open, a silent tension building. His eyes drop to her phone, a soft click breaking the silence, his face a mask of intrigue. Shinhyek is absolutely locked in, his eyes glued to the screen as a notification pops up: the Yongsan auction house is dropping its December relic list. And the message isn't just any old news, it's hyping up the Dragon Demon Eyes and a call to join the relic auction. Scrolling through the intel, those Dragon Demon Eyes are practically screaming for his attention. The digital world is buzzing. News feeds are blowing up with reports of relentless attacks on metahuman Lee Shinhyek, and everyone's asking why he's back in the Nandong zone. But he's got a plan, a secret mission: I started this, I'll finish it. Gotta fool her, no matter what. This is gonna be huge. Fueled by his determination. A heavy sigh escapes him as he takes a moment. Staring out at the urban sprawl, the chaos surrounding his name echoing in his thoughts. Soon after, he's with Kwon Ojin, examining a glowing relic, a game-changer confirmed to be a 3-star rank with instant recovery. And Ojin, clearly impressed, asks if he'll be keeping this incredible item. But Shinhyek's already thinking bigger, telling him to offload it, along with a stash of myrrh crystals and more. He's internally hyped, realizing this relic is way more powerful than he thought, a 3-star instead of a 1 or 2, and it's got him seriously thinking about the Dark Star Society. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin is already crunching numbers, seeing the massive payday from selling everything they've got. He started this, and now he had to finish it. There was no turning back, he had to fool her. A sharp clang rings out, and he's already calculating, 10 billion, just like that. A sly grin spreads across his face as he greets Kwon Ojin, who's practically beaming. Ojin lays out the numbers: 3 billion, easy, with the current market. And if they throw in the myrrh crystals, they could actually buy it. Shinhyek Lee's mind races: can he really pull off 3 billion? Then, he hits his team leader with a request for one last thing, his eyes on the prize: paradise. Ojin, with a look of anticipation, just asks, what is it? Shinhyek Lee's big ask. A map of the sewers beneath Seoul Station. Later, high above the city, he stretches, letting out a soft whew of exertion, ready for the next move. By the water's edge, Shinhyek Lee confronts the figure next to him, demanding to know where they're making their cash, only for the other to dramatically announce, I'm back. Then, with a dazzling smile and arms wide open, Vega bursts onto the scene, her white hair a whirlwind of energy. And just like that, her return is marked by a playful, yet dominant, move, sending Shinhyek Lee crashing to the ground, a brilliant white aura flaring around her as he lets out a shocked yelp. Then, with an almost arrogant ease, she plants her foot right on his chest, a bold statement of who's in charge. Fast forward a bit, high above the city on a rooftop, Shinhyek Lee starts to spill the beans: I have been. A look of exasperated acceptance on his face. Vega, still beaming, playfully cuts him off, oh ho ho. I told you to speak carefully, didn't I? Huh, my bad. He then launches into a highly dramatized account of the past 3 weeks, laying it all out for Vega. The world's transformation is nearly complete, Vega announces, her gaze intense as she addresses Shinhyek Lee. He thinks back to his old life, a normal existence he's totally over, refusing to go back to a boring, regular society. So, he figures, they should just chill out a bit, but seriously, will she even be okay now that she's linked up with him? He's convinced she needs more time to get used to all this, especially since he's got a ton of stuff to deal with, and fast. But then, a burning question hits him: who are these bastard constellations of the dark stars anyway? Vega fires back with her own question, demanding to know the exact era when all the stars were consumed by darkness. Echoing the constellation of the dark stars, Shinhyek sheepishly admits he's clueless too, then, surprised, asks her, you don't know either. It's not like he's an expert on the birth of stars or anything, but he seriously didn't expect Vega to be in the dark. He admits he's been in the dark about them from day one, especially given how little he learned in the past 3 weeks. Shin-hyuk Lee, fueled by pure resolve, grips his spear-like weapon, a faint blue energy already crackling around it. He's about to unleash something big, even if he's not at 100%. With a quick, decisive move, he locks his grip on the weapon, every fiber of his being primed for the explosion of energy. Then, the power ignites. His eyes flare with an electric blue, raw energy crackling and dancing around him like a storm. He's gone in a flash. A streak of blue energy is all that remains, a testament to his blinding speed. The very air screams and crackles, overwhelmed by the sheer, unbridled power he's unleashing. Witnessing the incredible display, Vega's jaw drops, her eyes wide with shock and pure admiration. Meanwhile, the serene blue sky above stretches out, bathed in golden sunlight, completely unaware of the raw power being unleashed beneath it. The entire world around him blurs into a chaotic mess, the sheer power of his attack warping reality itself. And then, the ultimate release. Shin-hyuk Lee erupts in a colossal, blinding blue aura, a pure manifestation of his overwhelming power. With the blue energy exploding around him, he launched forward like a bullet, a pure blue blur ripping through reality. A guttural roar tore from his throat as he channeled every ounce of that raw power into one explosive hit. The impact was immediate, a blinding, crackling explosion of pure energy tearing through everything. This wasn't just any attack, this was the legendary spear lightning. The sheer, concentrated force detonated, erupting in a cataclysmic shockwave of brilliant blue energy. The entire city skyline seemed to shudder from the sheer force, a chilling testament to the raw power he'd just unleashed. The energy finally faded, leaving behind only the lingering, terrifying echo of its destructive power. Then, Vega finally turned to him, her face a perfect blend of shock and worry, demanding, "How was it?" She practically shrieked, "Wayata. Even if you're a regressor, you can't just go around causing trouble with your powers." But Shin-hyuk Lee just shrugged, coolly retorting, "And is there a problem? Did I do something wrong?" With a secret agenda brewing, Shin-hyuk Lee faces Vega's probing question, how does he split his lightning across so many targets? His answer is pure nonchalance, he just tried it, and it clicked, even if he took a few hits early on. Vega's gaze sharpens, a silent contemplation washing over her features. Then, with a soft address, she questions if his memories of Lyra's stigma were still hazy. He lets out a shocked gasp, demanding to know her secret. Vega clarifies that even with his hazy recollections, he's clearly tapping into those techniques on an unconscious level. She insists there's no other way he could be wielding the stigma techniques, while he stares up, a literal question mark above his head. Flashing a cocky grin, he boldly claims genius status, secretly doubling down on his mission to deceive her. He ponders the question, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, because even he doesn't truly know himself. But his companion is absolutely stunned, shouting, "What are you even talking about?" She pushes him, demanding to know why humans haven't created disciples until now, her voice filled with intense urgency. He processes her words, the raw power of the stigma of Lyra, a force almost too much for any human, burning in his thoughts. Walking away, a wave of frustration hits him, he's tired of this endless loop of conversations, but his resolve is ironclad, he's going to fool her, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, it's team leader Kwon Ojin calling. Later, beneath a pristine blue sky. A crucial delivery arrives at the Metahuman Management Association, the requested items finally secured. From a sleek, departing car, a voice offers a quick, sincere, thank you. He's just strolling through the city, the sounds of the street a-low thrum around him. Later, with a sleek new weapon in hand, he's asked if it's his new gear, and he just casually confirms it. This thing is seriously next level, way better than he ever thought it would be. He's blown away, finding out some kid actually made it, and now he's gotta track them down to give props. He's already upgrading it, thinking about how to supercharge it with an electromagnetic field, and he knows there's even more power hidden within. Then, out of nowhere, a massive crash rocks the air, and he snaps his head up, totally caught off guard. He sees it, a tiny figure, just free-falling from the heavens, dropping like a rock. He instantly knows who it is and yells, "Hold on tight, Vega," as she just lets out a confused HM. But she's still falling, screaming, "What are you going to do?" as she plummets. Still free-falling, a desperate shriek rips through the air from the plummeting figure. Her descent is relentless, a blur of motion. Just a tiny speck against the endless blue. Below, the city skyscrapers pierce the clouds, a concrete jungle about to meet a celestial crash. Shin-hyuk Lee watches the plummeting figure, a shockwave of realization hitting him, a smirk spreading across his face as he knows her old tricks are totally useless. He's baffled, thinking, how is she even falling like this? Could she still be flying with Lyra's stigma, or what? Blue lightning explodes around her as she keeps falling, a desperate thunder steps technique, but how can a human even pull that off? Shin-hyuk Lee lunges, a faint blue aura flaring around his arm, shouting, "Hey, you done with your business? Time to go home. He snatches her out of the sky, holding her tight as she thrashes, observing that Vega's back with new gear, but telling her to chill out, no need to struggle. With a sudden, powerful declaration, he sets his sights on the next objective. Let's go to Seoul Station, he shouts, then unleashes a devastating, explosive kick, blasting a massive monster backward with raw power. The beast lets out a furious, guttural roar, its eyes and mouth blazing with an infernal red glow. Shin Hyuk Lee lays out his haul, flares, smoke rounds, starstones, a regeneration potion, an LP headlight, and low-rank potions, then hits his customer with the price, a cool $7,320. Kwon Ojin, his customer, immediately snaps back, furious about what he'd just pulled. He tries to lowball, whining that the knives are dull and brittle, but the system instantly calls him out with a lame excuse level 3 notification. Ojin then pulls the classic move, claiming he only has $6,000, but then immediately offers $7,000. He doubles down, swearing he's serious and can totally afford it, making Shin Hyuk Lee wonder if this guy's even a real awakened, while his inner voice just calls him a dumbass. Shin Hyuk Lee, with Vega's glowing presence beside him, kicks himself for not pushing harder, thinking he should have gotten more than 6,700, because he totally saw through Ojin's money weakness. He's gotta cut costs wherever he can, no exceptions. Vega is not holding back, reminding him she pulled off something huge, something she knew he desperately needed. He just shrugs it off, confirming he already paid up. But a system message pops up, revealing he's still pinching pennies this month, even after the transaction. Business done, Shin Hyuk Lee is out. He's already moving on to the next big thing. Now, deep in a shadowy, underground passage, he's got his glowing staff ready, absolutely positive his target is hidden somewhere in this maze of tunnels. He wonders if he can really take down that monster, but then reminds himself its power is totally locked away right now. He turns to Vega, who's chilling with a drink, and smugly declares everything is going exactly to plan. Even with a terrifying monster lurking in the shadows, he's still absolutely convinced its power is locked down. He started it, and he was damn well going to finish it, even if it meant pulling off the ultimate deception. A subtle, ominous clink punctuated his resolve. Sealed or not, he thought, this thing was still a monstrous sanddrag in his eyes. Good thing he'd snagged some rare boots, at least that was one less headache. But even with all his gear, he couldn't bring himself to unleash the hunting dogs in this putrid darkness. Suddenly, he spotted something, his voice cutting through the silence, "My child." A sickening vibration pulsed through the air, making him gasp in surprise. He'd felt this before, that same chilling sensation from the cave. Could it be happening again? A deep, unsettling dread began to creep in. He turned to her, a grimace on his face. "I'd really rather not feel this again," Shin Hyuk Lee stated, as Vega pressed him, "Can you even describe it?" His eyes narrowed, a dark suspicion taking root, it might just be another Black Star incident. Shin Hyuk Lee's mind races, connecting the dots, could this be why mutated monsters are popping up everywhere? Trapped in the murky depths, he steels himself for the coming battle, no escape, only one way out, fight. Then, a shocking discovery hits him, his eyes snapping wide open. The path twists into a nightmare of flesh and bone, a deep, unsettling rumble vibrating through the very air. And there, lurking in the crimson depths, are two massive, mutated horrors, their grotesque shapes filling the passage. One of them snarls, a chilling sound ripping through the silence, a primal roar of pure aggression. But the horror isn't over, from the very ground itself, a grotesque worm creature erupts, screaming, "Bingo," to his worst fears. Shin Hyuk Lee's mind races, analyzing the new threats, are these even mutants? Their mana feels completely alien. The worm creature, now fully unleashed, strikes with blinding, terrifying speed. He locks eyes with the glowing, worm-like mutant, a smirk playing on his lips. Alright, time for a little warm-up, he thinks, ready to unleash hell. Then, in a flash of light, his glowing blade slices down, a brutal chak echoing through the cavern. He's a whirlwind of destruction, chwa of pure power as he tears through the enemy. The first one drops, a kng of finality as its glow fades on the cavern floor. But more appear, only to be instantly ensnared, two glowing worms trapped in a pyong of raw energy. And with a brutal kong, he crushes them without a second thought. His eyes narrow, blue lightning sparking around him as he growls, "That won't do. These small fries are just a distraction." Then, with a deafening chwa, he unleashes his full power, a blinding blue electrical storm engulfing him. And that raw power slams into the massive mutant, ripping a kiek of agony from its throat as it's blasted back. Right. I started it, so I gotta end it now. I have to fool her no matter what, he thinks, his blade exploding with blue lightning, a stark contrast to his usual spear. He pushes deeper into the grotesque cavern, his body shimmering with a faint blue aura, ready to face down two hideous, mutated abominations. A guttural grrr rips from one of the creatures, its monstrous claw flexing with raw power. A piercing kiiiek erupts as the creature reels from a devastating, unseen blow. But from the shadows, 3 more crimson-skinned mutants burst forth, their eyes burning with pure malice. He calmly assesses the situation, realizing these new threats mean the first 2 were just the warm-up. Another mutant shrieks in agony, caught in his relentless, lightning-fast assault. Now then, he mutters, his blade pulsing with raw power, ready to unleash hell on the next wave. A massive, explosive impact rips through the cavern, shaking everything to its core. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, announcing the next wave of horrors. Blade poised, he stands his ground against the pulsating, fleshy abyss, ready for anything. His stance is unyielding, a rock in the face of the grotesque unknown. Then, 2 monstrous, crimson-skinned mutants burst forth, their grotesque forms radiating raw power. His eyes blaze with electric blue as he stares them down, utterly unfazed by their supposed intelligence. The air itself begins to shimmer, as electric blue lightning erupts around him. The surge intensifies, a maelstrom of pure, crackling power. Blinding arcs of blue energy lash out, supercharging the entire cavern. Then, with a blinding, earth-shattering flash, he unleashes the full, devastating power of his blue lightning. With eyes blazing with pure resolve, the blue energy just keeps exploding from him. But then, a monstrous growl rips through the air, as a hulking, red-skinned beast with burning eyes just tanks the hit, putting on an absolutely insane display of power. The hit slams into its massive, clawed arm, but this thing barely flinches. A direct hit to the chest, and a massive crimson explosion erupts. The beast screams in agony, its massive frame staggering from the sheer impact. A choked gasp rips from him, his face contorting in disbelief as he finally grasps what he's up against. The Crimson Titan snarls, its eyes blazing with pure rage, confirming it's none other than a terrifying reptilian champion. Its massive chest flexes with a primal, earth-shaking growl, a chilling declaration of war against its attacker. The reptilian champion strikes with a ferocious, clawed attack, aiming to rip Shin Hyuk Lee apart. Its razor-sharp teeth flash, a silent, deadly roar echoing the threat. But Shin Hyuk Lee is already moving, his mind a steel trap. With a thought, his glowing blue wires snap back to his hand, a silent command ringing out, "Wires, return." He knows the wires are just a distraction, his purple eyes blazing with raw power as he explodes forward, a blur of motion and pure intent. Then, with a roar of power, he unleashes a devastating torrent of blue lightning, engulfing the champion in a crackling, blinding explosion. The beast roars in agony as the electric force slams into its scaly hide, sending shockwaves of pain through its entire being. Impact after impact rips through its form, each strike a hammer blow driving it back. But Shin Hyuk Lee isn't done. Before the champion can even think of recovering, he launches himself skyward, a deadly, spear-like projectile manifesting in his grip, a final, decisive blow aimed straight at the monster. The projectile slams home with brutal, bone-shattering force, drawing a guttural shriek of pure agony from the champion. He knew he started this, and now he had to finish it, needing to outwit her no matter the cost. With that resolve, a surge of blue lightning erupted from his form, striking his opponent with a resounding crackle. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, a deep thud echoing as the champion reeled. Another burst of raw power followed, a sharp, focused strike of lightning. Closing the distance, he delivered a powerful physical blow, his glowing fist connecting squarely with the champion's form. The continuous assault left visible marks, the champion's leg showing signs of the relentless impact. He intensified his attack, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him, each crackle of energy a testament to his growing power. A confident smirk played on his lips as he thought, this fight was proving to be far too simple. Shin Hyuk's mind is made up, he's gotta finish this, even if it means pulling a fast one. Time to grab the loot. He moves through the monster-strewn cavern, and there it is, his target. A black crystal, exactly as predicted. He grabs the shimmering crystal, and it hits him, he's more tied to this world than ever, after centuries of dimension hopping. The crystal pulses. Suddenly, Vega's translucent form materializes, demanding to know why he'd give her a myth crystal, as he muses about how much power she's been hiding all this time. The black crystal flares between them, energy swirling wildly. The crystal radiates dark power, leaving the regressors' true motives a total mystery. Shadowy, monstrous forms coalesce, and a chilling declaration cuts through the air, revealing the gate's dark secret, a relic fueled by the terrifying power of the Dark Star. Taking a deep, resolute breath, Shin Hyuk steels himself, a fierce "let's go," escaping his lips, because time is a luxury he can't afford. His mind a whirlwind of ambition, a singular, burning objective takes hold, the money, the power, it's all right there, and he knows he can seize it. Footsteps crunch, a rhythmic beat, as he plunges headfirst into the abyss. Then, a sudden, stark realization hits him, as he crosses the threshold into the cavern's shadowy depths. The path ahead is barely visible, a treacherous, winding tunnel disappearing into the earth's belly. He mentally probes the very essence of this place, a silent question hanging in the air, is this really the way? His determined strides echo onward, and then, the chilling realization, oh, it's the dungeon. Plunging further into the cavern's embrace, he ponders the deeper secrets this enigmatic place conceals. Deep in the dungeon, a grotesque, lumpy brown mass just looms in the shadows. And Shin-hyuk immediately realizes, this monstrous entity is straight out of his worst memories. He stands before it, a heavy thud echoing through the cavern, his eyes locked on the familiar horror. Yeah, it's the exact monster that destroyed Seoul and took his first life, and even now, it's seriously intimidating. But then, a crucial detail hits him, it's way smaller, only half the size of the one burned into his memories. A fiery vision flashes through his mind, and he suddenly realizes what this size difference really means. A loud crash echoes as he spots the glowing purple core inside the creature, it's a myrrh crystal, and it's smaller too. With a determined expression, he draws his weapon, a swift slash of air accompanying the movement, ready to absolutely shatter it. He stares down at the squishy, grotesque monster, a familiar foe, but something about this one feels off. He scoffs, thinking, this is just a weird vibe, his game, and it's gonna be a total cakewalk. He launches himself, glowing weapon flashing, and slams it down on the monster with a brutal thwack. He yells, following up with another devastating hit, the impact cracking through the air. One last, epic strike slices through the air with a whoosh, and the fight looks totally over. Totally hyped about his win, he throws up a peace sign, flexing the power of an awakened who's crushed countless battles and climbed to the absolute peak. But just as he's basking in the glory, bam! A giant, squishy hand bursts out of the monster, grabbing him in a flash as it screams his name, Lee Shin-hyuk. Totally blindsided, he can only manage a stunned, huh. The monster's grip clamps down hard, trapping him completely. Caught off guard, he's in trouble. Vega can't believe her eyes, gasping, no way, this has to be a mistake. Then, a sickening scrape rips through the silence, as the monster starts dragging him. Huh, he snaps, utterly confused. The beast drags him without mercy. His body slamming against the forest floor, the champion's massive shadow engulfing him. Then, it hits him, a chilling revelation, and he can only gasp, what? The champion's body grinds forward, its brutal, scaly hide tearing at the earth. Up close, the champion's true horror is laid bare, its skin a nightmare of razor-sharp, serrated edges. Confusion morphs into pure rage, as he snarls, why is this piece of shit still moving? Then, with an explosive burst of power, a blinding white aura ignites around him, his eyes blazing with raw resolve. Alright. I started this, I'm ending it now. I have to fool her, no matter what. In that case. Trapped, he's behind bars, questioning everything. How is he supposed to defeat this monster now? Then, a memory flashes, a voice from the past, hitting him with the truth, you knew everything. You could have stopped it. And another flashback, this time in a classroom, where some bastard is still bluffing, still trying to pull one over on everyone. He's caught in a loop, thinking about how useless it is to wish for a do-over, like wanting to ace an exam by going back in time. The only thought now is, should I just bail? Suddenly, Vega's image flickers into his mind, her voice echoing with confusion, regressor. What's happening? But he can only scream internally, no, how can I? She tries to calm him, it's okay, but he's having none of it. It's not okay. I expected this. I knew this would happen, he retorts, his resolve hardening. He tells her, just wait, Vega, even as her desperate plea for salvation rings in his ears, save me. He steels himself, I'll get this over with soon, but then the crushing truth hits him, I'm dead. And just like that, the monstrous, scaly arm of the reptilian champion tightens its grip, dragging him deeper into the darkness. Shin-hyuk, sword flashing, explodes into action with a furious battle cry. But in a flash, before his blade can even connect, he's utterly blindsided. Sent hurtling through the air with a pained shout. Blood explodes from him. The counterattack is impossibly fast, leaving him utterly bewildered. A primal growl tearing from his throat as he's pummeled relentlessly. He's launched even further back, a mere ragdoll in the monster's grip. He slams into the ground with earth-shattering force, the impact ripping through the very foundations. And the raw energy of the blow explodes outwards from the crater. And just like that, the reptilian champion's monstrous hand clamps down on him again, his fight completely over. He clenches his jaw, a primal roar of "stop screaming," tearing through his thoughts. Before exploding into the air, spear flashing, ready for a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. His target, the colossal reptilian champion, a monstrous wall of scales, looms. And with a lightning-fast thrust, his spear slams home, punching through the monster's armored scales. But the champion's retaliation is instant and devastating, sending him spiraling into a dark, viscous void. A shocking realization hitting him mid-air as he desperately fights for balance. The champion's monstrous hand lunges, a bone-crushing grasp about to ensnare him. The sheer velocity of the counter is blinding. And he's ensnared, a look of pure agony on his face as a sinister green energy erupts from his hand. This is it. He started this, and he's gonna finish it. He's gotta fool her, no matter the cost, even as he's fighting tooth and nail against the champion's monstrous, scaly limb, but the sheer power is overwhelming. Then, a blinding flash of light blue energy explodes, sending him reeling. The champion's counter is brutal and instant. A lightning-fast move from the champion, and Shinhyuk's only thought is to run. But it's too late. The colossal limb slams down, crushing him with bone-shattering power. He's pinned, utterly helpless. He plunges into the dark abyss, a furious thought burning in his mind: these guys are seriously annoying. Down, down he goes, a blur of motion, the abyss swallowing him whole. His fall is violently stopped as the champion's scaly limb snatches him, its grip like a vice, now pulsing with a sinister green glow. Blinding green lightning erupts, tearing a raw scream from his throat, his eyes burning with the terrifying power. The champion's voice booms, a chilling demand: where is the black magic crystal? Tell me. Shinhyuk goes all out, blasting a furious torrent of blue lightning, screaming for the monster to just die already. The electrical discharge intensifies, zeroing in on a single point as he screams at the bastard. Then, a system message explodes into view, announcing his Thunderbolt skill just went off the charts, leveling up from basic to level 2. A relieved "phew" escapes him, a surge of adrenaline hitting as he realizes his power just got a massive boost. No time to waste. He follows up with a devastating, glowing punch, his fist slamming into the champion with a thunderous impact. The impact sends a massive shockwave through the monster's body, exposing a glowing purple crystal buried deep in its flesh. He keeps up the relentless assault, every punch driven by pure, desperate will. But even after all that, the champion is still standing, making Shinhyuk gasp: it's still alive. The reptilian champion's colossal hand crushes something, unleashing a primal roar. Trapped within that monstrous grip, Shinhyuk Lee is absolutely dwarfed by the champion's sheer scale. He fights back against the crushing force, a desperate grunt tearing from his throat. Then, his eyes blaze crimson, a raw surge of power igniting within him as he prepares to strike back. And with a crackle of purple lightning, a pistol materializes in his hand, absolutely crackling with raw energy. He fires, a blinding burst of blue-white electricity exploding from the weapon and slamming into his captor. The reptilian champion SCRMS, its massive arm recoiling violently from the unexpected, devastating impact. Shinhyuk Lee seizes the opening, driving a powerful kick through the champion's now pierced hand, shouting his defiance. Still reeling from the previous attack, the reptilian champion unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, its colossal body vibrating with pure rage. The sheer force of its counterattack sends him absolutely soaring, Shinhyuk Lee just a blur as he's launched across the cavern. He slams into the ground with a sickening thud, a choked cry escaping him as he bounces and rolls, the pain searing. And above him, the champion lets out another monstrous roar, its rage absolutely boiling. Before he can even twitch, a monstrous hand slams down, pinning him against the cold, hard rock. He struggles for breath, a chilling realization hitting him: his mana is almost completely drained. The lightning energy he'd siphoned from the spear is just fizzling out, leaving him exposed and powerless. This means, at this rate, he's completely screwed and won't be able to pull off his move. A fierce determination ignites in his eyes as he thinks he needs one, single, game-changing blow, something even more insane than his last lightning strike. Shinhyuk Lee unleashes a lightning-fast punch, going all in against the monstrous foe. But with a savage snarl, the reptilian champion's colossal hand snatches his punch right out of the air, locking it down. An immense, bone-crushing pressure erupts from the champion's hold, threatening to shatter his arm. Those scaly digits clamp down even harder, a guttural roar of exertion ripping from the beast. Shinhyuk Lee lets out a pained cry, his entire body screaming against the raw power, the champion's vice-like grip refusing to yield. The reptilian champion's mind churns with a dark strategy, ready to flip the script and use his opponent's power against him. But before the champion can even blink, Shinhyuk Lee pulls a fast one, executing a lightning-quick slide that rips him free from the death grip. Gaining precious distance, he whips out a gleaming sword, ready to unleash a whole new level of pain. The reptilian champion's massive hand hangs in the air, empty, its prey having slipped away. He exploded into action, his sword a gleaming streak as he covered ground in an instant, slamming into position with a fierce clash. His gaze, sharp as a razor, instantly found its mark on the colossal reptilian champion. And a critical realization hit him: the champion's neck was wide open. He didn't even flinch, bringing his blade down in a flash, slamming it right into the weak point. Pure fire blazed in his gaze as he swore to finish this with one devastating strike, knowing only he could pull it off. Just dumping raw power into it wouldn't cut it, he realized, this needed finesse. He had to focus his mana like a laser-guided arrow, every single particle honed to a deadly point. Then, with a final, earth-shattering burst of power, he let loose, aiming to finish this entire battle in one epic blow. The concentrated energy absolutely detonated, a blinding, unstoppable torrent of pure blue power. The concentrated mana attack, now a shimmering blade of pure blue lightning, absolutely slams into its target with blinding speed. Impacting the reptilian champion's exposed nape and causing a massive discharge of electrical energy, which also triggers a system notification. His lightning skill has advanced to level 4, and he has acquired the new skill, Depth Charge level 1. Talk about a power-up. The force of the impact continues to ripple through the air, a deafening crackle of blue lightning absolutely exploding around the monster. The intense blue energy absolutely engulfs the champion, its raw power momentarily overwhelming everything. Still, the creature's massive form remains upright, its scaly hide racked by the continuous electrical assault. As the blue aura around him begins to fade, Shin Hyuk Lee drops to one knee, absolutely drained from the immense effort. He stares intently at his foe, a single, desperate thought echoing in his mind: did it work? But before he can fully process the outcome, the reptilian champion, still crackling with residual lightning, lets out a furious, guttural roar, signaling its defiance and proving it's far from over. With a fierce resolve to finish what he began, knowing he has to outsmart his foe, Shin Hyuk Lee charges up, his entire form erupting in a blinding, electric blue aura. He's in. A lightning-fast jab, and the needle sinks deep into the champion's scales, as a voice shouts, "WHOA, WHOA, WHOA. What is that?" The champion lets out a guttural scream of pure rage as the injection hits, its monstrous voice thundering, "UNGAH. I said stop it." He tries to pull away, a frantic shout tearing from him, "Stop it." But the champion's counterattack is instant and vicious, a colossal, spiked appendage slamming down with devastating power. Absolutely crushing the smaller figure as the monstrous beast towers over him. Leaving him to clench his fist in a desperate, futile gesture, his gambit utterly failing. Meanwhile, a terrified young woman with dark hair witnesses the horror from afar, her shriek piercing the air, "Kaya. Anga. That's a monster, isn't it?" The reptilian champion stands triumphant, its colossal shadow engulfing Shin Hyuk Lee, who is utterly crushed and defeated on the cold ground. A small boy lets out a terrified gasp. As a dark, blurry form looms closer. Its massive, clawed hand reaching out with menacing intent. The boy screams in pure terror. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, pleading desperately for help. But before the monster can strike, a blue blur of motion cuts through the air, intervening with impossible speed. Shin Hyuk Lee now stands ready, staff held defensively, his gaze fixed on the unseen threat. He stands protectively over the small boy, who has fallen to the ground, now safe behind him. Turning to a woman nearby, he commands, "Get out of here, Hyen." With Hyen now safely behind him, Shin Hyuk Lee maintains his vigilant stance, ready to face whatever comes next. He started this, so he's gotta finish it, no matter what it takes to fool her. He's going all out to save everyone, even if he usually couldn't care less if people live or die. But Vega's eyes are on him, right now. He knows she's gonna. He's telling himself he doesn't care about her, he's gonna be the hero who saves the world, period. Because, let's be real, he needs her blessing, right? The attack landed, hard. It ripped right through the monster with a nasty, chwaak. Now, the only thing left is to utterly annihilate it. Even as he struggles, gasping for air, there's zero doubt in his mind about this world. He lands another crushing blow, thinking, it'd be weird if he was bleeding for her, bleeding right now, but this situation is just. Is this really happening? He's actually feeling exhilarated by the sheer chaos of it all. That raw, primal thrill when his grudge and power align, like the sick joy of seeing blood spill and turn to dust. But he knows the temporary power surge, fueled by his own blood, is just that, temporary, fading with his mana. Every ounce of this exhilarating rush he's feeling could just scatter away like grains of sand. Clenching his fist around his weapon, a burning resolve ignites in his eyes, he absolutely refuses to let that happen. But the monstrous champion isn't done yet, letting out a guttural growl. Its body shifting, revealing a pulsating purple cord glowing ominously within its very being. That's it. A confident smirk flashes across his face, signaling his absolute resolve. And just like that, with a subtle shift, he's ready to go all out. His eyes blaze with a fierce purple glow, as he throws down the gauntlet, daring the monster to even try. And then, in a flash, he's gone, his blade a silver blur tearing towards the champion. The reptilian champion's scaly hand lashes out, trying to block the insane speed of the attack. Another massive claw follows, bracing for the absolute chaos about to hit. The air absolutely explodes with raw energy, as these two titans clash in a blinding burst of speed and power. Shin Hyuk Lee is a lightning-fast blur, his glowing white blade cutting through the air. His momentum absolutely insane. He tightens his grip on the hilt, the blade practically screaming with raw power. His gaze sharpens, he's already reading his opponent's every move. Then it hits him, his magic is absolutely exploding, stronger than it's ever been. Suddenly, a powerful blue electrical aura erupts around him, crackling with pure, untamed energy. His sword practically screams with power, and he's ready to unleash hell. Blue lightning absolutely explodes from his hand. And the same raw power courses through his leg. As a monstrous reptilian champion unleashes a terrifying roar. Shin Hyuk Lee is engulfed in a vortex of pure blue energy, proclaiming this is just the warm-up. He snatches his sword, now blazing with that same electric blue. And unleashes an absolute catastrophe of electrical power. It's a depth charge, and it's absolutely shredding the area with shimmering blue particles. The electrical energy just keeps building, focusing into a devastating point. The sheer, overwhelming blue current devours everything in its path, leaving only the shadow of his might. Electrical energy surges around his lower body, crackling with raw power, ready to explode. The reptilian champion lets out a guttural roar, moving with predatory intent, charging its smaller opponent. But then, Shin Hyuk Lee is violently yanked upwards, arms flailing, utterly bewildered by the sudden ascent. A powerful electrical discharge impacts, exploding with raw energy. Shin Hyuk Lee lets out a battle cry, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, locked and loaded for the next attack. The reptilian champion's tail violently whips him through the air, sending debris flying everywhere. The monstrous tail continues its brutal assault, a relentless, bone-jarring ride. Pushing past his absolute limits, Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes burn with an intense blue light, a silent, furious vow to overcome. He unleashes a massive surge of blue electrical magic, a defiant roar against defeat. Pushing past his absolute breaking point, he channels every last spark of his electrical might, screaming internally for one more devastating strike. A blinding, explosive surge of pure blue-white lightning detonates from his very being. Engulfing the entire battlefield in a brilliant, crackling maelstrom of raw, untamed energy. The devastating electrical discharge rips through the air, tearing across the ground and sending shockwaves everywhere. Culminating in a cataclysmic, earth-shattering explosion that rocks the entire dimension. As the blinding light recedes, the system confirms his mastery, empty charge, maxed out at advanced level 10, unleashed. But before the dust can even settle, the reptilian champion unleashes a brutal counterattack, its massive tail lashing out with incredible force, sending him spiraling violently through the air. The champion stands unyielding, its scaly hide a fortress against the electrical storm, completely unfazed by the devastating blast. He grits his teeth, a fierce, unyielding resolve etched onto his face, bracing for the brutal impact that's about to come. Regaining his senses, a hand slams against the debris. And a frantic cry of, "My child," cuts through the air, followed by his own strained whisper, "Vega." A confident smirk plays on his face as he declares, "See? I told you to trust me, didn't I?" Even as his legs visibly shake, a quiet admission escaping him, "To be honest, I wasn't completely okay." But Vega, clearly not amused, fires back, "Humph. You said you'd be done in no time, but it took so long, didn't it? Do you know how worried I was?" Later, strolling casually, eyes glued to his phone, he coolly declines an invitation, "Here, I don't think I can go with you," brushing off any protests with a firm, "Enough of that." Suddenly, his head snaps up, eyes wide with shock and gratitude, "Hyuk. Thank you. Thank you so much." A massive crowd has swarmed, phones flashing, clamoring, "Pictures. Quickly, take some pictures." Shin Hyuk Lee is absolutely radiating confidence, a sly grin spreading across his face as he takes ownership of his actions, ready to finish what he began. He's locked in, determined to pull off the ultimate deception, when suddenly, an association big shot steps up, announcing his presence and that he's got a report. Then, the official drops a bombshell, asking who exactly he's affiliated with. Strolling off, Shin Hyuk Lee can't help but reflect on the new reality, with Hyen out of the picture, they're both finally free to live their own lives. But this freedom comes with a catch, dealing with everyone else, like that association guy still gushing about how awesome he is. A little humility wouldn't hurt, right? Later, Vega pops up, totally brushing off his worries, then asks if he's digging the scenery. She then crowns him her ultimate hero, her idol, her absolute pride and joy. His eyes practically pop out, a mix of shock and pure irritation flashing across his face. He's absolutely stunned as Vega's voice booms, calling out his gratitude as nothing but empty words. He's about to lose his mind, the sheer absurdity of the situation pushing him past his breaking point. But the association employee, looking totally stressed, drops a bombshell. The internet is blowing up with articles about him, calling him Mr. Shin Hyuk everywhere. The employee keeps going, revealing that 16 guilds have already called them this morning, and 8 of them have already sent donations to the association. Shin Hyuk Lee, chilling on the couch, can only ask if this all went down in just one day, and the employee just gives a nervous laugh, pointing out that he's the one who started this whole mess. Then, the employee drops another bomb. because of this whole thing, everyone now knows he's Polaris's apostle. The employee practically collapses forward, his face screaming pure stress, totally overwhelmed by the chaos. He reminds Shin Hyuk Lee that they were supposed to keep his apostle status a secret, but Shin Hyuk Lee just gives a super sarcastic, hee, that's great, back. Shin Hyuk Lee thinks to himself, all that stuff before. Just a temporary plan to stall for time until he got strong enough. Now, he sees it, this is the perfect time to cash in on being Polaris's apostle, but he pauses, thinking about what comes next. He's absolutely floored, staring wide-eyed as the employee drops the bomb. The articles are calling him the hero who saved everyone. The employee, totally unfazed, just shrugs, saying he probably wants to know how this blew up, but he personally steers clear of the internet drama. Shin Hyuk Lee's jaw practically hits the floor when he hears his move described as truly divine. What? He demands to know what kind of crazy rumors are spreading, especially about what he supposedly said during that child rescue. Without a word, the employee shoves a tablet into his hands, telling him to just look. The screen blazes with a news headline, his words during that child rescue went absolutely viral. The scene shifts to the past, where he's mid-rescue, declaring he's not saving the kid for them, but because he refuses to let them die. And then, in a move that shocked everyone, he casually tossed his own coat over the injured child. The employee's voice echoes, finishing the story. He just walked away, even dropping the bombshell that he wasn't awakened. He's totally baffled, thinking, seriously, was this ripped straight from some dark novel? The employee just keeps going, spilling the tea, anyway, because of all that, asking for money got a huge reaction. Like, I'm gonna prove it, I'm just saying you're not even worth the cash, kind of vibe. But Shin Hyuk Lee cuts in, pointing out, hold up, I'm the one always raking in the dough, so that whole, prove myself line feels super weird. The employee finally gets it, nodding, oh, I see. Yeah, I totally get your point now. And then, he drops another bombshell, also. This whole mess recently blew up in Paradise 2. The employee stands up, looking down at him with a serious expression, signaling things are about to get real. A Stark System message blazes across the screen, I'm not a regressor, with Shin Hyuk's name highlighted. An official drops a bombshell, revealing a monster incident from the city has rocked even Paradise. Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes narrow, the name, Paradise, echoing with a new, dangerous weight. He steels his resolve, declaring he'll tackle the immediate threat first, then strategize. Cutting to the chase, the official presents a collection of shimmering crystals, demanding they get to the point. He then challenges Shin Hyuk Lee, asking just how much he thinks these precious resources are truly worth. Shin Hyuk Lee lets out a low, clearly calculating the implications. The official elaborates, noting a sharp drop in regressor mutants. But a massive surge in other mutant types, causing a mind-blowing tenfold increase in MYKRH and life energy. He's locked in, knowing he kicked this off and now he's gotta finish it. He's gotta play her like a fiddle, no matter the cost. The employee holds up a shimmering crystal, dropping the bomb that even with their quality, these MYKRH crystals are a nightmare to move, especially in bulk, thanks to their wild value swings. But Shin Hyuk Lee isn't backing down, demanding they sell them ASAP, like, within days. The employee gives him a look, asking if he even gets what he's saying, because rushing this means kissing a huge chunk of cash goodbye. Shin Hyuk Lee just nods, yeah, he knows the score. The employee crunches the numbers, revealing that even with the rush job, they're still looking at a cool 300 million won for those two bad boys. Shin Hyuk Lee, looking a bit sheepish, drops the bombshell, he needs 200 million just to clear his debts, leaving a measly 100 million for himself. The employee's jaw drops, demanding to know if he's serious, is he really taking a 200 million one hit? Shin Hyuk Lee's mind races, confirming his desperation, this is the only way to handle Unsure. A primal, wolf-like hunger for cash flashes through his mind, the thought hitting hard, he's always been obsessed with money. The association employee gives Shin Hyuk Lee a stone-cold look, cutting straight to the chase. Can you actually pull this off? Shin Hyuk Lee just nods, totally confident, promising the 300 million will be gone by tomorrow noon. Then, he cuts to the chase, needing to seal the deal, demanding something to sign. The employee slides over a small box, saying it's exactly what he ordered before. But wait, there's more. And one more thing. He whips out a certificate, revealing it's for the association's special commissioners. A card flashes, revealing these elite individuals are tucked away in a special, secret spot within the association, a super restricted zone. Even with the association's power on the ropes, these special commissioners still hold all their rights, their authority is absolutely untouched. Shin Hyuk Lee can't help but process the wild turn of events, realizing this new association gig is totally out of left field, especially since he just signed up. The association employee, with a slight laugh, totally spins it as a massive vote of confidence from the big wigs. After a quick goodbye, the employee bounces, promising to link up again real soon. They both piece out of the building, their paths splitting on the busy city streets. Shin Hyuk-lee stares up, hand reaching for the light, a silent, burning ambition in his gaze. He's already got today's haul locked down, with even more coming tomorrow, but man, the sheer amount of stuff is almost too much to handle. With a fierce look and a faint glow around his hand, he knows he's just one step away from his own paradise, a destiny he'll carve out himself, because he's no regressor. A gentle breeze rustles through open curtains, carrying a soft, whirring sound into the quiet room. Meanwhile, on a nearby smartphone screen, news reports detail how the association's affiliated awakened hunters are now receiving significant attention following an incident that occurred yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. A young woman with long, vibrant red hair lies in bed, engrossed in the article, which further confirms that the top ranker, known as Lightning, was involved in saving the world. She rustles, sitting up in bed as she continues to scroll, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her expression remains unreadable as she processes the information. The news then shifts to an announcement. The list of items to be auctioned 2 days from now at twilight has been confirmed. Among the relics to be displayed are the Katana Blade of Dawn and the Twilight, with the S-rank relic Dragon Devon Eyes also making an appearance after a very long time. A determined voice cuts through the silence, declaring, "This ends now. I started it, and I'll finish it. I have to fool her, no matter the cost. Alright, then." A subtle clink rings out, as a red-haired woman slowly awakens, a single, lingering thought on her mind. Her hand extends, a quiet tap echoing as she snatches her phone from the nightstand. Out of nowhere, a stunning figure with flowing white hair and blazing yellow eyes materializes, her voice coolly inquiring, "Are you finally awake?" The red-haired woman jolts upright, utterly stunned. "Hey. Kayak. Vega? I thought you left with Ojin." Vega casually presents a shimmering necklace, revealing, he left his necklace behind. The blue pendant pulses with a soft light, and Vega remarks, "A few hours a day is fine. I guess there's something more to it." The red-haired woman's gaze sharpens, as she declares, "I wanted to ask you something." Vega dismissively glances aside, a flicker of irritation in her glowing eyes, grumbling, "Honestly, I think my child is just obsessed with money." Undeterred, the red-haired woman presses on, "But do you know why?" She reveals the ultimate destination, paradise. Vega, intrigued, questions this paradise, which is actually the Ganghwa Island Special Controlled Region. The red-haired woman emphasizes its unique status, no monsters, the last bastion of safety amidst the chaos. But there's a catch. Ojin is grinding to buy a residence permit there, and the price tag? A mind-blowing 1 billion. She declares their ultimate goal, get in, and they're safe, period. She drops another bombshell, Black Swan Guild, a major player, runs the place. And Ojin's guild? Heaven's Wing. Vega, processing the info, wonders aloud, where else could even come close to that kind of security? She then cuts to the chase, so, he's literally saving up a fortune just to get into this one place. "Do you know why his dream was to live like a kid?" the red-haired woman asks. Her long hair cascading as she sits, deep in reflection. A flicker of pain crosses her eyes as she remembers. All he ever wanted was a place where he wouldn't be hurt, starve, or go cold. So simple, right? She whispers, a hand flying to her mouth, but for us. That kind of happiness felt impossibly far away. The young boy sits, bruised and alone, on his bed. Vega takes it all in, her expression unreadable. The red-haired woman drops another bombshell, revealing that back in the day, Shinhyuk and Osun were constantly getting pummeled by some crewman's daughter, Hyunji, but Shinhyuk always took the worst of it. The adult in the flashback chimes in, admitting he was the real target. Osun is down for the count, absolutely wrecked on the floor. Suddenly, the man grins mischievously and yells, about a kitchen fire, telling them to bolt. Shinhyuk and Osun don't hesitate, sprinting away at top speed. The man bursts out laughing, admitting the fire was a total bluff, just a mess with the crewman. His relaxed posture just screams, pure mischief. Cutting back to the present, the red-haired woman wonders, if that's why Shinhyuk started beating up Osun even more later on. Vega hangs on every word, while a flashback image of young Shinhyuk and Osun hints at their twisted past. Young Shinhyuk strides away, his mind racing with a heavy choice. He started this, and now he has to finish it. He's determined to trick Osun, whatever it takes, convinced that Osun is headed for paradise. He keeps moving, a lone figure, his back to us as he locks in his decision. Later, sitting by himself, his thoughts harden into a fierce resolve, this is the only move he can make. Flash forward to the present. The red-haired woman stares out the window, lost in thought, mulling over how Shinhyuk's choices ultimately tore Osun away from him. She remains motionless. Ojin's got her sights set on paradise. Even though getting in means passing insane tests and checks, and she knows, even with all the cash in the world, she'd fail. No amount of money would get her through that test. A blind cripple like her, she thinks, would never even get a foot in the door of paradise. Her friend asks what her next move is, and Ojin's only reply is a soft, uncertain what. But then, a spark. Ojin remembers being a diviner just 2 years ago, and that fire reignites as she declares she'll get to paradise, no matter what. Her hand trembled, a chilling question burning in her mind, what exactly had gone down? That was the day her vision vanished, a brutal war where she took down thousands of monsters, even a terrifying 9-star beast she couldn't see, the day she got cursed. The colossal 9-star monster, with its blazing red eyes, towered over her, a nightmare etched into her memory. Even mid-fight, a subtle golden glow pulsed from her hand, a hint of the power she once wielded. She remembered the crushing aftermath, the brutal consequence, her mana was completely sealed. Perched on her bed, she mulled over the promise she'd made, what kind of deal was it, really? Her hand reached out once more, a mix of longing and resignation, as she considered that very promise. In the end, she realized, it was basically a one-sided ultimatum. Later, with a dark-haired man, he hit her with a tough question, was she really ready to forfeit her right to live in paradise? She finally gives in, agreeing to live with him until her debt is settled. The man reminds her of her obligation, pointing out that he saved her life 3 years ago and she owes him big time. Haben fires back, telling him that once she gets her money, she's out of there, free to go wherever she wants. He just replies, coolly accepting her terms. A wave of self-awareness hits Haben, and she curses herself for being such a jerk. Later, holding up a simple shirt. She contemplates the massive challenge ahead, muttering about how a non-awakened person could ever rake in a billion. Her thoughts drift back to her earlier behavior, admitting to herself that her attitude was just a flimsy excuse. As she walks away, a deeper, more personal reason for her resistance starts to emerge. He knows this is on him. He started it, and now he's gotta finish it. He flashes back to when Ojin awakened, right as Polaris vanished. But now, Ojin's serious, he's on his own, and that changes everything. Back in the present, Song Haben's on the floor, thinking about that billion-1, wondering if she's just overthinking everything. Then, a soft click breaks the silence as a door opens. Her attention snaps to the prosthetic leg in front of her. And she carefully attaches it. A voice, a memory, a command. Finally, she stands before the mirror, her reflection showing the prosthetic now fully attached. Vega's voice cuts through the air, a chilling prophecy of what's to come. With a dismissive wave, she declares her business done, and just like that, she's gone. But wait, a final, cryptic warning, a chilling, be careful, hangs in the air. Haben doesn't flinch, just turns and walks, her determined steps clicking away. But Haben's mind is already racing, this mission is hers, a piece of cake to clear her debts. Her long coat billows as she strides, a woman on a mission. She's arrived. Hand reaching for the door, what's next? A soft chime, and the door slides open, revealing her next step. She's in. And immediately, she's on the case, asking about her account. She stares at her account balance, a mind-blowing 321 million won, confirming her suspicions. Her face is unreadable, the massive number barely registering a reaction. But the glowing orb on the desk is a stark reminder, some things, like the legendary dragon demon eyes, are now completely out of her grasp. Accepting the harsh reality, she reaches for the orb, causing the employee to nervously ask if something's wrong. Her touch makes the orb pulse with a soft, ethereal glow. Her thoughts flash back to her arrival in this world, a time when survival was everything, and money meant absolutely nothing. She remembers the desolate ruins and the terrifying monsters that once dominated her every waking moment. Just 2 months ago, it hit her, the insane amount of money she'd accumulated, almost without even trying. But beyond the cash, there was something else, something far deeper. In a stark flashback, Song Haben remembers the brutal truth, every penny she'd ever made, devoured by endless medical bills. But elsewhere, in a scene of utter desolation, Shin Hyek's ragged figure desperately reaches, his hands clawing at nothing. Back in the present, at the association, the employee asks if she wants to pay it all now, and Haben's response is a firm, yes, please. Then, a staff slams down with a resounding "tak." Shin Hyek's crimson eyes blaze with a horrifying realization, the number screaming in his head, 300 million. 300 million. He's thinking about that colossal sum, the one, fragile thread of hope he'd fought tooth and nail for. His hand shoots up, desperately trying to snatch at a vanishing connection, whispering, I guess the thread of hope is gone. But, peering intently, Haben can't help but comment on that bastard still chowing down on calorie bread. Her gaze is sharp, a silent judgment passing through her. Suddenly, a rapid patter of footsteps, closing in fast. A sudden thud signals an arrival, and Haben's curiosity is piqued with a simple HM. Then, Shin Hyek explodes onto the scene, his voice raw with anger, yelling, where did you go without saying even a word? A powerful jolt of emotion rocks him, his face a mask of pure desperation. He seizes her shoulders, gasping for breath, and demands, "What? Ojin?" But Haben just laughs in his face, teasingly asking, "He. What were you looking for, huh?" His face instantly turns deadly serious, as he silences her with a sharp sh. "This is serious. Forget the drama." Song Haben's face lights up with a mischievous grin, announcing that the timing is absolutely perfect. Because they've got somewhere super important to be. The chill outdoor vibes vanish, replaced by a bustling city scene. As they pull up to a massive department store. Inside, Shin-hyuk is totally lost, but Haben, with a boss move, demands 5 new outfits for him. He's still reeling in shock and confusion, while she's absolutely beaming. Pure horror washes over his face, as he finally gets what's happening. He's screaming about the insane prices at this department store, but Haben just covers her ears, totally ignoring his money woes. Finally, with a dead serious, exasperated look, Shin-hyuk turns to her and asks what on earth she's thinking. Just when Shin-hyuk thought he had her figured out, Haben's eyes lit up with a mischievous spark, a brilliant idea forming in her mind. And then, with a grin that promised trouble, she dropped the bombshell, a date. Her eyes squeezed shut in pure, unadulterated joy, a massive smile taking over her face as she savored the moment. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she looked directly at him, her smile unwavering and full of playful intent. Someone's wondering what's up with him, pointing out he used to rock the same threads while chowing down on everything. Walking side by side, Shin-hyuk Lee fires back, demanding to know how she's even keeping tabs on his wardrobe. Then, out of nowhere, he drops the bomb. He cashed out his savings account, racking up a ton of interest, and that's why he's splurging on her. Haben glances over, a silent question hanging in the air, totally baffled by his sudden generosity. He reaches out a hand, telling her to just go with the flow for today. Arm in arm, he seals the deal, warning her not to regret it, as she teases him with her expectations. His jaw drops when she drops the bomb about how expensive Korean beef is, but she just laughs and tells him to speed it up. They keep walking, and Haben's inner monologue reveals, he's still got to get ahead of her somehow. That smell, though. It's pulling Shin-hyuk Lee and Song Haben right towards a premium Korean beef spot. Haben's face lights up, ready to dive in, but then she catches herself. But wait, Shin-hyuk Lee spots something else, a crab place right next door. They stroll past the "Hello Crab, oh good" sign, the choice still up in the air. On the phone, Haben's real craving spills out, confessing that despite the barbecue, she's totally in the mood for crab. Shin-hyuk Lee stares at her, utterly baffled, like, "Dude, you hate seafood. What gives?" But hey, when Haben wants crab, Haben gets crab. The table is absolutely stacked with all the seafood she supposedly hates. Still at the restaurant, he's battling his meal, struggling to get any meat out of the crab. Watching his struggle, she tells him to just ask for help, then immediately shuts him down. Still focused on the crab, he wonders if she truly doesn't know how to handle it. Looking content, he just tells her to eat up. She looks away, a flush of embarrassment on her face. Grinning at her, he tells her to eat plenty, because it's delicious. As they get ready to go, he thinks about how much better she seems, then thanks her for the food and suggests coffee. She scoffs, claiming she could have paid but agrees to his offer, demanding lots of whatever he's getting. He walks off, a subtle blue energy radiating from him, when a voice from nowhere suddenly asks if he's Kwon Ojin. Suddenly, he's mobbed by a group of excited fans, their eyes practically popping out as one of them screams, "OMG, it's him. You look even better in person." The crowd erupts, their voices hitting a fever pitch, "OMG. It's him. The regressor. This is insane. I'm your biggest fan. Is he really the regressor?" He knew this day would come, the regressor thinking, "Yeah, I figured I'd get recognized eventually, but seriously, just make them disappear." His patience wears thin, a grimace on his face as he snaps, "This is awkward. You know I'm not supposed to exist. Get lost, seriously." The fans freeze, bewildered, one gasping, "Wait, did he just say that? He told us to scram." But his harsh words only fuel their obsession, and they scream even louder, "OMG. It's really him, the regressor." One fan, completely unfazed, shoves a shirt at him, demanding, "Sign my t-shirt, right here, right now." The shirt is ready. He rolls his eyes, but grabs the pen, muttering, "Fine, whatever. It's not like it costs me anything." Just as things were getting wild, a fierce voice ripped through the crowd, demanding everyone's attention. Her fiery gaze swept over the stunned onlookers, and her voice, dripping with pure challenge, demanded to know what they thought they were doing. Before anyone could even blink, she was already there, snatching Shin-hyuk Lee by the collar with a grip that screamed mine, leaving him with a look of pure desperation. Then, she spun, her fiery gaze locking onto the two women who'd been chatting him up, and absolutely tore into them, demanding to know who they even were and calling them out. Then, with a mic-drop declaration that left absolutely no room for argument, Song Habin dropped the bombshell, "I'm his girlfriend. Game over for anyone else." Her grip on his arm tightened, and she yanked Shin-hyuk Lee even closer, sending a crystal-clear message to everyone watching. A confident, almost smug smirk spread across her face, her eyes burning with a fierce, possessive fire. Her stance was absolutely unshakable, a silent, powerful declaration of her dominance. The two other women, completely blindsided by the sudden, aggressive takeover, could only gape in utter shock. The other women are left utterly bewildered, questioning what just happened and why she was so weird. Meanwhile, Song Habin dragged Shin-hyuk Lee away, their rapid footsteps leaving the chaos behind. He can't believe the audacity, thinking, how dare they? Song Habin flashes a sweet smile, still clinging to his arm, as Shin-hyuk Lee can only sigh, "Haa. Nuna, you're so." She demands to know what he'll do for her, then lays down the law, "Don't talk to strangers, alright?" He tries to argue, but, Habin. Why? He's already calculating the price of this whole act, realizing, it takes money. On the phone, Song Habin announces their next move, karaoke. "Other people won't bother us there," she adds, sealing their fate. And just like that, they're in a private karaoke room, the screen blasting with light as they settle in. Still owning the stage, she's absolutely glowing, mic in hand, her bold statement still ringing out. But he's just chilling on a couch, looking totally over it, trying to avoid eye contact with anyone. Next thing you know, they're on the move, their steps in sync, ditching the bright lights for the cool night air. The sky's gone full dark mode, and someone's like, "Whoa, it's already night. Time just vanished." Then the other's like, "Yeah, maybe we should bounce." They keep on walking down the street, with the city lights starting to pop all around them. Strolling past some slick architecture, they just keep on moving into the chill night vibes. And as they walk, she throws a quick look back, a sly, knowing glance at the guy next to her. Song Habin drops a name, a soft sound escaping her as she locks onto Ojin. He turns, cutting straight to the chase, demanding to know her total savings. With a firm grip on his arm, she declares she has it all. A shocked gasp rips from him, his eyes blown wide. He pushes for the exact figure, is it really the full 10 billion? A sly grin spreads across his face, declaring her unable to refuse his offer. He smirks, a confident glint in his eye, revealing his own massive war chest, saved for this very moment. Song Habin's gaze drops, her face shrouded in mystery. But then, her head snaps up, and in the deepening night, her eyes blaze with an ominous, crimson glow. Her eyes return to normal, and he couldn't hold back, a desperate plea bursting from his lips. A tense silence hanging as he practically begged her to stay. But she just glanced back, a calm, almost ethereal look on her face as the sunset painted her in gold. Before dropping a bombshell with just one word. "Ojin." Then, with a faint, knowing smile, she left him with a final, unforgettable command. "Don't forget about me, alright?" His mind reeled, a storm of confusion brewing on his face as her words hit him. Leaving him utterly bewildered, staring into the night, the question burning in his thoughts. Why would I forget about you? And just like that, under the city lights, they walked on, their paths seemingly intertwined yet leading to unknown destinations. Gotta bounce for a sec, but I'll be back in a flash. But hold up, because as one character dips out, all eyes were on the February Yongsan auction. Especially for the legendary, Dragon Demon Eyes. This wasn't just any relic, it was an ultra-rare, beyond 6-star holy item, capable of breaking any curse. And that kind of power. It just hangs in the air. As Song Habin thinks, maybe, just maybe, if she could snag this, she could finally shatter that 1,000-year curse. But let's be real, with only 200 million, there's no shot she could afford it, the price tag would be insane. Still, she wonders, what if there aren't many bidders today? Sometimes even 6-star holy relics go for a steal. Curses. Who even deals with those anymore? Maybe, just maybe, no one else will even want this thing. If that's true, she could snag the Dragon Demon Eyes for a steal. A surge of resolve hits her, she's going for it. Nothing to lose if it means breaking this curse. The dream of paradise burns bright in her thoughts. A quick flash, she sees herself, standing with a mysterious, towering figure, enveloped in a radiant, golden light. A hopeful smile graces her lips, she just needs a little luck, because miracles absolutely happen. The moment of truth arrives at the February Yongsan auction, where everything could change. The Yongsan auction is about to begin, and a staff member is already on the scene, getting attendees signed up and ready for the action. No time to waste, the forms are getting filled out. The staff member does a double take, spotting Song Habin and exclaiming, "You." The moment arrives. The staff member takes the stage, declaring, "We're officially starting admissions now. The rules are clear, no cameras, 5 minutes to go, finish those forms." Song Habin, still a bit lost, asks about her seat, getting pointed to the right, ready to dive in. It's a high-stakes game, and everyone, no matter their background, is here to play. But as Song Habin takes her seat, the whispers start. Other attendees are already gossiping, wondering why she's alone and talking about her cursed status. The drama is already heating up. She just sits there, taking it all in. A tear falls, but her determination is unbreakable. She whispers, "I'll break the Dragon Demon Eye's curse." The December Yongsan auction kicks off, and the tension in the air is palpable. The auctioneer wastes no time, dropping the first bombshell. It's the ancient dragon's burner, a top-tier holy relic. Starting at a cool 10 million, with a $1 billion buyout, the bids are already flying. 100 million. Then 180 million. The crowd is going wild for this thing. It's already at 670 million. This relic is seriously in demand. The auctioneer's voice cuts through the noise, demanding if anyone else dares to bid, and you can practically feel the suspense. Song Habin, bidder 187, is watching this go down with a serious face, because this 4-star holy relic is literally all the money she has. A cold dread hits her as she thinks about her real target, the Dragon Demon Eyes, which are even more popular and will cost a fortune. The Dragon Demon Eye? No way it's less popular, everyone's gonna want it. The auction was heating up, with bidder numbers flying around, showing just how crazy the competition was getting. And then, the auctioneer dropped the bomb, announcing the next big thing. He totally milked the suspense, a sly grin spreading across his face. He kept building the hype, telling everyone it had been ages since anything this epic showed up. Then, boom, the reveal. A holy relic that could break any curse, shining with an insane golden aura. It was the 6-star holy relic, the one and only Dragon Demon Eye. The moment it was revealed, Song Habin's eyes practically popped out, locked onto that glowing orb, knowing exactly what kind of power she was looking at. Across the room, another bidder, looking super serious, straight up announced he was going for the Dragon Demon Eye, whatever it took. The auction hall was absolutely electric, the Dragon Demon Eye now front and center, its insane power practically radiating off the stage. Habin's eyes were glued to that relic, a serious look on her face as she processed just how game-changing this thing could be. If this thing could really break any curse, then maybe, just maybe, she could actually get her hands on it. The auctioneer, a total pro, dramatically hoisted the glowing orb, his voice booming as he got ready to kick off the bidding war. With a dramatic gesture, he dropped the bombshell starting price, a mind-blowing 100 million. A collective gasp shot through the crowd, that insane price tag momentarily shutting everyone up. Then, from across the hall, a voice sliced through the silence, calling out that insane price. Habin's eyes went wide, instantly realizing this bidding war was going to be way tougher than she thought. But despite the shock, the bids started flying fast, with that first official offer of 100 million blasting through the massive hall. The auctioneer's voice booms, challenging anyone to go higher, and Song Habin is practically begging, her heart pounding with a desperate, silent plea. She's practically praying, eyes squeezed shut, just begging for no one to dare go higher. But then, the hammer drops and the auctioneer's voice cuts through the tension, announcing a mind-blowing 2 billion. Her hopes are absolutely crushed as the price skyrockets, hitting 2.5 billion, then a staggering 3.2 billion. The bids just keep on climbing, now at an insane 3.28 billion, leaving her completely wiped out. A bitter, empty laugh escapes her lips as the harsh truth hits, she never, ever stood a chance. A choked cry rips from her throat, her mind racing with desperate questions. Why? What did she possibly do wrong to deserve this crushing defeat? She's spiraling, reflecting on a life of pure misery, abandoned by parents she never even knew, a life she can only describe as utterly, completely shitty. All she ever wanted was just one tiny miracle, just once, for something good to finally happen to her. Crushed by defeat, Song Habin is absolutely devastated, her entire world just shattering around her. Her one, true, burning desire. Just to be with Ojin. In a heartbreaking flashback or dream, clinging to him, she questions if her one, pure desire was just too much to ever have. Tears streaming, she silently begs, for a miracle, a god to just show up and fix everything. Her crushing despair. It's all about the Dragon Demon Eye, the one relic that held all her hopes and dreams. Lost in her own personal hell, a sudden voice cuts through the noise, demanding to know who she is. It's Choi Joo-hyuk from the Starlight Guild, and he knows exactly what she was bidding on. Then, he extends his hand, dropping a bombshell offer, not 5, but 10 billion to get her the relic. Slowly, almost unconsciously, her hand reaches out, towards this unbelievable lifeline. The tension is palpable as Choi Joo-hyuk lays out his twisted deal, demanding a friendship for 5 years, but everyone knows that's just the beginning. His hand, clutching the symbol of his insane wealth, is rock solid, his face a mask as he waits for her to crack. Haben's brain is on fire, the dark truth of his words hitting her hard, because not much from this guy definitely means more than just a few meals. He just keeps going, his voice dripping with smug confidence, making it crystal clear she already knows what's coming after those 5 years are up. Her eyes are saucers, a mix of pure shock and creeping dread, as the full, disgusting reality of his offer slams into her. A tidal wave of pure revulsion hits her, her mind screaming with absolute disgust. But Juhyuk just keeps pushing, his smile never faltering, throwing out the mind-blowing figure of 6 billion, a game-changer that could solve all her problems. Even with the disgust, the sheer, insane amount of cash, and what it could buy, makes her hand shake as it reaches out, a desperate, maybe, screaming in her head. Her hand, glowing with a desperate resolve, is reaching out, fueled by the faint, but powerful, image of Kwon Ojin, the one she truly wants. Just as things are about to get serious, a jarring sound rips through the air, and a mysterious figure bursts into the brightly lit hall. Elsewhere, behind the scenes, 2 guys are just chilling, one even playing with scissors, totally unaware of the chaos brewing. Back at the main event, a white-haired official is absolutely stunned, his jaw practically on the floor at the sudden appearance. A hand shoots out to stop him, declaring that no one can enter during the auction. But the new guy just flashes an ID, leaving everyone wondering why a special commissioner is even here. And just like that, the legendary figure from Seoul Station strides in, bringing back memories of chaos from days past. Meanwhile, away from all the drama, Song Haben is still deep in her own head, feeling the weight of her decisions and the pain they might bring. Back at the auction, the white-haired guy is still totally bewildered, stuttering out apologies and demanding to know why this unexpected guest is here. But Shin-hyuk Lee just brushes them off, heading straight for the podium, ready to drop some major news on everyone. He knows this is on him, and he's ready to finish what he started, determined to pull off the ultimate deception. With a decisive thud, the heavy briefcase hits the surface. And then, a massive rustle. Stacks of cash explode from the case, showering down. More cash keeps coming, overflowing a cart, an insane pile of money. Cash is literally raining down, but he's just chilling. Shin-hyuk Lee sits there, totally unfazed, while everyone else is losing their minds. His eyes are laser-focused, sending a clear message, this whole insane stunt. It's all paid for, in cold, hard cash. Shin-hyuk Lee is making an entrance, walking down a red carpet like a total boss. Check out this insane, super fancy golden box, glowing with some serious power. Up on the stage, the auctioneer is going wild, screaming, 10 billion. We just hit 10 billion. He's hyped, confirming the deal and shouting, that's the instant buy price. The Dragon Demon Eye is officially sold. Later, in a private room, Shin-hyuk Lee makes his move, stating, I'm taking it right now. While he's standing tall, down in the crowd, Song Haben and some others are watching everything unfold. She steps up to him, her voice full of shock and suspicion, asking, why are you even here? Footsteps hit the plush carpet, a silent approach. As Song Haben, seated with Kwon Ojin and Choi Juhyuk in the auction crowd, whips her head around, eyes locked on something behind them. Then, a hand shoots out. And Shin-hyuk Lee, his face contorted in fury, snaps, demanding to know who the hell they think they are to just barge in, ordering them to get lost. But the towering Kwon Ojin stands his ground, completely unfazed, while Choi Juhyuk watches the scene unfold from nearby. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes flash in disbelief as Kwon Ojin coolly tells him to repeat it. A frustrated groan rips from Shin-hyuk Lee. But Kwon Ojin, casually holding a phone to his ear, shuts him down, demanding to know who he thinks he is to give orders, revealing his own status as a special commissioner. Then Song Haben steps in, cutting him down to size by revealing he's just another auctioneer here for the Dragon Demon Eye. He knows he started this, and now he's gotta finish it, absolutely determined to outwit her no matter what. A sudden jolt of recognition hits him. As he recalls seeing that face in an article, leading to a dawning, terrifying realization. Wait, that means... The full weight of the situation crashes down on him, leaving him utterly distraught. As a vibrant blue aura flares around him, a voice echoes, asking if he is the Lightning Wolf, the disciple of prayer, a question that seems to ignite something within him. The blue energy intensifies around his form. And he confirms the old title, before quickly trying to de-escalate the situation, asking if they are from the Starlight Lake Guild and suggesting a misunderstanding. He thinks there must have been a misunderstanding. As he speaks, Kwon Ojin reaches out, taking Shin-hyuk Lee's hand firmly in his own, while Song Haben watches with a knowing smile. He's reeling, his mind screaming, is this all a misunderstanding? But then, a fierce resolve ignites, I gotta ask him. But the other guy's already way ahead, thinking, if even the guildmaster's in on this. Just as he's processing it, a vice-like grip clamps down on his hand. And he instantly drops into a deep bow, practically begging, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were with him. Please, don't tell my guildmaster. He stays bowed low. As the other guy just stares down, his face a total blank. But then, something snaps. His grateful words morph into a furious, "I'll do whatever you want, I'll." Before exploding with a raw, "Fuck off." His eyes blaze with an electric blue glow as he snarls, repeating the command, his voice dripping with pure defiance. He spins on his heel and walks away, a chilling final thought burning in his mind, "Never let yourself be seen by me again." After dropping that bombshell, Shin-hyuk Lee just walks away, leaving everyone stunned. But Song Habin isn't letting it go, shouting, "Ojin, wait for you." Ojin grabs her hand, a single, decisive command escaping his lips, "Let's go." Ojin isn't backing down, he snatches Shin-hyuk Lee's arm, stopping him cold, as Habin demands answers, "Why are you so fast?" "Hey." Later, the city glows under the night sky. A sprawling complex of modern architecture and lush gardens spread out below. A stark, beautiful contrast to the earlier drama. Inside, Ojin and Habin are together, and she, letting out a frustrated breath, starts to confront him, "Ojin, you." Her concern turning to exasperation, she demands, "What about your residence rights?" Stunned by his audacity, Habin grips Ojin, her voice cracking with a desperate plea, demanding answers for his outrageous purchase. He dismisses her with a curt, "Give me a second," a subtle whoosh of energy hinting at something more profound unfolding. Her anxiety spiking, Habin desperately calls out his name, but Ojin's chillingly calm voice promises only that, "It'll be over soon." Then, a shocking transformation begins, a golden, arcane glow erupts from her eye, intricate patterns blazing within its depths. The glow explodes, radiating outwards in blinding, shimmering waves, a raw, untamed magical aura erupting from her entire form. Overwhelmed by the sheer, raw power, Habin recoils, hands flying to her face, a violent shiver racking her body as the energy consumes her. She collapses into Ojin's arms, a guttural cry escaping her lips, as he holds her tight under a dazzling, star-strewn sky. His gaze unwavering, a quiet strength in his voice, Ojin offers a chillingly calm reassurance, "It's okay. It'll be over soon." His words echo, a cryptic promise hanging heavy in the starlit night. Still reeling from the sudden power surge, Song Habin's eyes are blazing with an otherworldly golden glow, her face contorted in a mix of shock and agony. Cutting through the cosmic chaos, Kwon Ojin's voice asks, coolly, if she's finally seeing the view of paradise. With a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his face. As the entire world around them warps, it becomes a mind-bending expanse of sparkling starlight, shimmering through vibrant foliage. Completely overwhelmed by the cosmic vision, a desperate gasp tears from her throat, as a single street lamp struggles to shine against the infinite starlight. The shimmering, star-dusted sky just keeps stretching, an infinite canvas of cosmic wonder. The sheer, ethereal beauty of the cosmos completely engulfing her. Until, her hair now pulled back, she stares up, lost in the immense, sparkling abyss of the night sky. Tears stream down her face, her golden eyes still blazing with raw power, as the profound experience pushes her to the absolute edge of emotional breakdown. Habin's golden eyes are absolutely pouring tears, a raw, choked sound tearing from her as the cosmic vision overwhelms her. But then, Ojin's hand extends, his voice cutting through the chaos with a chilling calm, "Give me your right foot." He drops to one knee before her, taking her leg with an unexpected gentleness. Exposing the stark reality of her prosthetic limb beneath. A subtle, knowing smile touches his lips as he gazes up at her. While she's still absolutely breaking down, those golden eyes burning with an unearthly glow. Distraught, she cries out, "Why would you do something you can't control?" His voice booms with absolute conviction, shattering her despair, "It was a precious moment. You worked so hard for it." But his words only fuel her torment, as she unleashes a raw, guttural scream. Still reeling from her overwhelming magical manifestation, Song Habin confronts Kwon Ojin, her voice trembling as she reminds him of a past promise. She looks up at him, her face etched with pain. As he recalls her earlier desire for a comfortable life, a stark contrast to her current anguish. Her voice rises, accusing him of breaking his word, of promising to stay with her until they had enough money. Now standing under the night sky, the tension between them is palpable, her distress growing with each passing moment. Kwon Ojin offers a faint, almost unsettling smile, his expression unreadable. But Habin's anguish intensifies, her eyes glowing with raw power, as she struggles to articulate her pain. Ojin reaches out, his hands seemingly trying to calm her, but his words are a strange, almost nonsensical distraction. Overwhelmed, Habin collapses to the ground, screaming for Ojin to get away, her emotional outburst reaching a fever pitch as he turns and walks away. A voice, dripping with accusation, calls him out, "You said there was a bug in the kitchen." Shin-hyuk, with a casual smirk, just brushes it off, saying, "Oh, that?" A quiet scoff escapes him, a chilling hint of the lie he's about to drop. Habin turns, her face a mask of uncertainty, trying to read his game. Shinhyek's smirk explodes into a full-blown, unsettling grin, his eyes practically sparkling with pure, unadulterated mischief. He leans in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, "It was a lie." His smile stays plastered on, but his eyes? They're now blazing with an intense, electric blue, a chilling display of his power and manipulative intent against the backdrop of the city night. Whoa! Song Habin just exploded with power, a fiery aura engulfing her as she screams in surprise. The heatwave hits Shinhyek hard, and he's screaming, totally caught off guard by the inferno. He's practically begging, "Turn the heat off. Hurry." But Habin's still cooking, completely oblivious, and the flames just keep getting bigger. And just like that, the meal is a total disaster, burned to a crisp. After the kitchen catastrophe, Shinhyek's still grumbling, complaining about their apartment choice. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she's only just started therapy, so there's no way she can control her powers yet. Then, he turns to her and asks, "How's your eye? You almost burned it." Shinhyek, still fixated on Habin's eye, demands to know if her vision has improved, questioning if it's all thanks to the dragon demon eye he put there. He's praying it's not some crazy side effect, but Habin just shrugs it off, saying she's totally fine. But Shinhyek just can't shake the feeling, muttering that it feels less like a side effect and more like a straight-up blessing. As he's trying to figure it out, a vision of Quan Ojin, aka Vega, pops up, dropping some serious knowledge. The corpse and the dragon demon eye are undergoing purification. Habin, catching the word blessing, demands to know what Vega is talking about, while the vision keeps on explaining this whole purification process. The ghostly figure keeps going, admitting they have no clue how the corpse even got there, but it's somehow turning into a blessing. A super close-up of Habin's eye shows a wild, golden glow in her iris, while the vision of Quan Ojin keeps on explaining this insane transformation. He wraps it up, declaring that once the dragon demon eye is back to its original form, she'll finally be able to unleash its full power. Back to reality, Shinhyek finally gets it. Habin's eye isn't some weird astrological fluke, but he's still super worried that its immense power might just leave her behind. He knows the truth, nobody truly grasps the sheer weight of the dragon demon eye's stigma, with only 20 such beings across the globe. He wouldn't have dared bestow such a monstrous power upon her if it wasn't absolutely for her sake. So, for now, he resolves to pour all his energy into her physical therapy. But she cuts him off, telling him not to overdo it. Internally, he vows to recover at lightning speed, to be her rock. Especially knowing her fierce pride and how much she despises owing anyone. A silent question burning in his mind, why would she go to such lengths for him? His gaze is locked, but his mind is racing, grappling with a single, burning question. The thought echoes in his head, why couldn't he save her before everything reset? A vivid image flashes, him carrying her, a ghost of a past he couldn't change. A chilling realization creeps in, was he the one who actually destroyed everything? Standing tall, spear ready, he's prepared for anything, but the echoes of his past are relentless. It's mind-boggling that he's the regressor, the guy who knows what's coming next. A quick, unsettling vision, Habin holding another fallen figure, a silent challenge, the past is gone, so what's your move now? Suddenly, Habin's voice pulls him back to reality, bluntly stating, I said I'd help, remember? He's caught off guard, just managing a, what? A small smirk plays on his lips as he corrects her, actually, we're gonna need your help. Habin just gives a cool humph. Habin, ever the pragmatist, agrees to his request, but with a clear caveat, she'll help, but only within her limits. A subtle smirk plays on her lips, a silent challenge in her eyes as she throws back a casual, oh, really? Beyond their conversation, the sprawling metropolis hums with unseen energy, a world waiting to be shaped. With his mind made up to go off-grid, Shinhyek drops a bombshell on the phone, he's going into seclusion for 3 whole months. The poor guy on the other end, a sharp-dressed business associate, can barely believe his ears, stuttering out, 3 months. He quickly points out the terrible timing, mentioning the literal hundreds of clients clamoring for Shinhyek's attention. But Shinhyek's inner monologue cuts through the noise, he's ditching them because of those demands, knowing full well how everyone sees him. Shadowy hands reach out, a visual metaphor for the relentless pressure, making him feel like nothing more than a trained dog. Still locked in conversation, he doubles down on his resolve, vowing to power up and protect everyone from the assassins coming for him. His contact on the other line totally gets it, advising him to go off-grid and train in secret. The phone screen flashes, team manager Han, who warns him that staying hidden will be a nightmare, no matter what. A confident smirk spreads across his face, a quiet, ho, escaping him. Next thing you know, he's at this insane, glowing fortress, the legendary Sanctum. He steps inside, facing a majestic, white-haired queen, perched on a dazzling throne. She welcomes him, asking what epic skill he wants to master first. He ponders her offer, but quickly realizes just talking won't cut it for his training. With a determined look, he mutters, just as I suspected. He locks eyes with the powerful woman, dropping a bombshell, Vega, I want to spar with you. Her golden eyes flash. And he's instantly taken aback, no way. Huh. Why not? She lays down the cold truth about their power gap, declaring, you'd literally die because of how much stronger I am. Her concern is palpable, can't you hold back? Even if I go easy, it's still too dangerous. He's reeling from her power, thinking, this isn't just some casual acquaintance. Then, a sudden thought hits him, hold on. Vega then drops a game changer, I can't fight you, but my servant spirit totally can. She elaborates on the summoned entity, revealing, it's a summoned being, literally holding a piece of my soul. With a massive burst of magic, she unleashes the command, come, my servant, Lioraro, and a shimmering, otherworldly portal rips open. The chamber pulses with raw power, a deep hum vibrating through the very air as magic sparks to life. And then, the light explodes, Vega, absolutely radiating with divine energy, stands at the epicenter of the summoning. Then, from the swirling vortex of magic, a colossal, clawed paw slams down, heralding the arrival of something truly monstrous. Lioraro, the legendary servant spirit, stands fully revealed, a titan of raw, untamed power. His piercing golden gaze locks onto Vega, a deep voice rumbling, you called, Lady Vega? Shinhyek, with a confident smirk, faces down the colossal spirit, absolutely hyped for the fight to come. Vega, beaming, welcomes her powerful ally, it's been so long, Lioraro. Shinhyek's grin stretches even wider, he's practically vibrating with excitement for this showdown. And Vega drops the bomb on Lioraro, don't worry, Lioraro. He's a regressor from the future. Shinhyek's mind races, declaring he'll finish what he began, ready to pull off the ultimate deception on Vega. This is his moment. Lioraro's eyes narrow, the name Unheavenly Star ringing in his ears, a powerful presence he hasn't felt in ages. A sly grin spreads across Shinhyek's face, knowing his real strength is about to blow them away. Vega's command rings out, summoning Lioraro to clash with him, a challenge the spirit silently scoffs at, deeming him utterly unqualified. Lightning sparks around Shinhyek's legs as he bows, accepting Lady Vega's will with a chilling calm. Lioraro's voice booms, a declaration of intent. His entire body erupts in a blinding blue glow, for standing on end with unleashed power. The very air crackles with residual energy, setting the stage for an epic showdown. Shinhyek, ever the strategist, knows victory is impossible, but he's determined to uncover Lioraro's deepest secrets. Shinhyek locks in, knowing this is his fight to finish, and he has to fool her, no matter the cost. Then, a powerful, blue-tinged aura explodes from Lioraro, who lunges with blinding speed. A pure blur of raw, untamed power. The attack just keeps coming. The impact sending shockwaves across the ground, making the very air ripple with power. Shinhyek is absolutely launched backward, crashing hard onto the patterned floor, his sword still gripped tight. Lioraro towers over him, his voice a low, menacing growl, demanding to know what just happened. And if that's seriously all he's got. The powerful spirit stands absolutely victorious over the defeated Shinhyek.